And we're live. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Please do shout out to where you're dialing in from today. I've already seen some really cool comments. Kate will give you your 5 seconds of fame on the screen and shout out where you're coming in from. And welcome to SEMrush's 5 hours of local SEO mega webinar. I hope you are all ready for what is going to be a super, super exciting session. My name is Paige Hobart. If you've not met me before, I am an SEO team director at a London-based agency called Roast. And I'm really excited. So I'm going to be doing the first 2.5 hours of hosting today, and then I'm going to hand over to my lovely colleague, Shelley, who'll be dialing in from Texas, I believe. I will be doing the first 3 sessions, and then she's got 4 following on. So the plan for today, 5 hours, 7 sessions. We're starting with the wonderful Joy Hawkins, who's already with me, with the State of Local Search in 2021, followed by Jason Barnard, Google is your homepage, learn how to optimize it. And then finally, my session will be with Rasmus Himmelstrup and the true value of local search, a case study across 5 countries. Ooh. Then I will hand over to Shelley, who has the wonderful Tim Capper, Greg Gifford, Darren Shaw, and Greg Sterling to follow. So really, really good lineup of knowledgeable people. But in addition to those, we have 14 knowledgeable guest experts who will be helping out in the Q&A. So please do put your questions into the question panel, I think either on Twitter or YouTube, chuck them in. We'll get through as many as we can. So some admin, use the chat function. Chat to us. I'll be in there talking. Apologies if we don't get around to your questions, but we'll try and do as many as we can. Me and the wonderful admin, Kate, who is behind the scenes, will be putting those questions into our little internal chat function so we can get them sorted. Also, please, if you're going to use Twitter, use the hashtag 5 hours of local SEO, just so that we can keep track of everything. It's really handy. And an important heads up, all these sessions are being recorded. If you miss some or want to take a tea break, fear not. You'll receive an email with the replay and the slides if you're registered. So get comfy, get a drink, and enjoy the next 5 hours of local SEO. So without further ado, let's get started with our first session today. If Claire, you could go first and introduce yourself, followed by Tom, and then Joy, you go last, and then go straight into your deck.
I'm first. Oh, hello. I'm Claire. So I am in Wales in the UK, and I run Claire Carlisle Marketing, and I work with small and medium-sized businesses on their digital marketing, but I think local SEO is probably my favorite part of that.
Hi, my name is Tom Waddington. I'm with a company called Q+A. We do paid search and local SEO. We work with a variety of businesses, but mostly ones that are in home services categories. So that's an area I pay the most attention to in local search. I'm a Google My Business Gold product expert and a faculty member at Local U.
All right, and I'm Joy Hawkins. I'm the owner of Sterling Sky. So that's an agency in the US and Canada. And we primarily focus on local SEO, also do paid search and social media as well. All for small businesses in the United States and Canada. Like Tom, I'm in the Google My Business Product Experts program, so that's how we know each other. And I'm also the owner of Local U, which Claire and Tom are both faculty members of. So excited to be here. So we're going to be talking about local search today. And if you're like me and you work in this world, you're very familiar with how things are constantly moving and changing. And personally, I find this exciting. I like that things are constantly changing, that you have to constantly be upping your game and kind of figuring out what strategies work. Keeps me from getting bored. But basically, we have this section on our website where we track some of the changes that Google makes that impact small businesses. So here on, as you can see on the screen here, it's basically just an outline of all these different things that happened last year. And in total, we had 84 different things that we tracked that changed. And this is a lot. Don't worry, I'm not going to be covering 84 different things, but I did want to highlight a few that I think are important to be aware of. Last year, Google My Business specifically had a really big focus on what we call attributes. So I think due to COVID, some of these got a lot more prominent, but you'll see here, for example, Google features things like whether or not the business is currently offering on-site services, whether you can get an appointment online, Filling these types of things out didn't used to matter a whole lot because they weren't super visible, but Google has been surfacing more and more of these directly in the search results. So it is definitely something that you would want to keep an eye on. We're seeing this as well with ones that have icons. So for example, if you do a search for women-led businesses near me, or insert anything into that phrase like restaurants, etc., you'll actually see the women-led icon on businesses that are using it right in the search results. And then that's the same thing for Black-owned businesses. I know the search volume for those are on the rise. So it's definitely something that, if it applies to you, you would want to make sure you fill out. Another thing that we've been kind of keeping an eye on is Google testing this feature. I believe it's actually fully rolled out now, where they'll actually list how many years a business has been open. So this is actually easy for people to customize. I think a lot of people just don't realize it exists. Inside the Google My Business dashboard, there is a section where you can actually put your opening date. It's a field they added a couple of years ago. Didn't really matter at the time because it wasn't really visible there. But now you want to add that because it actually shows in the search results how long your business has been open. Something I'll clarify, we actually had a lot of conversations with Google around, how this works for chains or businesses that have, let's say, 5 offices. Like, what date do they put here? Google's stance on it as of right now is basically the business can choose whichever date they would prefer. If it would be better to choose the date when that location opened, they can go with that. If they want to reflect how long the actual business has been around, they can go with their original opening date for the first location. Another thing that we track heavily is changes to the Google My Business categories. Now, sure enough, actually yesterday, I tweeted that Google actually added 25 new ones just this month so far in March. So it's kind of crazy to see how much they are expanding these. And it can be really vital, depending on your industry, to keep track of these. We're seeing kind of the biggest movement in healthcare, restaurants, and last year in the automotive space, Google was just adding tons of categories for specific types of cars, for example, that didn't have categories before. And it's something that, like, if you are a business that maybe has multiple types of categories that would apply to you, you definitely want to pay attention to the changes that come out. So in February, there was 43 added. This month so far, 25. And why this matters is inside the Google My Business dashboard, one of the things that you can do to help influence where your business shows up on Google is fill in these categories. So you get up to 10, and some businesses, like dentist is a good example, there are over a dozen categories that would technically apply to a dentist. So it's really important to pick and choose which ones actually correspond to the keyword you want to rank for. And it's not always as clear cut as you would think. So it's kind of important to watch that. There was a survey done last year called the Local Search Ranking Factor Study. And it basically found that the #1 ranking factor was the primary category that you use on your listing. So it's very important to make sure you have that selected. I know one of the tips that we give a lot to people that have seasonal businesses is to actually switch out the primary category you use. So for example, if you were an HVAC company, using a heating related category in the wintertime and then switching that to air conditioning in the summer can make a massive difference on your ranking. Now, we do track these, like I mentioned here, on our website, but to give you an example of why this would matter, let's say, for example, you are a shawarma restaurant. Last month in February, Google actually added a category for that. So before they added a category, you'd probably be using something like Mediterranean restaurant or something more generic. But switching to the new category would actually have an increase or cause your listing to rank better for shawarma queries, especially if you're one of the first businesses to do it and your competitors maybe aren't paying attention to this kind of stuff. So we've actually witnessed this with clients of ours, seen the kind of difference it makes, and it's a really easy, quick win. Now, I know I'm talking a lot about Google My Business, so I do feel the need to clarify something. Google My Business is an awesome tool that every business owner should definitely be utilizing, but there are only 4 fields that we have found inside Google My Business that actually influence where a business ranks. So I'm not going to detail these all like individually. I actually have a video where I do that I linked to at the bottom here that I did for Moz, and that video kind of details out how we came to these conclusions. But a lot of the things that you fill out inside Google My Business are important to have, but they're not actually things that dictate where your business ranks on Google. So it's kind of important here to kind of take a step back and make sure that you have different goals for these two things. Goal number one, obviously, is to rank higher on Google. Like, you need to be visible for people to actually find you. But you should also have a second goal to convert searchers into customers. This is what I would call Google My Business Management. And I think the key here is that people often think these two things are like the same, or they get them confused. One, is something you do to influence rank on Google. That's why we call it SEO. But there's a lot of companies that, for example, offer Google My Business Management services, which is important and helpful, but not technically something that would influence where your business ranks. So I'll give you an example. This is the forum that my company owns, the Local Search Forum, and we get tons of questions from users all the time that look kind of like this. It's a person that's working on behalf of a personal injury lawyer, and they're trying to rank higher. And these are the things that they're doing. They're doing like posting on Google My Business and uploading photos and replying to reviews. And I'm not saying these aren't important. These are all important things that you should be doing. But if your goal is to rank higher, these are definitely not the steps that you would want to take to get there. You'll likely be pretty disappointed. So if you're wondering, okay, well then what does impact ranking? Well, number one would definitely be link building. If you're looking to really up your traffic from Google and get more visitors, this would be like the first place you want to start. There's a guy by the name of Chris Dreyer that I featured here, and he runs a company called Rankings.io, and they released a study last year that looked at essentially ranking vectors across one of the most competitive industries that I've worked in, which is personal injury lawyers. And they kind of looked to see what the differentiating factors were for businesses that ranked well. And not surprisingly, links were at the very top. Their study showed that the average personal injury lawyer had links from 40 different websites. Now, the thing is like, you can't just go get 40 links. Like, it's not that easy, especially if you're trying to get good links. So I'm not going to be diving in on this session onto like how to do this, because Greg Gifford is going to be talking about that later today. So definitely stick around for his session if you want some specifics on like how to do link building. Now, the other piece of ranking, in addition to links, would definitely be what I call, content, your website, how your site is structured. So content and on-site SEO are huge for ranking. Like, it's crazy how often we get small businesses that come to us and they haven't done this piece yet. Like, their site is kind of messy and there's not a whole lot there, and the stuff that is there is really unorganized. So simply, making the best use of that can result in this. It can result in this like constant upwards traffic that we kind of see here. And the cool thing about it is, unlike link building, this type of stuff, usually you can see changes fairly quickly. So it doesn't take like 6 months to see the results of your efforts, which is great. Now, I want to try and clarify something here, because people often think, okay, I need more content. I'm just going to blog once a week, or I'm going to, pay somebody to write an article once a week. And this is generally the strategy that we see people doing. And I can tell you from analyzing, doing a lot of audits, that doesn't work generally on like 90% of the time when we see business owners that are doing this whole blogging regularly thing. Sometimes it can actually do more harm than good. So I'll give you an example. We had a client that was a lawyer, and this is a mouthful, Social Security Disability Insurance. So I'm just going to call it SSDI. So he had SSDI pages. He had 50 of them for different cities across Florida, because, you hear in local SEO, like having these service area pages is a great thing. And generally they are, but in this case, they weren't. Like, basically the pages were the same. There wasn't a lot of content on there. They weren't ranking well. So a whole bunch of things that basically are a recipe for disaster. So we decided, since there was no traffic coming to these pages and that they didn't rank, we were going to clean it up. We took them all down and redirected them to the main page on the site that was about that topic. And this is what happened to their rankings. So just to kind of clarify, in case you're not familiar with like these rank trackers, you'll see at the beginning, it's an animated GIF. There's a lot of yellow and there's a lot of red, which means they're not ranking in the local pack. And then it turns to green, as you can see. So went from like not ranking very well to ranking very well right after we consolidated all these pages. So get rid of the idea in your head that more content is better, because that is just not always true. Inside Google Analytics showed kind of the same story. We get rid of the garbage pages, their traffic goes up. So less pages is actually resulting in more traffic. And as I mentioned, ranking is only goal one. So ranking is important. You need strategies for that, but it's not the end result. You still have to convince people once you're listed that you are better than all your competitors who are listed with you. And there are many ways to do that. But honestly, if I had to pick one thing that I think has the biggest impact, it would have to be reviews. Reviews are crucial to the customer experience. So according to this study done by Bright Local, you can see here that having higher star ratings results in more clicks. And this isn't shocking, or it shouldn't likely be shocking to any of you. We kind of know that reviews are important, but I've been watching a few trends that I want to touch on because I think it's important for people to be aware of these. And I hadn't really seen a lot of these highlighted before, so hopefully some of this is new for you. First is what I call the death of the 2, 3, and 4-star reviews. So I love looking at this Yelp study. They do this every year. They release these stats on their usage on their site. And Google doesn't do this, so I always look to Yelp. But what you'll see over the course of the last few years when they update their stats is that more and more 5-star reviews are being left and 1-star reviews, unfortunately, and less of 2, 3, and 4 stars. So it's kind of coming to my attention that people are essentially either really happy with your business or really pissed off, and the in-between aren't as likely to leave a review. And this is important to know if you're an agency or if you're a business owner. You know, we all stress about getting those awful 1-star reviews. I know I hear this conversation almost daily with clients, but it's important to know that technically the odds of getting a 1-star review are higher than they were 5 years ago. So that's important to be aware of. Another trend that we've unfortunately seen on that same kind of pattern is what I call review attacks. So this is something where someone at your company does something really stupid. It gets put on social media and then it gets shared and shared and shared and kind of goes viral. And then as a result of that incident, people are now leaving negative reviews for the business. So to give you an example, last year, there was this guy in Florida who got really aggressive with this elderly lady in Costco. Someone filmed it, so that's always great. Put it on Twitter. It got a lot of retweets, a lot of traction, and then people started blasting the insurance agency that this guy worked at. Like, he wasn't even the owner, he just worked there. And the agency literally fired him, like, I think the same day, but the reviews kept pouring in. And it's just like kind of crazy mob mentality that we see. And the good news is Google actually has a system now for this. They didn't used to. So if your business experiences this, and goodness, I hope it doesn't, but if it does, what they actually will do is they will take off the ability for people to leave reviews on your listing. So usually, you know, you'd see this write a review button like you see for my agency here. And if you're undergoing a review attack, they can actually take that button off, which is what they ended up doing for that insurance agent. So at least you can sleep at night knowing that you don't have to wake up to having, 12 more reviews on your listing. The only downside, of course, is when the button's not there, you can't get positive reviews either. But still better than not having a solution. Another trend that we saw with reviews last year was in relation to the pandemic. So Mike Blumenthal actually detailed this out, and I linked to his study here. But he tracked a big retail chain that essentially had their average rating drop by 0.5 point because of all these negative reviews that they were getting due to their policies on masks. And of course, there are varied opinions on masks, and you have people that like them, people that don't. So this store's policy, I guess a lot of people didn't like, and we're just blasting this business with these types of reviews. So for example, this is an example of one where they're, very angry, very heated. The good news is, and this really doesn't happen a lot, is that Google actually sided with the business owners. So they decided that these types of reviews were going to be deemed politically charged, and they all got removed. So usually that doesn't happen. Like when it comes to negative reviews, we don't have a lot of wins when it comes to Google because they almost always side with the consumer. But if you are a business that has been impacted by something like this, if you reach out to Google My Business Support, there is a good chance that they will remove them, which is great. The other trend that we were noticing as well is that fewer reviews were left last year. So it's kind of interesting to see this trend. We actually saw this with Google. Originally, they actually said this in their most recent blog article that they released, and they said that they were seeing a drop in reviews. Yelp didn't share that story, so I had to look at their data and analyze it myself. So I basically took all of their data from last year and then compared it to the year before to see if there was a drop, and there was. Like you can see, Q3, Q4, there was a lot less reviews left, Q2 especially, of last year. So just in general, I guess because people were out and about less, there were less reviews left online. So if you're, thinking like or worrying about this, don't stress. Like this is a pattern across the board. The final trend that I've been noticing is in regards to how trustworthy reviews are. So there's a study done by Bright Local that they release every year, and I always read it. It's very fascinating. This year, when they release it, they talk about how 79% of consumers trust online reviews as much as personal recommendations. Now, personally, I find this crazy. Like, it's true, but it's crazy that you can go online and a complete stranger who may even, who knows anything about this person, but they write something about a business and you're going to believe them just because it's written online. Like that is kind of difficult to deal with as a business owner, right? But it's true. Like people put a lot of faith in online reviews. What is interesting is that if you look at this year over year and compare it to some of the previous studies they've released, it's actually trending down. So less people are trusting online reviews than in comparison to 2014. There was another study done by reviews.com that shared the same thing, where it talks about how 38.5% of people polled trust reviews less than they did 5 years ago. So this is kind of an important trend to keep in mind. Not to say that reviews aren't important, but just the real problem here is that fake reviews are becoming such an issue. So I'm in a lot of Facebook groups. Actually, I like to join groups that are kind of black hat in nature, where they sell reviews and things, just to see what people are doing. It's very fascinating. And I'll see posts like this where people are, selling Yelp reviews, selling Google reviews. And what I'm starting to see is that more and more they're becoming very specific. Like you can buy a review from someone in New York specifically who is only reviewing New York businesses. And this is a problem, like for Google, for Yelp, for any review site. It's becoming harder and harder to detect what's real and what's not. So not really a great trend. Yelp has a page on their site. Again, I analyzed a lot with Yelp here. But what I noticed is that their percentage for how many reviews they have removed because of policy violations actually jumped a point last year. So this is cumulative. This is like over the entire lifetime of Yelp. And for that to jump a point is a lot of reviews. Like, I don't know what the number is, but it's high. So it's interesting to see that their overall percentage of how many reviews they have removed for policy violations has increased. Now, Google talks about how they removed 55 million last year, and you might, clap and say, good job, Google, you're doing a great job. That's a lot of reviews. I can honestly say though, like it's barely scratching the surface. We see a lot of this type of stuff, especially I'm sure Tom would agree with this. Like we see this all the time on the Google My Business forum. Like people are coming in and they're like, how is Google not detecting this? Like this person is using the same username. This isn't even hidden well. Like what is going on here? And what's interesting is a study, which I'd never heard of before, but it was done last year by the FTC. So if you're interested in reviews, you need to check this out and read it. This guy that did this study at the FTC found that at least a quarter of Google reviews for low quality businesses are likely fake. Like that's nuts. That is a lot of fake reviews. And I don't know what Google plans on doing about this. I just know up to this point, whatever they are doing is not sufficient. And in certain industries, fake reviews are not the only problem. We also see a huge trend with fake listings. So this was a screenshot taken recently for garage door repair. I do a search here and you might wonder, okay, what's wrong with these results? The problem is that not a single result that shows up here is a real business. These are what we call lead gen listings. Essentially, you call the phone number. It's a marketing company that sets up the listing and they sell that lead to a real company. And these are, against Google's guidelines. But as we've kind of noticed, Google is not great at enforcing their guidelines. So these exist. And if you are a business that's in the garage door repair industry, this is what you are combating. If you don't report these to Google, you're going to essentially get shoved down by all these fake listings. And Google does report on these as well. According to their study that they release, they're actually removing more listings than they did in 2018. Great. Why does this matter? Well, it matters if you are in an industry that is plagued with this. So here is an example of a client of ours in the drug rehab space. When we first took them on, we were like, holy cow, there's so many fake listings out there. We basically kind of doubled down on reporting them, getting rid of them. And this is what happens. Like they go from having 3 first position rankings to 62 So this can make a huge difference if you are in a space that is impacted by this. Now, if this strategy is new to you, you're not sure what I'm even talking about or how to report a listing, feel free to check out our guide. This is free and it'll kind of detail out how to do that. But the end result here, I've gone over a lot of different things, talked about different strategies. At the end, if you want to know if your strategy is working, you need to also make sure that you are tracking properly. So what we often see is that people will go in and they'll look in, let's say, Google Analytics. So here's an example client of ours. If you look at like their traffic now compared to what it was in 2017, it hasn't really gone up that much. Like, it's like, okay, like 32,000 visitors from Google compared to 34. It's not a huge jump. The problem is this is the wrong thing to track. If you're looking at traffic as the main measure of success, you are looking at the wrong metric. What you really need to be looking at is goal completions. So in Google Analytics, that's what I would call them, or just frankly leads. How many people are calling you? How many people are contacting you? Is that number going up? Because you can get lots of traffic from lots of things that do not make your phone ring. And it's really important to make sure if you're working with an SEO company or if you're doing this yourself, that you are measuring the right thing. Now, Google Analytics, I'll be honest, it's not really set up for beginners. So if you're watching this and you're a business owner and you don't have an SEO company or you're trying to navigate this yourself, I wouldn't suggest starting with Google Analytics. I would suggest starting with Google My Business Insights instead. So Google actually just revamped this entire section, made it even easier and better for people to kind of understand. So inside the Google My Business dashboard, you can see here, there's a new profile report section. And what's cool about this is it focuses really on calls, which is great. That's what they should be focusing on, like views, searches, whatever. It's important, but this is really the end result. So you can actually see, over the last 6 months, if things are going up, how they compare to last year. Like these are metrics that any business owner can look at and make sense from. The only negative here would be that Google My Business is technically only tracking the results from your GMB listing. So not the organic, not any traffic that you're getting from local services ads or Google ads or anything like that. So it's not a catch-all, but it is great if you are starting with a limited budget. And also if you are listening and thinking, how do I keep up with changes? Like I mentioned, there's a lot of them. Feel free to subscribe to our newsletter. It's completely free, but we do a really good job at trying to make sure we notify people when there are new changes that Google is doing that business owners should be aware of. If email is not your thing, here are just a few other ways that you can get in touch with me and reach out if you have questions that we don't have time to answer in this chat. All right, Paige, back to you.
Amazing. Wow, Joy, that was so insightful. I think there's loads of questions that we can get through. Guys, keep them coming. I'm going to scroll all the way back to the tippy top of all the questions we've had. So I'm going to start with one for Claire, actually. So Joy, you can have a drink and relax for a minute. Claire, what is the real value of posts on Google My Business?
Oh, hello. Lots of people talk about posts, are they worthwhile? Is it worth me spending my time? And it's like Joy says, Google posts are going to potentially be important for conversion once people see your listing. So I personally have used them for a range of businesses and had really good value out of them. And I've added UTM tracking to those posts, so I know which posts provide value. Also, and again, depending, it's very niche, it's very vertical dependent, but thinking about who sees the posts and where they are in their buying journey. I think one of the problems is people thinking that GMB post is like a social media post, but it's actually very different. So you've got someone that is potentially very, very high up in the funnel. They're not brand aware. They might be looking for you if it's been triggered by a brand name search. But you need to be thinking about, what type of content is important to someone that is going to be at this place in the funnel. And those types of things are often offers. What are you offering to a potential customer that's going to be valuable for them? So the types of posts I've seen that convert really well is stuff like offers, buy one, get one free, a free 15-minute consult, free downloadable resource. So anything that you've got is sort of that's added value, then those are the types of things that I would test as Google posts. So maybe add 2 or 3 and see, which one is, driving traffic to the website and driving those actions. That's what I would say.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like, really good feedback for everybody on the line. Tom, one for you. Your specialty is in local service ads. How does this play a role in this local landscape?
Well, it's been impacting businesses more and more over the past few years. It's for some, it's pretty new to them because it's just recently rolled out in the past few months, and some categories in legal and real estate. But it's something Google's been working on for several years, and in some home services categories, it's been around for 4+ years, and they show at the top of the results. So whether you're on desktop or mobile, they're very prominent placement. And as Joy's slide showed with the one showing what GMB Insights can measure, there's a lot of other things on the page, of course, that aren't being taken into account, especially when you have the additional unit of the local services ads at the top. So I've been, when I first started following it, there wasn't a lot of information out there about it. So I knew it was going to impact a lot of our clients, and I figured it was something that would likely continue to expand. It was kind of slow at first, but Google has been rolling it out a lot more recently into more countries. So it's something I think people need to be mindful of as a business owner and as an agency. I've definitely seen times when agencies kind of ignore it, or because maybe they're not very familiar with it, or tell a business that, you don't want those leads, which is definitely not the case. You need to try it out. You need to become familiar with it because it is clearly going to impact your results in local, because it is very prominent. If it's showing for searches that you want to be there for, your business services, your products, it's going to be right at the top. So you need to be aware of what it is and what you can do to give it a try.
Fab, amazing. So the next question is from Jersey Family Fun. I love the names we get on this chat. That's pretty neat. How do we go about getting that identification as a woman-owned business? I also thought that was super cool. Didn't know that was a thing.
So inside the Google My Business dashboard, there's tabs you'll see on the left. You basically want the info tab. The info tab is the one that you need to pay attention to because Google always comes out with new stuff. There's no alert. There's no hey, we have a new attribute that you can add. They don't notify you. So you kind of just have to go in there and hit all the edit fields on all the various things. Sometimes they're called highlights. Sometimes they're called attributes. There's a bunch of different words Google uses, which kind of makes it confusing. But in there, you should see one for woman-led that you can check off. And there's one for veteran-led and Black-owned. They're all in the same space.
Fab. And do you know if that's international or US only?
Some of them are US only. I believe the Black-owned is US only. I think woman-led is, I believe, global. Claire's nodding.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely in the UK. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Claire. Awesome. So the next question is from Nigel Farron. Why doesn't Google have a business category for B2B marketplaces? Who wants to take that one? I don't mind.
Well, there's a lot of things they don't have categories for, which is why I kind of completely, they update them so often, right? Because they're constantly adding new ones. But if there's a category that you feel like Google needs to have, you can go to the Google My Business form and request it. Just be really clear in your request why it matters. I had somebody do this for, I think it was dental implants, and they were pointing out why the current category didn't make any sense because they're different professions. But they gave all these examples of the professional field and how they're different, and it really helped. And that one got pushed through faster than any other request I've ever sent through because they provided so much documentation. So the more details you give about your industry, don't assume Google knows how your industry works.
Yeah, and I find the Google My Business emails are actually really helpful. There are human beings that you can talk to, which is such a rarity. Our next question is from Joey Michael Domingo. Do you recommend reporting other Google Map listings that seem to have duplicates? I've seen a few that look like they were made on purpose to fill the search results.
I feel like
Tom, Claire, either of you guys want that one?
Well, I'd say yeah. Well, yes. If it's if it's a fake listing that's been is there to manipulate the search results, it's going to benefit your client to have that listing removed, one would imagine.
Sometimes there are some ancient sourced listings that, have come from, that might look spammy, but are actually just have been there a long time from some source that Google scraped and created a listing for, that may not have much information. It may be a real company, but maybe it's not their location. And they may not have been responsible for it or anyone else. But you see things like that where, okay, this is not where they are. They're not at this address. Maybe this was an old, it's definitely good to report those things. And and if you see ones where, okay, this is not a real business, you definitely want to report that and get it out of the way.
Nice. Lovely. Okay, so next question is from Mums LA. Is there a way to schedule posts on our Google My Business page? Claire, I think you've got this one.
I like to, the other tools are available. I think you have to say that, don't you? I like to use Postomatic, which is a Google Sheet. It's free, and that's why I like to use it, because free stuff's cool if you're a small business. But there are
Postomatic, is that right?
Postomatic, yeah. So if you just Google that, it will come up, and it's an add-on in Google Sheets. But I am sure that Tom and Joy will have information about maybe third-party. But I know that Fan Booster and I think it's Publer are another two services. But Joy and Tom, do you know any paid-for services?
Yeah, we use DBA platform. It is paid for, but it's fairly inexpensive.
Nice. Wonderful. Okay, next question then is from Jay Chavez. Is it Google My Business where you would put a unique physical address of your locations worldwide, i.e. location in Barcelona, Spain versus location in Paris, France? Yes, you would put your physical locations in there, wouldn't you? Cool. And we don't need to go into more detail. Yes, you would do that. Cool. Next question. Andy Gray. When you talked about links, do you mean links to Google My Business or links to your main website?
Definitely links to your website. So we actually did a test on this. It's on the Sterling Sky blog about linking to your Google My Business listing. So we did see that it has a slight impact on ranking, but it diminishes over time. So doesn't stick. Linking to your website won't just help you in the local pack. It'll help you organically as well. It always is better to link to your website.
Perfect. Wonderful. Then the next one we have is from Joanne Snip. Could you please explain a little bit more about cornerstone content?
So I think maybe they're referring to silos, but essentially when we take a client site, the way that we want to have it set up is so that the main navigation menu only lists the pages that are really important. A lot of times we'll see people and you click on the menu and you have a drop down with 50 pages. It's ridiculous. So it's bad for UI. It's bad for people interacting with it, but it's also bad for SEO because you're essentially telling Google everything's important, therefore nothing's important. So usually what we end up doing is sculpting that, making sure that it's only the important pages, and then making sure that you're clear with internal linking, which pages matter and which pages are connected. But a lot of times we will do that example I shared where we look to see if the page is ranking or getting any traffic. And if it's not, we want to get rid of it and redirect it to a page that is.
Wonderful. And that was a really powerful case study that you gave, which kind of leads on to Evan Clark's question about how can a company determine if they should delete and redirect these local office pages?
Yeah, so the questions you want to ask is it ranking? Is it getting traffic? Those two questions, depending on the answer to those. Sometimes we'll see a page that's sort of ranking, but not really, but it's ranking for a few different queries that are different, but similar to another page. So we'll add the content to the other page and then consolidate them. But it really depends on how those two questions get answered.
Yeah. And I guess just for me, not one of the questions from the panel, but do you see a common theme? Is it always multiple cities is too many, or people getting too granular with their locations?
Yeah, I think a lot of times we just see people just have this idea in their head that they should be blogging regularly. So they just write over and over about the same topic. And for example, I had a car accident lawyer, personal injury lawyer who was writing about accidents that happened in the area. And you get a bit of traffic from it, but then you look over 2 years, that page is not getting traffic anymore. So we are doing massive amounts of deleting of those types of pages.
I think that's my favorite thing to do in SEO is to consolidate a website. You're don't need that, cut it away. We're all good. Awesome. Next question then is from Mark Hyde. So you got rid of a ton of pages to improve rankings, but do you view posts as different pieces than pages? For example, when you use WordPress, you have pages and post options.
Mm-hmm. So we usually use pages, but I would say posts are good. Like Sterling Sky is an example of a company that like we have a blog and it's super relevant because the stuff that we post in the blog is timely. You know, maybe something I wrote 6 years ago doesn't apply anymore. So it's important if you have a business like that has timely updates, like maybe an immigration lawyer where things are changing and new policies are coming in and all that stuff, you might want a blog. But for most business types, the blog structure makes no sense at all because the articles have nothing to do with like timeliness.
Yeah. Tom, Claire, do you guys ever use posts?
Yeah, I think one of the things is when you're working with a business on their content strategy is understanding what would become a post and what would become a page. So working with them to understand, you know, if you are creating a blog, what is the type of content that would benefit from being time date stamped? So that might be to do with events, newsworthy, you know, little news snippets. So it's like, you know, Joy said, it's understanding the timeliness value of that. And sometimes with a blog, it could be something that's very time date stamped. But then when you update it, you might then choose to link to your newer content if that's a blog post as well. So yeah, it's understanding, you know, is this time date stamped or is this something that needs to be evergreen?
Yes, 100%. And I guess the clear thing here is we're not talking about Google My Business posts anymore. We're talking about blog posts because in SEO, we don't have enough words for things. So just everything's the same. Tom, have you got any posts, either Google My Business or blogs experience?
Yeah, I think just in general with content, you know, you want to make sure it's, you want content that has some value, that's providing something instead of just having content because you think you need to add content. Because a lot of content that can be added is not very well focused, whether it's a page or a post. So if it's a post, you know, you want to be answering questions that people have relating to your services or products, something that's going to provide value to someone that's searching for what you have to offer. And for pages, I think it needs that focus too. And like what Joy said on all the city pages, what I see a lot is just kind of a lack of focus of, it's like people, it seems like they're making pages for cities. It's like you're not trying to rank for the city, right? It's this page doesn't need to be about the history of the city. Like it needs to be relating to what you do. So when evaluating these pages too, like Joy said, you need to look at how it's performing. You need to look at analytics. You need to look to see if it's ranking for anything. You need to look at Search Console. You need to try to find out, is there value there? Because there might be where it's not generating much of traffic or maybe not any, but it could potentially be close there. So there might be some pages where you can say, okay, this is not doing a whole lot, but it doesn't have that focus. Let's rework it. Let's see if we can get a focus on it and actually target these things better because it's got a fighting chance maybe. And other pages, you can probably tell that, okay, yeah, there's really nothing here. There's no value here. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if there's one thing that anybody takes away from this webinar, make sure you've got a Search Console. It's a hugely powerful tool and can tell you so much. Like go away and just install it now. This is recorded. You can watch it later. Just go and do that now. Our next question is from Christine Ferguson. I know it's possible to have reviews removed if they break TOS. In your experience, is Google helpful with removing reviews from review attacks?
Tom, you have to take this one.
Yeah, it depends on the situation. Unfortunately, you know, if you're getting a few random 1-star ratings, Google's not going to be much help there unless there's a very clear pattern profile with the user, and a lot of times there isn't. Now, in some of the examples like Joy showed where it's a major newsworthy issue, and there's a lot of people clearly just writing fake, writing reviews because they're upset about something the company did or some employee did in the news, then they're going to be responsive to those situations. But unfortunately for a typical business owner in a situation where they feel like someone just randomly left me 1-star review, they either said nothing or, they just said a couple words. I can't identify who they are. So you feel like, this isn't fair. Someone just came and left me a review for no reason. No idea who they are. And most of the time, Google's not going to be able to help you with that, because they're just not going to be able to. They're not going to send some team in to try to investigate. Okay, did these guys actually? Did this person actually use your business or not? So unfortunately, you're kind of on the short end of the stick there as a business owner.
Yeah, and I think you've got to assume that your customers are going to look at that 1 star with no comment and just take it with a pinch of salt, right?
Yeah, totally. And, and how you respond to reviews is important too. So people are going to look at when that happens, because they're going to see a 1-star review, and they will be interested to see how you respond to it, if you did respond to it and what you said. So you do need to be mindful of that.
Fab. Okay, cool. Next question is from Paul Isaacson. What is a must-have in Google My Business for a business in the service industry, brackets computer repair? MatPack is being hindered by our business because we offer on-site services and drop-off service.
I mean, I would say fill in everything, because you never know when Google's going to use it. So I remember when the services section first came out, it wasn't anywhere. So it was kind of like, should I even bother filling this out? But now they're actually starting to highlight little snippets from your services right in the 3-pack. So I would say fill out everything. It doesn't take much time, to fill in the info tab, check that stuff out. We're talking like one-time tasks that are fairly easy to do. So I would fill in it all. And really track the category changes is the main thing that's going to update that you need to kind of keep in mind. But other than that, everything should be pretty fast and easy to do.
Fab. Lovely. Next question is from Branford Shoreline. Optimizing Google My Business post pictures and photos. This doesn't help ranking at all, ? Or is it just a large ranking factor compared to the top 4 that you detailed?
I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on this one too, but yeah, photos are something that I feel like people think that adding 50 photos of the same thing is somehow going to help them. Photos are important for some types of businesses. So for example, if you're a jeweler, what will actually happen is if you have like a picture of an engagement ring, somebody searching engagement rings will see that picture. And then if you have a picture of a necklace, somebody searching for necklaces, Google will actually show the necklace picture. So it is important to have various photos of the different services you offer, because that will help your click-through rate, and click-through rate is a ranking factor for sure. So that's important. What I see though is like plumbers, uploading 60 photos of a pipe. Like, no, that is a waste of time. So it really depends on your industry. And most of the businesses I see wasting time on this are in the service side that have kind of boring, they don't have products, so they have more boring photos.
Yeah, so images that are going to help that either that click through or that conversion. It's going to show why people should come to you as a business. Okay, cool. Nice. Cool. Elizabeth, Tom, do you have any recommendations on pitching local service ads for clients who are wary of paying per lead, especially in a competitive industries like personal injury law?
Yeah, well, I mean, in my opinion, you got to give it a try. I've definitely seen a large amount of people, businesses in targeting personal injury lawyer. Probably some of the most I've seen when you actually click through to view, the full list of businesses in the local services ad unit. So there's a lot in there, but granted, it's very difficult. It can be very difficult for the onboarding process, getting in, just doing the background checks and everything. But once you're in, all you're doing is paying for the lead. So there's not a cost to get through the onboarding process. And you got to give it a shot and evaluate it. You've got, in the US anyway, recorded phone calls. So, you have a good chance of evaluating the lead, determining was this worthwhile or not. And you're likely going to see pretty much all or most of your competitors are doing it. So I really think it should be an easy sell to at least give it a shot. If you don't like it, you can stop doing it. You're not committed to spending a certain amount of money or running it for a certain amount of time.
Nice, good. We've got one from Kate, the admin, in here. We're not sure if we're going to be able to answer this, from West Mitsubishi. We're having a problem getting Google to recognize our YouTube channel in the Google My Business results. It instead lists videos from our Facebook page. Any suggestions? I'm going to take that as a no. Claire, can you do videos with posts?
Are they thinking that it's Have they got a knowledge panel rather than a business profile? And
Potentially.
yeah. So
yeah.
I
think you guys need to stick around for the next.
I would look at your entity and work out where it's pulling that information from.
Yeah, the next talk we have with Jason about your brand SERP might cover your question. So hold on to your hats, West Mitsubishi. We might get to that. Cool. Okay, next question then. AG, are the Google My Business categories in order? Meaning, do you need to list the top service you offer first? I'm asking for an HVAC, plumbing, elect company that does it all equally.
So whatever you select as the primary, the first one, it holds more ranking weight than all the others. But the other ones, the order doesn't matter. So you can have them listed whatever, but the primary category definitely holds more weight.
What do you know what you would recommend for that kind of service?
Yeah, this is the conversation we have. We work with a big HVAC chain in Canada, and this is the conversation we have with them regularly because they're like, well, we want plumbing and we want heating and we want AC. And I'm like, I get that. I'm like, but you do have to pick one that you want more. And then it's a struggle. Like, honestly, I don't think Google has a very good way of dealing with this problem.
Yeah, maybe this is one where we need to petition Google to add like a better top level category. As a community, we'll all just heckle them. Fab. Okay, we've got another one from Jersey Family Fun. I own a work from home business, so while I serve all of New Jersey, I prefer not to list my home address. What's the best way to handle this in regards to our Google homepage and local SEO? Do you need local?
I can take that. I didn't want to keep talking, but Claire, do you want to answer this one?
No, just go for it.
So you can clear your address inside Google My Business. So there's a little clear address field. It'll make it so that users can't publicly see your home address. Your ranking, however, will still be based on that. So you're not going to rank all over New Jersey. You're going to rank close to where your home is.
Have you ever done anything with like a PO address? Like if you've got a business.
You're not allowed to use those.
It's not a big
good way to get your listing suspended.
Oh, hey.
I wouldn't do that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, guys, no one do that. That was a terrible idea. Claire, did you have anything to add?
About which bit? No, Joy said it. So yeah, set up as a service area business, and obviously it will be based on their home address. So hopefully they're somewhere very populous in New Jersey with lots of searches for what they offer.
Fair enough. Brilliant. Thank you, guys. I've got one more. So from our company, how do you handle different business lines within a business, e.g. a multi-specialty medical practice that has departments of pediatrics, dermatology, internal medicine, and OBGYN, etc.? They're really testing me with these questions today.
That's a good one. That was an interesting one. So you definitely want to make use of practitioner listings in that case. So if you've got 12 doctors and they all do different things, you can set up a listing for each doctor, and then you can really maximize your exposure by using the specific categories that apply to that doctor. So pediatrics, that's one of the categories Google just released a bunch of categories for yesterday, or that I tweeted about yesterday. So they added like all these like pediatric this, pediatric that, like type of category. So definitely practitioner listings are a way to do that. And you can highlight your doctors because you're technically only allowed one listing for the actual practice. Unless you, like hospitals, for example, be a bit different. You could technically have like a different listing for the ER than the main hospital. So if you have departments, that's another option. So auto dealers have that a lot. They'll have services, service parts, and like then the main dealer, and you can have them nested. Target would be another example of like a retail store that has departments listed on their listing.
Amazing. Okay, cool. We've got about 5 minutes left of the Q&A panel. Were there anything that you guys felt like you really wanted to address that you want the viewers to really take away? Go, Claire.
I just thought, just because of my obsession with Google Posts, and I'm really sorry that I'm so boring. But one of the things that I forgot to mention when we were talking about them as a conversion factor is this idea of post content being pulled in as justifications in the local finder. So Joel Headley, was it Joel Headley that coined the term justifications? So I love that. So if you think about the words that we use and the words that people use in reviews. So Google Posts will also populate or potentially populate a justification that will get pulled into the local finder. So that's another thing to think about when you're writing your posts. And I do recommend that people, rather than, oh, I need to do a post and having some sort of ad hoc chuck one in, actually have a strategy. So you're thinking, what are my primary services and how do I make sure that I have a corpus of posts that reflects what it is that I do? So if people are searching for whitewater rafting, where do they do whitewater rafting? Colorado? Anyone? Yeah, so if you offer that, then make sure that you've got posts about that, because potentially that could be pulled into the local finder. So I think it's that's another thing to think about. Told you.
It's not boring, it's effective. That's the important thing. We want to give people on this call, on this webinar, the tools to do better at what they do. How about you, Tom? Anything you really, really want people to take away?
Yeah, I mean, just going back to local services ads, another reason I would say you need to try is because I keep seeing, of course, you know, I'm looking at this a lot, so this is my angle, but I keep seeing more connections between LSA, local services ads, and Google My Business. So I think down the road, we're going to see more integration. You may have heard about the test they're doing with the Google My Business upgrade, which is a very small limited test, but some businesses are able to do this where they're paying $50 a month to have the badge showing on the Google My Business listing. There's already a connection too with the reviews. And I just started seeing a new style of results in the local finder on mobile, where clicking on a result has a different style and look to it. One thing interesting, Claire's posts are not there. And the about section's not there. And it has an LSA feel to it and even has a specific URL for these views that's under google.com/local services. So I feel like, I don't know exactly what it will be, but I think there's going to be more of a connection between these products, potentially for, you know, not all businesses and not all views, but certain categories like home services, but also lawyers. So I think it's something where, you know, you want to be familiar with it because you may be forced to in the future. So the earlier you get involved with it and understand it, I think it will be beneficial to you in the long run.
Fab. I think we've got time for a couple more questions. Guys in the chats, if you can tag my name or use a Q, it just helps me find them easier. Make my life easier. So we've got one from Gavin's Piano and Violin. Should we create a company-wide page in addition to our local pages? For example, people in Seattle searching for our business, our Chicago page will pop up because it has more reviews.
Generally, I would say no. Like you can have we have some clients that have this, they didn't do it, but Google created one based on like a Wikipedia entry that they have for their business, and they've got locations all over the place. So if you look at like a company like McDonald's, for example, when you Google McDonald's, you'll often get the McDonald's knowledge panel for the entire company, which is not a local page. And then you will get, you know, the various locations near you. So I'd say probably in most cases, I wouldn't suggest doing that. Just know that if the person searching is not local, Google sometimes won't even show local results anyways. So it's kind of hard to control that. You know, getting into Wikipedia would be a good way to accomplish that if you were looking for one for the brand.
Fab. I've just had 4 now tag me, so I'm going to get through these really quickly. So Paul Isaacson has asked, does it affect Google My Business if you list services but don't put prices? For example, if we get calls all the time asking for iPhone screen repair, but prices vary on model.
Like, are they saying, does it matter your ranking or?
No, yeah. You wouldn't need to putting prices on there wouldn't impact that.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to put price on that because of that variation, then yeah, I wouldn't.
Good. And I think I've got time for one more just to squeeze in. Let's go with Marion Trent. What if you own several businesses with the same address? Is there a workaround? PO boxes obviously are out of the question. Yes, they are.
Yeah. If it's a home-based business, no, you're probably not going to be able to get them all verified. Usually the first one will go live, the second one will get flagged, and Google's very reluctant to publish multiple listings using the same home address. If you have a business partner, you could use their home address. That's one angle. But other than that, renting a small office space would be my next recommendation.
Wonderful. Thank you, guys. Where can all the people find you after this panel? On Twitter?
I'm Claire Carlisle on Twitter.
Perfect. Tom?
Yep.
Tom Waddington 8 on Twitter.
Oh, 8. Nice. And Joy, I think yours was in earlier, but what was it again?
On Twitter, it's Joy-Ann Hawkins.
Perfect. So apologies if we didn't get around to your questions. You can now just bother these guys on Twitter. But yeah, so that wraps up our first session of the local mega webinar. I'm so happy to have done that with you guys. Please, everybody do stick around. We have loads more webinars to come. They're super exciting. This session is recorded and all the sessions are recorded. So stick around or watch it later at your leisure. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. I think we should have some new people joining us in a moment. Here we go.
Thanks.
Hello, hello.
Hello, goodbye, as the Beatles said.
Hello. Hello, goodbye. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Paige.
Hey, Paige. Hey, Maria. Hey, Rick. Lovely to see you all.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Lovely to see you.
Really good to see you. So I'll just do a little bit of an intro. So definitely one of my favorite people in SEO, the lovely Jason Barnard. And that's not just because you sent me a lead earlier. He's now going to join us for a talk on Google is your homepage, learn how to optimize it. I think we've already got some people interested in elements that weren't Google My Business where you're going to be able to help out here. So I'm super excited for that. But if any of these talks are going to run over, it's definitely going to be Jason. So I'm going to be ruling with an iron fist. Get your Q&As in early as we're going through. I like to scroll right to the top and go from the start. But for anyone joining us right now, we're about to start talk number 2. There are 5 amazing talks coming up, so please do stick around. Ask any questions in the chat and tweet using the hashtag 5hoursoflocalseo. Now, Maria, if you could introduce yourself, followed by Rick, and then followed by Jason, who'll just jump straight into his deck.
Oh, goodness. I have to start first. I always hate that. So my name's Maria Grimm. I'm a digital marketing strategist with Grimm Collective, which is a consulting firm, and then also one of the co-founders of Relly, which is a marketing subscription service for small businesses, startups, and nonprofits. So over to you, Rick.
Great, thanks. Hey, I'm Rick Rodriguez. I'm search director at Vashi Refined Jewelry Company. And I absolutely love this whole idea that Google is YouTube as well, frankly, but Google is your homepage. I think it's just such an interesting topic. So can't wait to see what Jason's going to talk about, which leads me nicely over to you, Jason.
Oh, thank you very much, Rick. I think you actually probably know most of what I'm going to say because we've talked so often about it, because I go on and on and on and on about it to the point of boredom for everybody else. And I'm surprisingly surprised that I'm not bored of it after 7 years. And that's the interesting thing, is the idea of what appears when somebody searches your brand name. It's your audience who's searching a brand name by definition. And I think people forget that. Anybody searching a brand name is by definition your audience and is by definition bottom or post funnel. So at that point, you think, okay, incredibly important, interesting for about 5 minutes. I've been doing this for 7 years and I still haven't lost interest in it. So if that gives you hope or it gives you fear, that's up to you. It gives me hope and it makes me feel terribly, terribly, terribly happy. Now, today I'm going to talk about Google is your homepage, learn how to optimize it. Mike Blumenthal's been talking about Google is your homepage for years. I tend to say Google is your business card, excuse me, but Google is your business card in a very kind of generic sense, as a person or as an international business or a national business. As a local business, it really is your homepage. Mike is right. And to start with, I'm going to do this delightful trick, is present myself through my own brand SERP. What is a brand SERP? It's what your audience sees when they Google your brand name. I'm the brand SERP guy, and this is my brand SERP, and I have Shaun the Sheep in my Twitter boxes. That's by design, basically because I can tweet whatever I want and it would appear within 15 seconds in that little box, and I like Shaun the Sheep. I'm also the knowledge panel guy. not necessarily applicable to local search, but as we just saw with Joy, it is actually part of local search now. Mike Blumenthal is talking about how Google is bringing together Google My Business and the knowledge panel, the knowledge graph, and making one single entity. And I think we all need to start paying attention to it because it's going to be big news tomorrow. I've got 2 decades in digital. I used to be a blue dog. I'm there on the left. If you're colorblind and you don't recognize dogs, the yellow koala on the right-hand side is my ex-wife, and we created this cartoon and we built it up to be one of the 10,000 biggest sites in the world in terms of visits. And it was wonderful and it was fun, and that's what got me into SEO. I now have a groovy podcast. I did an episode, earlier on with Bill Slawski, which was absolutely delightful, intelligent, interesting, and fun. I'm a speaker and a host. As you can see, I am speaking, but Paige is hosting, so that doesn't quite work in this context. And I'm an author on search engine journals. SEMrush, just written a new article about knowledge panels. If anyone wants to read that, it's actually really interesting. I spent all my Sunday writing it, and I think it's quite good. But you can slam me on Twitter if it isn't. And I'm a tutor and coach, and I tutor and coach brand SERPs because I'm the brand SERP guy. Genius. Right, the plan for today, and it's going to be half an hour. Your brand SERP is your business guy. Oh, excuse me, it's not, it's your homepage because we're in local search. Rick's taking a photo of the screen, or he's taking a photo of himself to post on Selfie World, whatever that is, as a social media platform. You need to take control of your brand SERP because it is your homepage. A lot of people will not come to your site. You rely on Google to project the information about you and your brand and your offers, how good you are, and how much they want to buy or do business with you. It's proactive ORM, and I think people miss this an incredible amount. They think, oh, I've got a problem, I need to sort it out. But actually, if you start now, before you have a reputation, ORM is online reputation management, before you have a problem, it's a really good deal because it helps you to deal with any problems that might appear. And it also improves your EAT. People like Lily Ray and Maria Haynes will absolutely love this because the whole idea of a brand SERP is Google will show what is most relevant, valuable, and pertinent to your audience. And that means that it considers you to be expert, authoritative, and trustworthy within your industry if it's showing great stuff. And if it's showing bad stuff, obviously it thinks you're not so trustworthy, not so authoritative, not so expert. 3 steps to improve your brand SERP, and your brand SERP reflects your EAT, and I love that idea, and I think it's incredibly important, and we're going to talk about it more and more as the years go by. And then we're going to tell you how to create your prioritized task list. I can't talk anymore. But before we start, what do I mean by brand SERP? It's the exact match brand SERP, and I would be terribly, terribly happy if people didn't say to me, oh, that's branded search. It's not brand plus review. It's not brand plus product. It's not brand plus name of person. It's your exact match brand SERP, because that is what Google thinks the world thinks about you. That is what Google is representing your brand to your audience. And that is incredibly important. So we don't want any fluff. We don't want any noise. We want your exact match brand SERP. So there are all sorts of anatomies. Now, I did some research for this and I love it. The Oxford Cheese Company, I've got no idea why they keep popping up in all the studies I do. But, you know, that's okay. It's good. That's fine. And then you've got something like this, which is Citizen M. They've got multiple hotels. I think Rick and I did an interview in Citizen M in London. They have multiple places, so they get that map pack instead of the Google Maps on the right-hand side. And this is CaliCube. And as you can see, CaliCube is slightly richer than the other ones because I actually paid attention to my Google My Business panel, but I've also got lots of videos. So local brand SERPs can be very rich with those knowledge panels, with people also ask, with Twitter boxes and all this kind of thing. It's not because you're local that you don't deserve, in inverted commas, those rich elements like video boxes, like image boxes, like Twitter boxes, and like people also ask, because Google is only looking to show your users your audience, what is valuable, relevant, and interesting to them. And because I make a lot of videos, videos are interesting to my audience, be I a local business or not. And it's your homepage. A lot of people don't even get to your website. I'm not saying don't have a website, because you do need a website. That website is your entity home. It's where Google recognizes that your company lives on the internet. But because a lot of people never get there, you really want to take care of what Google is showing your audience, which is a subset of its users. And I think we tend to forget that Google's users, this is massive billions of people. Your audience is simply a subset of that. And Google is showing to your audience, who is a subset of their users, what it thinks the world thinks about you. And it needs to be accurate, positive, convincing. I'm sorry, I'm punching the keyboard with great enthusiasm, and I'm sure you can hear it in the microphone, so I will now calm down. And it needs to explain who you are, what you do, and where to find you. And as you can see on this brand SERP, which is Kalicube, local business, we could argue it's an international SaaS company, which would be really cool, but this is a local result. And it does reflect accurately, positively, and it is convincing. Those video boxes make all the difference in the world. And those products that I posted myself make all the difference in the world. And that red shirt just keeps coming up. And it shows who Kalicube is, what Kalicube does, and where you can find Kalicube. And it sounds so simple, but you would be incredibly surprised at how many local brand SERPs and brand SERPs in general aren't accurate, aren't positive, aren't convincing, don't show who you are, don't show what you do, and don't show where to find you. Now, I mentioned earlier on proactive ORM, and it does improve your EAT. Obviously, we can't measure expertise, authority, and trust, but it's pretty obvious when you look at a brand SERP. When you search an exact match brand name, it's pretty obvious if that brand is expert, authoritative, and trustworthy in Google's eyes, which is the important point within the context of Google search. This is a great brand SERP, and of course it's my brand SERP because I've been working on it for years and years and years. The green stuff is direct control, the blue stuff is indirect control. That's fine. Some things you cannot control, but you really want to control, because if you can control, you can make it positive, accurate, and convincing. You can control that quality. You can make sure that it's positive. You can make sure that your audience is convinced by what Google shows them when they search your brand name. So, bit of blue on your brand SERP, absolutely fine. That's third-party corroboration, which actually might be very healthy. If you talk to Joe Alderson, he would suggest that. A bit of third-party corroboration, independent corroboration is always a good thing, but I actually have indirect control over those pages. Now we look at this one, which is my favorite, the Oxford Cheese Company. I live in France, so cheese is obviously very important. And we have the yellow chunks, which are no control, but they remain positive. Now, that lack of control is not necessarily a problem, but it is a danger, as we'll see later on. And here we have, what was it? Oh, Bentley's Oyster Bar and Grill. Now, I can only imagine that they serve oysters that they haven't actually checked beforehand, and lots of people have been terribly ill after eating the oysters, but that's only a guess. And those red chunks are the no control and negative. Those are review sites, and those are terribly, terribly dangerous and terribly, terribly damaging. But what's interesting, if we skip back, in that Google My Business panel, the control of even Oxford Cheese Company is much stronger than the control of Bentley's Oyster Bar and Grill. So even within Google My Business, you do not necessarily control the entire thing, or even semi-control the entire thing. Google My Business can still pull in those third-party results. So it's important to make sure that Google doesn't need to do that, doesn't want to do that, doesn't feel that what you're presenting to it through your Google My Business interface represents your business, and that they need to go and find some third-party information to balance things up. Here I would be betting Google thinks the world's opinion of this company is pretty negative, and it wants to show it both in the left rail and the right rail, as we'll see in a moment. Now, take a look at your local brand SERP. You want this. Ooh, that's me. And there are lots of companies obviously have brilliant local brand SERPs. It's not just me, but that's the example I'm using because obviously I want to promote myself. And you don't want things like this. And this one, although very good, lacks control. You've got the blue and the yellow, and it indicates that at least 50% of that space, you can see the real estate, is not directly controlled. And that represents, as it says in the top right-hand corner, potential danger. Any of these sites, as I say, would flip. They can flip. Somebody can change their review. They can change what they're saying about you because you do not control the site. The semi-controlled things, less likely to flip, but still quite dangerous, just in the sense that, for example, Facebook can change the rules. They can change the way they present. You can get bad reviews. So something like Facebook that you semi-control is good, but it still remains less good than something you fully control, which would be green. And this is obviously absolutely appalling, and they've got a big problem, and you're not going to go and eat there. I definitely wouldn't go and eat there. So how do you improve them? This is the practical part. Quick explanation, right and left rail. I mean, the left rail is traditionally what we've always seen with these blue links. We all know the 10 blue links. It's now become much more rich. It's got these videos. It's got people also ask. It's got Twitter boxes. It's got images. But it remains Google's recommendation of what information it has found on the web you might be interested in, given what you've just typed in. So in this case, it's a brand. So it's saying this is what I would suggest is most appropriate, most relevant, most helpful, most useful for you as the audience of this brand. And on the right-hand side, it's saying this is what I consider to be fact. It's not 100% true, but you can say left-hand side, opinion, right-hand side, fact. And that's incredibly important. So obviously the priority number one is the right rail. We are, as users, as clients of Google, and I do insist on the word clients. Google has clients like we all have clients. Google wants to serve its clients as best it possibly can. Those clients pay Google through their clicks on the advertising, but they remain clients. So it's trying to satisfy, just like you, its clients as effectively and efficiently as possible. So you need to optimize absolutely everything. Obviously, you start with the right-hand rail, going through. We want to go through the 3 steps. I actually think a couple of slides might have disappeared earlier on. Looking at the right-hand side, that's the fact. That's the Google My Business. Obviously, you get a great deal of control. Make the most of it. On the left-hand side, you obviously need to control it indirectly, and this is what this second part of this talk is all about. So there are 3 steps to fill the left rail with love in order of priority. You want to update those you control. Now, it sounds incredibly obvious when I say it, but in my opinion, the ones that seem most obvious are probably the most appropriate and the best advice you get. So don't just think about your own website. You can think about all the relevant pages within that website for the rich site links that we see there on the left-hand side about podcast, copy, Q Pro, client contact. I've actually spent a lot of time optimizing them. And in the traditional SEO world, they would not be SEO pages. But in the Brand SERP homepage world, they are incredibly important. You want to optimize them. You want to make sure that Google wants to show them because it understands that they are useful destinations for your audience. And those rich site links, in this case on mobile, give you a lot of control of a lot of real estate, but also related sites. I mean, I've shown this example because the second site in that list is jasonbarnard.com. Now, as you might have guessed, that's my site. So above the fold on mobile, I've controlled, actually, you look there, the third one is me as well. I hadn't noticed that. I control everything above the fold directly. So I can update that at any time. So my Google homepage is always under my control. Google updates. Google will show more or less what I want it to show. You know, Bob's your uncle. Bingo, I'm doing very well. Then you want to look at improve the ones you semi-control. Now, these are social accounts, company profile, databases. They're things that you can edit, you can change, but you do not control the site at the end of the day. And if we talk about flipping, something like LinkedIn or Twitter or Owlet can change their rules from one day to the next. And although you control the account, you do not control the site. So you want to be a little bit careful about that. Very interesting, very positive. Sorry, just below those that you actually control, second best. Wikidata, you can go and you can edit it, but somebody could delete it. They could change it. They could put lies in there. So it's something that you can semi-control, that you want to optimize, that are great results for that Google homepage, but not as good, obviously, as the ones you do control. And then you want to push up the better results from below. And this is where we get into the ORM, online reputation management sphere. If anything, on that first page, if we think back to our friends at the Oyster Bar, whose name I can't actually know, Bentley Oyster Bar, there are bad results. What can you do? You can push up the content on pages 2 through 5 that you want your audience to see, because Google, remember, just wants to show your audience, which is a subset of its users, results that reflect your brand overall online. And so it's up to you simply to convince Google that the content it's currently showing is not content that reflects and is relevant and is helpful to your audience. So how do you create your prioritized list for pushing this information up? Oh, sorry, I'll go back a step, because that frog on the, by the way, on the side, I actually forgot to mention this, it's called leapfrogging. Don't drown. Please, 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 please don't try and drown content. It's creating spam. You create lots of content. You think, oh, this is going to rank. Nothing will rank unless it's on The Guardian or a New York Times or some big, big, big media site with a lot of power. You can't drown this content. You need to leapfrog it with content that you see and you can prove to Google is more relevant, more helpful, and more authoritative to its users, who are your audience. So how do you create the prioritized list of the results on pages 2 through 5, to push them up? You can basically say, I would like to push this content up. And all I need to do for that is prove to Google that is relevant and helpful and representative of my brand. So you can scrape your brand SERP, incognito, 50 results in your browser. Very boring, takes a lot of time. Click on all the links, collect them all, put them in a Google spreadsheet or a spreadsheet in general. Or you can use SEMrush, add it to your tracked keywords. Now, what I advise all my clients to do is add their brand term to their keyword list, which most brands don't do, because it allows you to keep an eye on what's happening, what's showing on your brand SERP, what's bubbling under the surface, and that's especially interesting for ORM. Or you can use Calicube.pro, which is my platform that I'm currently building. It's in beta. If you want to apply, you'll see how to apply later on, and we do the next steps for you automatically. I built a whole system. I build it at weekends, and it's absolutely brilliant. Sorry, I'm getting a bit overexcited about my own system, but what was interesting is I've been working on my own brand SERP for the last 7 years. And when I built the system that automated what I'd been doing by hand, it threw up, which sounds slightly horrible, but isn't. It threw up 10% of results that I just had not expected. And yet I've been looking at this for 7 years. So it is worth doing it automatically, simply because it's quicker, it's better, and it's more organized and it's prioritized. So if you want to do it by hand, scrape your brand SERP incognito, remove any that are not about you. Google obviously gets it right most of the time, but sometimes it can get it wrong. And sometimes if your brand name is ambiguous, there'll be results in there that are not about you. You want to remove them. I mean, I've used Yellow Door because it's so incredibly ambiguous. Please don't call your company Yellow Door or anything quite that ambiguous, because you end up with these very confused SERPs. Whereas before, if I was selling yellow doors 20 years ago, I would have called my company Yellow Door Company, and I would have been bingo away. It would have been brilliant. But today you want a unique brand name so that there isn't any ambiguity, so that you can start to control that brand SERP, so that those people, your audience, who are bottom of funnel or post funnel, see your Google homepage positive, accurate, and convincing. So back to my story, remove any that are about you, because obviously you can't do anything about them. Or, I mean, maybe you can if you really, really, really want to, but what you can actually do is push the other content up. You want to remove or move any negative results to another list to be left alone. Don't touch them. Don't try to improve those reviews if you don't have to. Because there are probably review sites, page 2, page 3, page 4, that you can potentially push up and above this one. Because if you have a review site with 500 reviews and you have a 1-star overall score, it's going to be pretty much impossible to drown that 1-star overall score, because you would need something like 5,000 or 6,000 reviews to push that up to 4 or 5 stars. Whereas if you've got something with 4 or 5 stars on page 2 that only has 5 reviews, logically easier to push that up, show that it's relevant, make it active, because if you make that bad review site active, Google will think it's relevant because it's recent. So obviously take that with a slight pinch of salt. Every case is different, but as a general rule, I would leave it alone and try to leapfrog it with a better result. Next up, we want to tag the partially controlled pages on pages 2 to 5. Priority 2, we have priority 1, which is the great stuff. Priority 2 is the semi-controlled stuff on pages 2 to 5. The great results on pages 2 to 5 are priority 3, and you'll see why that works in a moment. And then if you've tagged something in steps 4 and 5, you prioritize it as 1. Because anything you partially control or you fully control, that is a great result, is obviously your priority number 1. Makes total sense. Then you get this incredibly delightful list in your Google spreadsheet or your spreadsheet. Oh, I'm selling Google's products, I do apologize. That you can prioritize and you can choose the ones that you work on, and you use traditional SEO tactics to leapfrog the lesser results with your finest. And that can include building links for another site. It can involve contacting that site and asking them to change the meta title, meta description, or the content. It can involve any of the traditional SEO tactics you would use on your own website, but for somebody else, for your own benefit. And the bonus tip, and I love this one, is the rich elements, and it could be a whole talk on its own, as you can see from my text, is that they are absolutely awesome. If you get those rich elements, A, your brand looks much more credible, but B, it takes up a couple of spaces and potentially kills a blue link, which means that instead of having 10 blue links to deal with, you only have 9. And if you get the rich site links, which are very much underestimated, I'm shocked at how underestimated they are, that's another 2 places. So in fact, this SERP, instead of having 10 blue links, only has 7 or 8. So I only need to deal with 7 or 8 blue links. The potential for a bad link, a bad review site to rank there is much, much less. It gives me less work, gives me more control, makes my life more peaceful, and I sleep much, much more soundly. So it's up to you to make it accurate, positive, and convincing, and ensure it communicates who you are, what you do, and where to find you. Don't leave it to Google. Don't think Google understands all of this stuff off the bat. It's up to you to improve that brand SERP, make that left rail really positive, really accurate, really convincing, make sure the entire thing explains who you are, what you do, and where to find you. As a reminder, your brand SERP is your homepage. It's up to you to make it accurate, positive, convincing, and ensure it communicates who you are, what you do, and where to find you. And if you want to track your brand SERP, you come along to CaliCube Pro. We work with WordLift and Authoritas, who both provide API support to CaliCube to track, measure, and to improve your brand SERP. The improved part is all my own advice from these 7 years of studying, and the 70,000 brands we're tracking, 10 million brand SERPs, 15 million lines from the knowledge graph. We've got immense amounts of data, immense amounts of experience. So the tracking and the measuring is CaliCube, WordLift, and Authoritas, and the improving part is all down to me, my experience, and my silly experiments that everybody has probably already heard of. Thank you very much. Google is your homepage. Learn to optimize it. Jason Barnard, the Brand SERP Guy. Back to you, Paige.
Oh, that was a mic drop if ever I heard one. Thank you, Jason. It's always such a pleasure listening to you. You're so passionate about it. I'm going to start with two questions for the panelists, so you can take a breather and have a 5-minute relax. So my first question is for Maria. your expertise is much broader than us SEOs. How would you sell in brand SERP optimization to your clients?
So yeah, this is interesting. I'm going to kind of take it two places. I'm going to go back to the previous webinar where Joy was talking about engagement rings, because just keep it similar so people can understand that strategic part of it. So one of the things that a lot of people often don't think about is their Google My Business listing, which is really important. So when you're talking about optimizing Google, customers trust reviews. About 80% trust reviews as much as they do about personal reviews. So I think really focusing on those reviews on your Google My Business, as well as including images. So when Joy was talking about making sure you have product images in there, if you have special offerings, including that in your Google My Business post, adding those. Some of those things, those are things that you need to collectively do together, not just focus on one, focus on the other. Unfortunately, engagement rings, you're competing probably with a lot of national brands who have a lot of ad dollars. So there's that. But just anything you can do from a controllable environment on Google, I would really focus on that. And then when we talk about the service-based companies who don't necessarily have products that they can post in Google My Business or optimize for necessarily. I really think that, again, talking about reviews, I know we'll talk about this a little bit more and how important they are, but I just can't emphasize that enough. So when somebody is going and searching for, your company, and you're wanting to, they're wanting to buy from a trusted source. So if they're seeing that one company has 150 reviews and then this other company that they're looking at has 0, they're going to probably lean more towards that company that has reviews because they're establishing the relationship. People are buying outcomes. They're not buying products. They're not buying, tangible things. They want a relevant experience. They want to buy what they're, whether it's they want to have a beautiful ring on their finger or whether it's they, want to have a payroll service that they don't have to worry about. They're thinking about the end result. They're not thinking about what we're thinking about, which is getting that product in front. So I think just really focusing on how you can articulate and sell in that result page in a way that shows your customers how you're different, what makes you stand out from that crowded page, and can give them the experience that they're looking for. I think that's just really the most important thing you can focus on, rather than just feeding them with ads. It's giving them a relevant experience and giving them the outcome they're looking for.
Yeah, definitely. And Rick, how does local and brand SERP and reviews even, how does that play a role in what you're doing right now?
So reviews, I love the topic of reviews. Jason and I'm gonna plug this. Jason and I did a whole podcast on reviews a couple of years ago. I think reviews are awesome. So why are reviews awesome? Well, first things first, at the heart of Google sits a brain. It's the knowledge graph. It's the database of information that exists about everything that the search engine knows about the world. And I mean, it knows it in real form. Like, it knows it in the way that we humans do. It connects dots together. Its understanding might be subjective, therefore it takes lots and lots of data and tries to make heads or tail of it, rather than objective. That's the difference between humans and search engines. We can objectively do understanding through intuition. And that data point's really important. And think about it this way. Reviews are a way of capturing lots and lots of data that exist about you, not from you. And as a brand, you may not have every single potential angle that exists around your business covered. And there's a great pattern that was put out. Now, clearly take patterns with a pinch of salt. They may or may not be part of the systems that go into what makes a search engine. But there's a pattern that discussed using review data to expand the information that search engines have on a particular thing. So a great example of this might be that your customers talk about the amazing Wi-Fi that you have in your cafe. You don't mention it anywhere, but if you want to show up for cafe with great Wi-Fi type terms, that's a really great way of people of Google understanding the things that you don't tell them. So I think reviews is a way of adding more information, or a way of search engines picking up on things that you don't explicitly say, can be a great way of doing that. Final point is, Jason uses the word corroborate, and I remember you picked up on that in the podcast. I remember that quite vividly. Corroboration of data signals is a great thing as well. Search engines use subjectivity, like lots and lots of patterns in data, to understand truth. If your reviews are certifying, i.e. corroborating your story, that's a great thing to happen as well. That tells you that gives the requisite data signals to discern truth.
Great answer and great plug as well. I'm going to jump into some of our questions in the Q&A. So we've got a lovely question from Alessia Korobka. Apologies if I just butchered that. But have any of you ever encountered difficulties when you're optimizing for national rankings, but getting a strong local knowledge panel? Have you ever found that local versus national is a difficulty?
It's a phenomenal problem. I mean, the problem is obviously kind of national brands that have this national presence will tend to have a knowledge panel. Then Google needs to decide, depending on where this person is in the country and perhaps what they've been looking for in previous searches, shall I show them the national organization because they're looking to understand better what the parent company is doing, or shall I show them the local result because they're actually trying to get to the offices? And that's ambiguous, and it will always be ambiguous, and it will always be a problem. Now, what we saw during the coronavirus period is that local listings actually didn't disappear, but they were relegated to second place. And what Google would show is on that right-hand side, a knowledge panel and a local listing, or a local listing, then a knowledge panel, or a local listing, and then a see results about. And during the coronavirus, because that local intent had partially disappeared for much of the time or some of the time during lockdown, the knowledge panels tended to dominate. So you have to look at what Dawn Anderson calls the probabilistic side of things. You can't freak out about it because it isn't you who decides what the intent of the user is. It's Google. What you can do is influence the information it has so that it can show the best results for its users. And don't ever forget that it's Google's users, your audience, they're not your users. They're still on Google. They're Google's users. So Google shows them what they want. And one really, just to finish this terrible, long discussion, monologue, a discussion would be that Rick or Maria or Paige would have interrupted me at some point and said something intelligent. But the more confident it is, and that's what Rick was talking about, in the information it has about you, the more it will show that information. So your knowledge panel will tend to dominate with more confidence as long as the person is not incredibly local and obviously looking to find your office or your shop. So that confidence, Rick talked about corroboration. I do love that word because I can't say it and I sound like somebody with that problem with the rubbers, which who's the guy, English
What's
guy?
What's the point you're making, Jason? Where are you getting to?
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting a bit mad. Yeah, okay. But the corroboration brings confidence, and that confidence brings stability.
Don't freak out. Don't freak out. I feel like was the best thing I'm going to take. I think we should all tweet that out. Don't freak out. Google knows. Google will serve the best thing. The next question we've got, I think you kind of covered this already, Jason, from Diana Richardson. What are some of the ways to tackle branded SERP if you or your company have a common name? So you mentioned Yellow Door. I work for Roast. I mean, personally, we lean into Roast agency to try and differentiate. But I don't know if any of you guys have advice on top of that.
So I think this is an interesting topic. I guess what we're talking about is a concept called disambiguation, which is the idea of helping systems or things understand that two things can be the same by name, but very, very different things. A horse can be 3 or 4 different things, from a carpentry horse to an animal to another sister to something that they use in gymnastics.
Yeah, pommel horse.
Exactly, that's the one. I never knew that was called. That every day is a school day. But the point here is, again, it comes down to data signals and connecting like certain scenarios, certain points where certain results are successful. I mean, no, things like click-through rate aren't used in ranking, but they are used to understand whether the result set that is returned is useful to people on a macro level. And there are patterns and documents that describe this. So what we're not saying is if you get tons of bots firing at your site, you're going to be #1 tomorrow. But on a kind of like macro level across all things, there is this understanding. Like Google can start to disambiguate things based on, again, the footprint that exists around it. So firstly, if your website says this is what I do and how I do it, that's great. If it's then picked up by all of the things that goes on around you, from your online presence in local through to your wider presence in media, it could be that you've got positive customer reviews. It could be you've got people talking about you on social. No, social doesn't equal you get to number one, but it does create this positive footprint. The more data you can get to tell your story, the better. And that can help with disambiguation as well.
Yeah, really good, really good. And one piece of advice that they can probably take away is we looked in our search console to see what people were actually calling us to get to us. So that's a really nice step if you're trying to lean into something that's a bit different than Yellow Door or Roast. Our next question is from GJ Brammer. How long does it take to have control of your brand SERP?
Ooh.
Time.
Oh, sorry.
How
Oh, excuse
long,
me.
Jason?
Sorry, Maria. You had something to say.
No, I was just going to say time. I'll let you go. This is the whole the coaching of Google that we talked about. So I'll let you take it on there.
Well, credit where credit's due. I was talking about educating Google, and then Maria rightly pointed out that once you've educated it, you can then start coaching it. And that's key to this question, is if you haven't educated Google to who you are, what you do, who your audience is, you can't even begin to think about coaching it. So, as you say, it's time. And that time depends incredibly on, ambiguity. The more ambiguous, the more time. It also depends on how much mess you've left behind over the last few years. If you've had thunderloads, I don't know if that's a term, of interns who have posted things all over the place that contradict each other, you don't get that corroboration and the consistency that Rick was talking about. You've got a problem, you need to clean it up. You need to clean up your mess. So if you've got a big mess, it's a lot of time. If you're ambiguous, it's a lot of time. If it's unambiguous, local, simple, clear, and you haven't created a big mess, a couple of months, you've got the education done and you can start coaching, at which point I pass over to Maria.
Yeah, I was going to say, talking about that, it's funny because, we actually just launched a brand new company for a client. And one of the typical questions is, when are we going to start showing up in search engines? So, and that's just kind of one of the most common questions. Some of the things that you can do too are submitting your sitemaps as you're cleaning up, using Google Search Console to help with that. So there's those little tactical things. But again, like Jason said, the more messier, the longer, and the better that you are educating it. It will take less time. But that coaching, continually doing those things. Google is a machine, and I like to say, kind of like Jerry Maguire, help Google help you. They're wanting to provide relevant experiences to their customers, and the more that and keeping their customers on their platform. So the more that you can provide that relevant experience to allow Google to give that relevant experience to their customer, I think the more that you will be rewarded, and the more you'll start seeing your brand showing up in the results page. So,
can I just add something really quickly to that? And it's all about data lakes and data rivers, which sounds really boring, but it actually is quite interesting. Is that we've become used to data rivers now. If we remember back 10 years ago, you had the concept is you would update your site and you would wait for the Google dance, and the Google dance would be a month later, 2 months later, and then you would see the results of what you've done. If people weren't in SEO before that, they will never have seen this. So this is kind of a new idea for them, but you need to understand it because it's really important, because those blue links use data rivers, so they will update pretty much immediately. You can expect if you update a page, it will update within a couple of days. If you submit it through Search Console, it can potentially update within a few minutes. But the knowledge panel, Google's understanding of the world and that corroborative information we were talking about earlier on, and its confidence in that understanding is still in the data lake stage, where Google puts all the data in a big lake, and then a big machine comes along and it goes through it and it goes, ooh, eureka, I've understood. And that happens, and I've got on CaliCube knowledge graph sensor, where we actually track when it updates to the day. And it tends to be every 2 or 3 weeks, with sometimes gaps of up to 3 months, which we recently had. So you have to be patient. So you're placing this information, you're informing Google, you're educating Google, but you need to be patient, and you don't expect it to understand from one day to the next. It will tend to understand in chunks every 2 to 3 weeks. It will improve that understanding. So be patient. You need to do the work. You need to clean it up, and you need to be patient because we're working with data lakes and not data rivers in this specific instance.
Nice. I think that's a really nice metaphor for how you're dealing with those different SEO things. I think that leads quite nicely on to the next question. When you're talking about Calicube, Usama Nasia asks, what are the best local SEO tools that you would recommend?
I have no idea. Can I leave that to Maria or Rick? Because I don't use local SEO tools.
You're not going to plug your
own? You should plug your own, Jason.
Oh right, no, sorry. Excuse me. Oh, that was that you were handing it to me on a plate. Oh, Calicube. Calicube is brilliant. In fact, actually, now you mention it, last weekend I changed it. It used to be this international tool where we would track across Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, Canada, UK, and US, basically thinking that covers the world. And then I suddenly realized that nobody except Microsoft and Disney and Google themselves, IBM, actually care about all these different countries. I'm working with Yoast on their Brand SERP and their knowledge graph presence, and they care because they're an international company. But 99% of companies care about a country or a town. And so we actually, with Authoritas, just built the system to nail into towns. So we can now track any town, any country. Well, that's obviously an exaggeration. I rely on Authoritas for the data. But we've nailed it down, and you can actually track very locally using Calicube. And I'm incredibly excited because the results have completely changed. And it's so much more useful than it was 2 weeks ago. And that was my Sunday afternoon coding last week.
Lovely. Yeah. Maria, did you have some tools?
I did. Well, it's a free tool, and a lot of people know about, but Trends. You know, one of the things that is real interesting with Google Trends is that you can narrow down the search through the city that you're in. And another interesting thing is, if you're trying, so you want to optimize for your brand, but what else does your brand sell? So say if you sell home security versus home alarm, or, but people are searching for home alarms in your city, then you want to optimize for home alarms, not home security. So Google Trends is a really great free tool just to kind of see how people search and what you want to optimize for in that local community. And if you have, if you're a bigger national brand and maybe people are searching something very differently on the East Coast than they are on the West Coast, you could optimize, your different Google My Business listings to help with some of those trends that we're seeing. But it's a free tool, one that I recommend absolutely if you're wanting to kind of understand the end user in your community. So, and it sounds like Rick agrees. So,
yeah. I've also I don't know if Anton Schulke is on the line, but Anton is also WhatsApping me telling me that I need to get a better camera. So shout out to Anton as well. So my phone is lighting up like every second. But I will, Anton. I promise next time.
And also SEMrush. Let's.
Yeah, SEMrush.
Oh, yes.
That's my suggestion. Yeah, SEMrush.
Thanks, Anton. Fantastic. Next question is from Covington Travel. This may be elementary, but how do you get your Google business profile to show up at the in that right-hand rail? How do you get it there?
Oh, well, I can answer to a certain extent. Once again, we come back to the intent. Google decides what the intent is. I'm terribly intrigued by the idea that do we really need to worry about intent? If we serve that intent, it's Google's problem to decide what the intent is, not ours. Obviously, we can work towards convincing Google that we serve the intent. But at the end of the day, intent is more Google's problem than it is ours. And that, somebody uses Calicube. I'm getting confused. Excuse me.
How do you get it in the right-hand rail?
If the intent of Google's user is local, you will appear, or you will tend to appear, as long as you've got a healthy Google My Business panel. And that's really important, actually, for the entire thing. Is I like to think of Google as a child that we're educating. We come back to that again. And Google will not stick something in the right rail, which is, in inverted commas, fact. It won't shout about something if it isn't sure. Just like a child will not go into the playground and shout out all these things that they heard until they're absolutely sure, because they don't want to make a fool of themselves. Google is the same. Google is a child. We need to educate it. We need to convince it. We need to help it be confident. Think of Google as your child.
Ah, and I guess as well, when you're talking that right-hand rail, it's a lot easier to get a Google My Business panel than it is to get a knowledge panel.
Yes, 100%, because Google My Business is basically a business listing where you give Google the information, it will show it on trust as long as it's healthy. But one really interesting point, because we were talking about it earlier on, and I think this is really important, obviously not to think about right now, but it's something that's happening, and Mike Blumenthal has been talking about this, and I'm getting really, really enthusiastic, is that Google is merging the two together. Google Maps, Bill Srowski told me earlier on, was a proof of concept. And as I said to him, wow, that's some proof of concept. It's a knowledge graph, and they're going to merge it into the bigger knowledge graph, and it's already started to happen. So if you have a Google My Business, you also want a knowledge graph presence, and you want to merge the two together, and preferably, because the knowledge graph is independent of your own control, or at least partially, you need to make sure that you start nailing it today with what Rick was saying, by consistent information that is corroborated across multiple third-party trusted sources. And you need to identify to Google today where the entity home is. As Mike Blumenthal says, the canonical for your business, where Google goes to get the information from the horse's mouth, that it then goes out and double checks with all those third-party trusted authoritative sources. And that should be your website. Even if nobody visits it, doesn't matter. It's still your entity home. It's the way that you can educate Google, so that after that, you can then coach it, as Maria rightly said.
Yeah, absolutely. Rick and Maria, have you ever created a right-hand knowledge panel for a client?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, a number of times. I worked for a business that, you know, who are, or a company who are in the business of helping businesses get information out there. I used to work for Yext prior to my current role. And I actually just want to pick up on the point that Jason made, but which is around this kind of idea of Google surfacing the right information for intent rather than you trying to guess what the intent of the user is. I think that's a really interesting point, because I very much agree. Google has access to not only data about the thing itself, but it also has access to data about you in that moment of space and time, and what people like you do at that moment of space and time. It knows this stuff. So even this whole concept of like understanding whether you are ranking number one or where you are is still a very, very subjective thing. You might be ranking number one for that moment of space and time, but you might not. And that's Google putting the right information that it has with the right user in that instance. But yeah, I mean, to me, I think the thing to remember is this whole idea of the knowledge graph. We talk about it as this amazing brain, and I'm going to go on a monologue here, so please keep me to time, and I'll try not to. But we talk a lot about this kind of crazy concept of a knowledge graph. It's a really simple thing. A graph database, and a knowledge graph is just information, is a database that is used to store non-uniform data in a way that makes the most sense. So relational databases, they have lots of tables. They take tons and tons of time, computation effort to get to answers. What a knowledge graph is a thing, or lots and lots of things that connect to other things that may or may not be the same type of thing. A pizza might have cheese, but pizza and cheese are not the same thing. And the magic secret sauce is the bit in the middle, and we call this the subject object predicate triple, so to speak, right? It's also called a semantic triple. The great thing about knowledge graphs, and the great thing about this kind of whole way of structuring data, is within each of the parts, you can go another level down, which you can't really do in a relational database. You can go, right, this thing is known by all of these attributes that we can align to it. So to Jason's point, making sure that your information's out there, making sure that you give a complete set of information in so much as you're able to, making sure it's corroborated, it's found across the web. That's the way to get onto the right-hand side, because you're filling in the gaps, you're maximizing the data that the system has access to, and you're proving to the system in a way that it's expecting that you are the truth or the trusted source in that. Sorry, I may have gone on a bit on that one, but I hope that's helpful.
No, I think it is helpful. And I've just seen something come up about like, okay, so what's the first step? And I think you guys are kind of touching on it. Maybe something like schema to just outline who you are and what you are to that 5-year-old Google would be your first step. Well,
the first step is actually, oh, sorry, excuse me, Maria, go ahead.
I was going to say the first step would be to Google My Business listing. Just go to or Google My Business. So that's step one.
Yeah.
So
Brilliant.
Now, Jason, what's your step?
I love that because I hadn't even thought of it. And it's so obvious. It's one of those pieces of advice that is so obvious. You go, oh, yeah, of course. Whoops.
Oh, yeah, that one's the easiest. Do that first.
So after you've identified and filled in your Google My Business and made it accurate, it's not the schema markup. It's identifying the entity home. It's that canonical. It's the go-to place to get the information, as Rick said, or he didn't quite say, but was implying get the information from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
You want to be the source of information about yourself, and then Google verifies it, corroborates it, checks that it's correct. And that entity home is not necessarily your home page. It can be an About Us page, which is actually a really helpful tip, because if it's your home page, you're trying to be factual when you're trying to explain to this child. You need to be factual, you need to be simple, you need to have that schema markup that repeats what you've already said in the page, and your homepage is actually there to attract people and sell to them and direct them to the correct place on your site. And About Us page is a factual page that describes who you are, what you do, and who your audience would be, which is exactly what you want Google to understand if it's to start offering you up as a solution to its users' problems and an answer to its questions, their questions, excuse me. Then once you've done that, you write out very simply who you are, what you do, who your audience is. Then you put that in schema markup, you add it to your entity home. Then you go out and you corroborate and you make sure that your NAPs, now we're back to NAPs, which is a very local search term, but it's not name, address, phone number in this case. It's date founded. I saw that whip through as a question earlier on. Date founded, incredibly important. It's an unchangeable piece of information about you. Where your office is can change. The date it was founded is the same thing as for us as date of birth. So if you say Jason Barnard, you can say there are 250 of us in the world. There's only one who was born on the 5th of June, 1966. You now know my age, in Leeds, in the north of the UK. And that's disambiguation. And for a company, it's date founded, founders. Full stop. It's the same thing. And you want Google to have those anchors. And you want Google to be convinced of those anchors, both on your site and on other sites, because those anchors never change. Your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, the founders of your company, where it was founded, you want to find those anchors so that Google never loses the crutch. I call it a crutch. If it loses the crutch, it loses confidence. It drops you like a olive stone or something. Whereas something like where you're living today or where your office is today, Google knows that can change. It's a temporary relationship. Who you're married to, unfortunately, is a temporary relationship for most of us, or some of us. I'll shut up.
And on that point, so Kate's put something in the chat that I think she's seen a pop up quite a lot about how do you remove those bad results about your brand? How do you kind of rescue your brand SERP?
Oh, I'll bet Rick's got something to say about that.
By creating more positive information about you, which can be, if first thing I think is acknowledgement, right? Everybody gets bad reviews. Actually, most people have this complex where they see a bad review and think that's the worst thing that happens. And my old company X did a study, and it turns out something like 70% of all reviews that happen are 4 or 5 stars and above. So generally, reviews are really positive. People like leaving positive reviews. The first thing you can do, I can't remember the guy that wrote the book. There's a book called Hug Your Haters. Read that book if you're interested in online relationship management. Great book. But if you get bad reviews, if you get negative results, try and engage. If you can engage with that person, you can give your point of view. They may remove that review, or they may remove that piece. They may give your point of view, and already you're starting to add positive data signals. And then the final point is, create some positive buzz. If you are selling a product that's really great and people are loving it, get your customers to talk about you. If you've got a great new initiative that you're doing, around CSR, make sure people can find out about that and that they can share it. And just really start to create a buzz around what you're doing. You can turn negative results. The reason the negatives are there are because people are finding it quote unquote helpful. But if you can help people find utility in the stuff that you create, then you'll be able to use Jason's term, leapfrog that stuff as well.
Nice, really good, really good. And I guess as well, your customers and your visitors are semi-educated. If they see one listing that's one review from 2 people versus another thing that's saying five reviews from thousands of people, they're going to trust that one, right? So don't freak out. The
Don't
I
phrase
was
freak
going
out.
to say exactly that. Don't freak out.
Don't freak out. Now, I've got a really good question here. I think it might be one of the last ones we have to do, but I really enjoy this because I've picked Jason up on this myself. Julie Reinhardt says, we've looked a lot at Brand SERP so far exclusively on desktop. How does this differ on mobile? We know that the majority of our customers get to our site on a mobile device.
Right. Well, the whole thing is just broken into chunks on mobiles. So the reason I use desktop as an example is because you can say right rail, left rail, and it makes it really obvious and we can distinguish between them. So it's much easier for us as marketers to work with. The thing about mobile is that Google My Business or the knowledge panel can be broken into chunks. So somebody needs to scroll, there's blue links in between, there's maybe a video here or there. So it makes it much more complicated to analyze, to understand, and to act upon. So I tend to use desktop as the example, even though it isn't the dominant source of traffic, simply because it makes our jobs more structured, easier to explain to the boss. I mean, if you say to the boss, oh, look, it's chunked in, and this is actually part of the Google My Business, and that's... you're going to lose yourself. You say left rail advice, right rail fact, everybody gets it.
Perfect. Lovely. And we are at time. Would you guys please give everybody your Twitter handles? They can go and chase you afterwards for all the questions we've not answered. Rick, go first.
Yeah. At Rick Rodriguez _UK. Super creative, that one.
Perfect.
At Maria Grimm _.
Lovely.
Jason and Barnard written at the bottom of the screen. I would like to apologize, excuse me, to you, Maria, because I don't think you got enough speak time.
Hey, that's okay. Next time I'll get on there. So you guys have great tactical advice, which I think is what people are here looking for. So I am overall strategy and support of that. So.
And it's been a pleasure having all three of you. Thank you so much. It's been really, really helpful. So everyone, you have their Twitter handles, so you can go and chase them for all the Q&As we didn't get around to, especially chase Maria. But just a reminder that all of these webinars are recorded, so you can go back and watch them at any time. We are on talk number 3 now, so I'm very excited to introduce our next round. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello. So I'm told... Hello, nice to see you all. Nice to see you. I'm told by our lovely moderator, Kate, that this is the European talk. Are we all Europeans? Cool. Yeah. Nice. Obviously, Ulrika, we've met at the Lovely Women in Tech meetup. I saw you speak. I still, to this day, have PPP sessions with my team. So kudos. Learned a lot from you. But I'm really excited for this talk. So as I said, this is talk number 3, the true value of local search, a case study across 5 countries. Ooh, I love a good case study. I think SEO doesn't have enough kind of like proper research-based stuff. A lot of it's kind of opinion and theory. Love a case study. So we have 4 amazing talks coming up. So please do stick around. Use the chat to ask your questions. As you probably know by now, if you've been in the chat, for everyone watching, I will scroll back up to the top and start from the beginning. So the earlier you get your Q&A in, you're definitely going to get it answered. But yeah, we'll get through as many as we can, and we'll give you guys the Twitter handles in case we don't get round to them. But ladies, if you would introduce yourselves first, and then lastly, Rasmus, and go straight into your deck.
All right, I'll start then. So I'm Ulrika. I'm the owner of the Sweden-based digital agency I call Unicorn. We help our clients with web projects, digital strategies, and SEO in any kind. Yeah, that's me.
Yes, hey everyone. I'm Clarissa. I'm a team lead local SEO at Booming. We're an agency based in Amsterdam. And yeah, we're mainly working, we're doing a lot of SEO projects, but I'm now working with the bigger retailers across Europe, starting from 50 to 100 applications. So that's what I'm doing now.
Lovely, Rasmus.
Hello, guys. I am Rasmus Himmelstrup. I am head of Resolution Media. I'm trying to share my screen, and that's flickering a lot here. Anyway, I'll try to do that again. So I am head of Resolution Media in Denmark. Resolution is part of the media agency Omnicom Media Group. Is that better? That's better. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we, as I said, I'm head of Resolution Media in Denmark, and Resolution Media is part of Omnicom Media Group, which is one of the largest media agencies in the world. We help major clients or enterprise clients across the globe, so we have access to loads of data. And today I will talk, of course, mainly about local search, and that is a huge focus area for us, but it's also a huge focus area for me personally. So I'm going to talk about the true value of local search. I'm going to do that by presenting a case from a retailer called Specsavers. So Specsavers is a multinational optician and hearing resale chains. They have shops and stores around the globe, so and approximately 2,100 locations worldwide. My case is primarily for the locations in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, and the Netherlands, so approximately 500 locations in total. And I'm going to speed talk this, so bear with me, but I'm covering a lot in this next 15 minutes. So what we are trying to achieve here is sort of to do a localization of the search engine result page. So we want to make sure that we incorporate any insights that we get from paid search. So all the insights we can gather are pushed directly into whatever we are doing on organic level, pushed into Google My Business and so on. We try to utilize pretty much every feature and everything you can do in Google My Business, like the service shortcuts directly from GMB. Try to optimize ads. Try to optimize posts. We have done numerous analysis of reviews and Q&As and stuff like that. I'll get back to that in a minute. So when we initially started, we just started out with few listings and a lot of missing data. So again, as I said, we now have 500 locations, but we found a lot of missing profiles in the beginning, and we also saw that from the profiles that were actually visible, there was a lot of missing data, so missing opening hours, photos, websites, and stuff like that. And we also saw there was lack of ownership across all of these listings. There was a lot of lacking information. And the visual identity was not as high as Specsavers wanted it to be. So their brand guidelines are quite strict. So we want to make sure that the brand was sort of the same across all the different listings. Specsavers had a lot of duplicates. They didn't have any tracking, so no way of showing the effect of the local search efforts, and there was no activation of any GMB data. So the actual status was that we didn't have anything to show the actual effect. There was a lot of again missing information, and what we tried to achieve in the beginning was sort of show the Google My Business possibilities and show the possibilities within local search. So of course increasing the visibility, increasing conversions, but also trying to activate the data that we get from Google My Business. I'll get back to that as well later on. And then finally, they didn't have any visibility in the local packs. So on any generic searches, they weren't visible at all. So of course, that is something that we wanted to utilize. The way we did this was first to optimize and then test pretty much all possible ranking factors that we could think of. So these are the relevance, distance, and prominence. These are the ranking factors that Google are telling us are important towards local search. So some of those can be tested, some cannot, but of course we try to test whatever we could within these three pillars. But what we also tested was pretty much everything in terms of what you can change in Google My Business. So that we have the proper data, that we utilize all the GMB features, that we use proper categories and attributes, and also we spend a lot of time doing a review analysis, sentiment analysis. I'll get back to that as well. But we found a lot of ways that people were describing the different brands, and we used that info to sort of fuel the content strategy. So again, we tested pretty much every element of the Google My Business knowledge panel. So changing different images, changing different URLs from the website button, changing whether one category was converting better than the other or ranking better than the other. Again, we worked a lot on reviews, and we tested different images in products and stuff like that. We built our own crawler to do local queries. So we figured out that Specsavers was ranking in different, or if you were to take a ranking analysis in different parts of the city, and we figured out that Specsavers were ranking differently in different parts of the city. So we needed to know exactly where a certain store was ranking for any given queries. So again, we built this crawler to do thousands of different queries across different cities. And then we have scaled that even further to build this GMP spam detection tool. So it's a SERP scraper built on app scripts, but it's just figuring out what kind of duplicates are out there. So we are crawling duplicates on phones or links and addresses because we can see there's a lot of spam out there, and we can figure out quite easily how we can utilize this information and how we can make sure that the proper spam listings are removed. So the initial Google My Business optimizations was, as I said, Google My Business Basics, so everything within the Google My Business, but also, of course, posts. We didn't have a lot luck with COVID posts, but we tested pretty much all the other ways you can post. We have built out Q&As, so we built the often asked questions and also answered those. And then we have tested a lot of different ways to show products directly in Google My Business as well. So the initial results from this was of course, they were quite well. So we saw an increase in impressions, we saw an increase in views, and saw an increase in actions. And that was what we expected, just doing the regular optimizations. But again, we needed to show the actual value to Specsavers. And to do this, as I said in the beginning, we started tracking on the different elements. So GMP posts converted initially at 10%. So comparing that to pretty much any other channel, the conversion rate are quite high here. So this is an actual conversion to a lead. Looking into the GMP appointment URLs or the service URLs, the conversion rate was 20%. And again, there's not a lot of other channels that are converting that well to an actual lead. So this was working extremely well for Specsavers. And of course, the GMB website button, again, high conversion rates, but that makes sense, given that if people search for Specsavers Stockholm, they're probably more likely to visit your store. Then, as I said, we incorporated insights from paid search. So we looked into what kind of categories are performing online, but also what categories are performing offline. So as an example, sunglasses, most of us want to try on our sunglasses. So the normal booking is offline, or the normal sale happens offline. But on the other hand, if you look into lenses, you would often visit an optician at the first time you get your lenses, but after that, you are more inclined to buy those online. So by utilizing that insights, we can figure out what kind of content, or how should we write the content towards an offline conversion or an online conversions by category. So that again was fueling the content strategy, but also what we were trying to sort of say in Google My Business and in local search in general. We also did a conversion rate assessment. So looking across the different stores, their online sales were quite. The conversion rate was pretty much the same if you were close to a store or very, very far from a store. But the conversion rate offline, again, by visiting a store, was dropping quite rapidly, around 20 kilometers, which again makes sense. So if you are farther than that, you're probably not that inclined to visit the store. Again, by looking into the keyword analysis, we could figure out exactly if people were searching specific ways with a specific location, we could figure out what kind of content were most likely to get them to convert. So looking into the performance, we saw an increase in conversions. We saw an increase in sessions in analytics, but we also wanted to look into store visits in analytics, because again, as we have seen, a lot of people are converting online, but we also wanted to make sure that people convert offline. And because we can track everything, we can also see the store visit rate from Google My Business. So this is a screenshot from Google Analytics, and the store visit rate for Google My Business were approximately 18%. So again, it makes sense, because if people are searching for these or Specsavers in a location, they're probably likely to visit the store. But the funny thing here is, if you look in the lower side of the screen, you can see the average session duration for Google My Business was 3 minutes, whereas for the total site it was approximately 2 minutes. So people coming from Google My Business were actually better online, but they were also better offline. So that was quite interesting for us. But we want to sort of enhance the store visits metrics and the store visit data that we got. But the problem is in analytics, store visits is on predefined cities only. And that's a problem for Specsavers, since they have in some cities they have more stores, and in some cities they don't have any store. So what we were trying to achieve is to identify the different stores on site, and we could do that by browser experience, but also how people were selecting different kinds of elements on the site. That we could push to the data layer, and then we could grab that data from Google, from Google Tag Manager, and then push that directly into analytics. And you can scale that to pretty much whatever you like. So it can be adjusted if you have the data. So it could be product category, it could be gender, it could be best buyers. You name it, just as long as you have the data on site. This is from another client, but again, you can have custom categories, whatever you prefer. We saw a steady increase in traffic and revenue. We saw an increase in sessions across the different pages, but we also saw an increase for Facebook local pages. So we saw an 83% clicks on Facebook local pages, and approximately 140% increase in impression on Facebook. So we utilize a lot of this data I'm talking about Google My Business primarily today, but all these data points were sent to a number of different local directories. So we had an uplift across the board. And then finally, we want to figure out what was the actual effect from the work that we have done on Google My Business offline. So by doing so, we build a sales model, and a sales model is basically a model that takes all factors into consideration. So what affects the sales offline, and you put into the sales model, you put the weather, all the campaigns, all the competitor campaigns, news, and pretty much all the different data points you can put into the model. And by doing so, we can figure out what's actually affecting the sales, and compare Google My Business to paid brand, which we know is most likely the best converting channel. People are searching for Specsavers, they will probably visit the site afterwards. Comparing that, we found that Google My Business was converting 3.3 times better than paid brand. Of course, the volume is lower, but the value was so much higher. And actually, across the 5 countries, we saw that on average, people who visited a local listing bought 2.6 times more of that given product offline. So again, this really showed the value of local search. It shows that people that are visiting a local listing is most likely to perform better online, but also performing a lot better offline. So again, to sum up, you need proper information. You need to make sure that you have the proper data. You need to optimize both online, but also offline. I would encourage you to use a local management tool, as we've done in this, because handling 500 locations across hundreds of directories is quite time consuming. You need to figure out and use proximity and time to fuse all the data, and that eventually will give you the value of local search, which I've just shown is quite huge. So that was my presentation, and then I will open for questions.
Wow, Rasmus, that was brilliant. And like 3.3% higher than brand, was it? Paid brand? Wow.
Exactly.
Now that's a statistic you can throw at your client. Like, wow. I'll let you have a breather, Rasmus. I appreciate that was pretty fast to get through. So I'm going to start with a question for Clarissa. There's been a few questions about links and stuff. Are citations still relevant? How do you scale them to multiple locations?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would, from my opinion, I would say yes. So citations are still a relevant signal to Google to determine prominence in the end. So yeah, Google uses citations actually to to determine if a location is valid or is it really there, and also to determine how important it is. So yes, I would say citations are still a huge factor in local. Though you really have to see like which ones you are adding. So it's not really about having the most citations or just going about adding to have more than your competitors. It's also about the having the good ones and having the valuable ones that are relevant for your store. Yeah, so that's what I think, and I've seen actually that they can really help to improve, to expand your service areas and to have your locations ranked for multiple keywords. So yeah, I would say they're still a factor. And to get to the second question about the scaling, because like Rasmus said, if you have like hundreds of locations, you can't go manually adding all the citations. So a tool can really help in that way to have your, get your locations in multiple directories. And if you have to work manually, I would suggest to just select some top stores that are most important for you and to start there. So yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. And these are citations to your location landing pages or to your Google My Business listing?
Yeah, what I'm talking about is mainly to your address. So you're mentioning your address, your name, your phone number, stuff like that. So to other websites, can be business directories, but can be blogs or anything like that. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. One for Ulrika. When is the proper time to engage with a local search management tool?
I guess that is the easy answer to that is when you need to make money out of your listings. But of course, if you have like multiple offices or multiple stores, it's just not manageable to do it by yourself. So you would have to have a management tool for. I'm sorry, my voice is also starting to
Don't worry.
I can maybe add. So what I will recommend is if you have more than 10, 20 locations, I would encourage anyone to utilize some kind of a local management tool because it's extremely time consuming. And if you're using a local management tool, you can save a lot of man hours really.
What tools do you guys recommend?
I use Pin2 a lot for the listings I'm like helping out with, because they have over 850 locations, and it takes like crazy amounts of time to optimize those special opening hours, management, or managing the reputation management, and do the reviews, because you have to answer each review. So that would be like.
What tool was that, sorry, Ulrika?
So we use Pin2 here in the Nordics.
Rasmus, Clarissa, do you use any bulk tools?
Yes, we use. Sorry.
Yeah, you go ahead. So I'm working with tools as well. So I have actually many different tools because some clients prefer this one, and other ones prefer another one. So it's really dependent on the client which one is the best tool to use, I think, depending on what your needs are actually. But yeah, when you have many locations, you cannot go without it, I think, to just keep your location data up to date at least. Yeah.
Nice. Cool. Okay, so going on into our questions from viewers, we've got one from Jeannie Hill. She says, Rasmus, do you see data backing up the concept that posting on Google influences local rankings?
Not directly, but whatever you push out will be something that people will search for eventually, and that will eventually mean more click-through rates or high click-through rates. So yes, it does have an impact on rankings. I haven't seen a strict correlation between just posting a lot of stuff via GB and then seeing something skyrocket in terms of ranking. But again,
it depends then, yeah.
Yes, but again, looking at the conversion rate that I showed, I would definitely encourage anyone to use post. And it's a mystery to me that pretty much every company or that there are more companies doing posting at all times.
Yeah, Claire in an earlier talk was recommending, like, if you're doing offers or anything like that that's going to drive them to your site, perfect platform for that.
Exactly.
Perfect. Yeah. Next question from Despina Fronimaki. Again, apologies if I've butchered that name. How do you tackle local search if you're basically a middleman platform with no physical presence in various cities, but you want to rank for localized searches for them? Ulrika, I think you had this one.
Yeah, so in that case, you won't be able to rank in the local pack or the map pack, but more in the local search. As you won't be able to do the listing of the office or store listing with your products, but you are the one who is creating the product, and then you have resellers who have the actual office or the store. So what you need to do is creating pages for each location where you have resellers and add unique and relevant content to that page, which will then rank for that product plus city or brand plus city, etc. So that's how you do it. You optimize it that way.
Perfect. Great answer. Next question, Clarissa, I think maybe you've touched on this already, from Hamid Faisal. Hey guys, love the content. Was wondering if it's beneficial to build links to your Google My Business through its CID. I don't know what CID is. Does anyone know what that is?
It's a map URL.
Thank you, Rasmus. Beneficial to build links through that?
I wouldn't spend my time on that. I would spend my time doing link building for pretty much everything else, but not that. No.
Cool. Straight and to the point. Next question, Arno Hellemans' question. Rasmus, do you also check the impact of changing the content of the linked URL in Google My Business?
So yeah, if the question is about if I check the how people are performing on the different landing pages, yes, we tested different links in order to figure out what was converting best. So yes, we did do that. But if the question about what's the naming of the URL, no, you cannot do that much about that in My Business.
Cool, good. And then another one for you, sorry, Rasmus, is from Jeffrey Kustron. Is that duplicate finder tool available to the public? Good
question. No, it's not yet, but it probably will be at some point. So reach out to me and I'll let you know when that happens. But for now, it's just an internal tool.
I was interested in that one as well. You have to ping when when it happens.
Yeah, I'll let you guys know.
Brilliant. So Rasmus, out of all the research you've done, what's the one thing that you think every SEO should be doing right now?
Local search.
Yeah.
No, to be honest, it's quite it's a mystery to me that there's so few companies investing heavily in this. So Ulrika was mentioning Pinmito. It's a great tool. There are other tools like Uberall and Yext and so on. But there's a lot of tools out there that can help you do this. And even if you have thousands of locations, you can utilize some of these tools in order to improve your rankings. But in general, when we start talking to companies and also really big brands, local search is often not something that is that high on their radar. But as soon as we can show the value of local search, it becomes extremely important for everyone. So yeah, the funny question here, or funny answer here is I will definitely encourage people to focus on local search.
Wonderful. And ladies, Ulrika first, like what's the one thing you really want to see people doing in local in particular?
Oh, one thing. Okay, so that would be actually, often see that they haven't uploaded the right imagery to their listings and just let the users upload whatever images they are taking with their crappy phones, whatever. Put your fine, nice stuff up there, and that will be the first thing. And also have control over what imagery you have on your listing, because yeah, it kind of, that section is big. It speaks to your eyes.
Yeah, good point. Really good point. Clarissa, how about you?
Yeah, I would say maybe to start at the beginning and also do a local keyword research. So I think some people start with optimizing their GMB and putting everything in there. But you should also look at what your audience is actually searching for. What are your main local keywords that you want to focus on? And yeah, which can bring the most value for you. So I think that's a good one for everyone. Yeah.
Really good point. Really good point. We can always just jump straight into these things, can't we, without actually going, oh, wait, how many people actually care? Brilliant. A question from Alexander Bergstrom. How did you go about getting buy-in internally, since there was no data in the beginning to show the value of local SEO from before?
So I guess that's a question for me. So that was hard. I completely, to be completely honest. But of course, we know that there was a lot of people visiting the different stores. So we know that there was a value, and we got a commitment from them to put on campaign parameters on the GMB website button, and that was the first way of showing that this has an actual value. And once we had that data, it was quite easy from there.
Yeah, and I think you've done us all a service because are you publishing your research online?
Most of it is online or will be online, and some of it will be be coming out.
Good.
Yes.
I think that 3.5% better conversion than brand paid is what's going to get you buy-in. I know I'm definitely going to take that away and use that with my clients going forward. So thank you, Rasmus, for helping us all get buy-in for the future. And I think that's all we have time for. Thank you so much for being my last panel of the day. I'm really happy to finish it with you guys. That was really, really interesting. So that is the third panel. We have 4 more talks, I believe. So the lovely Shelley Fagan will be joining us imminently. You guys want to talk about your Twitter handles and when people can find you for all the questions we didn't answer? Rasmus,
sure.
Yeah.
My Twitter handle is RASMUSGI, Rasmus in Danish. Ulrika?
Mine is Ulrika Wiberg.
Yeah, mine is just Clarissa Filius. So you can see my name here, I think.
Yeah, they should be all down the bottom. Yeah, so any questions we didn't get to, chase these guys on Twitter. They'll go find you. But yeah, stay tuned. There's some really good talks coming up. There's a whole other 2.5 hours of this amazing talk to go. So thank you so much, guys. I think we'll have some people joining us in a moment.
Thank you,
if by magic. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Welcome, Shelley.
Hi.
Where I'm going to hand over to my wonderful co-host, Shelley. So thank you.
Paige.
Have a great day.
Incredible. You have a great day.
Bye, guys.
Hi. Oh my gosh, guys. I am beyond excited. The first couple hours was incredible. And no doubt we are going to nail the last half of the 5 hours of local SEO. So this session I'm super excited about. It is local SEO for service area businesses for 2021. So this is touched right to my heart because I have a lot of service-based clients. And so I cannot wait. I am here with Tim Capper. And Tim is the owner-operator of Local SEO Consultancy. He's online ownership as well. And he's a Google My Business product expert in his spare time. Like, that's incredible. Welcome, Tim.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Fantastic. We have Ben Fisher. Hi, Ben.
Hello.
Ben is also a Google My Business Platinum product expert. Wow. He's a contributor to the annual ranking factor study with Local U and Bright Local. He's also the founder of Steady Demand, which is a Google My Business focused company. And they help people with Google My Business management, spam fighting at scale, and GMB protection, which is incredibly important services. I'm excited to have you here today, Ben.
Yeah, thanks, Shelley. Good to be here.
Thanks for coming. Last but not least, we have Mr. Jason Brown. Jason, I'm excited to have you here. Jason rescued me last week, by the way. I had my first totally legit white hat plumbing client. They kept playing with too many API accesses to Google My Business and got their listing suspended for a day. Jason jumped right in and helped me. He is an online review expert. He's also the unofficial sheriff of Google, which I love. He's also a GMB product expert, and he has over 15 years of experience. But I know you've seen it. You've gone to Google My Business, and you've done a search, and you've seen all these spammy listings. Jason is on top of those. He reports them. If you come across them, absolutely send them to Jason, especially if it's a big old pyramid of spammy listings. Let's let's get them reported. Help Google fix their spam problems. So thank you guys. Jason, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for the intro.
I'm glad to have you guys here. Tim has an incredible presentation for us. If you guys don't know already, feel free to submit questions in the chat. Please do. At the very end, we're going to go through and I'm going to ask your questions to our panelists. So don't be shy. Ask away. And Tim, I'll let you take it away.
Right, let's get the stopwatch started so we don't run over, and we've got to get cracking.
Let's do it.
Right, are we good? Yeah.
Good to go.
Right, so yes, as the fantastic Shelley introduced us, we're looking at local SEO for SABs, taking you into 2021, and hopefully, if we do it right, it should take you into 2022 as well. So we're going to split this up. So just remember, local, your service area business, we're looking at GMB as well as your actual site. So there are two different factors. You've got local and you've got your organic. So let's start off with GMB. So the ones that we're going to, you want to get right moving into 2021, your business info. So we want to look at your categories, service areas, short name, UTM tracking, products and services, attributes, photos, posts, and if you haven't got yourself actually set up or still completely new to this, SEMrush has got a great whole, how to get yourself started in the URL. Right, UTM tracking. We can't make any business decisions without knowing what the business is actually doing. So this is kind of, one of your first things you want to get sorted. Set up your UTM tracking. There's a great little tool, in conjunction with Google that you can set up UTM tracking. You can see this data, what's happening with your GMB, your website, appointment URL, if you're doing any posts, products, etc., etc. So you can actually make decisions on what's working for you in the early days and how you can actually develop it on further from there. Categories. So too many people get this wrong. And unfortunately, Google doesn't offer you every single, unique, diverse sort of category out there. So, you need to pick a primary category that works for you. That is preferably more to what your main service is, your money service. And then you can build it out from there. There are a couple of other tools out there that can help you. So Pepper Tools, you can check their categories. And you can help dive in and just have a quick look around rather than sitting typing into GMB all the time to see if there's any sort of, it can be tough. So Pepper Tools can help break down and give you some ideas on what exists. Insights, your actual insights in your GMB. You can actually see what people are searching for and where GMB is actually returning your business, and you can have a look at that and make some decisions based upon that. GMB Spy is a nice little tool, just sits up as an extension, and when you see a competitor, or rather if you're just starting out, you can actually go to a particular set of chaps and go, right, these are the guys that I know do exactly the same as me, and you can click on them and GMB Spy will tell you whatever categories they actually have listed as well. So that can also help get you started in the right direction. But categories are really important to get right. Service areas. So we need to be realistic about service areas. And oh my God, there are some horrendous things out there sometimes. So just be realistic. Start with your location, where you actually are. Even if you work from home, as most SABs would be, start with your main location, because typically, you're going to be driving from that location to there. So start with that location and expand it out. If you can, if you can do the entire state, or depending on how big it is, or we call it a county over here, or other people call them different regions. If you can service that, do that, but be realistic. And also just remember that, there could be countless of other people in between what the user has searched for to what they're actually going to display. Depends whether you're actually going to be positioned there. If you're 2.5, 3, 4, 5 hour drive away, really, can you? So be realistic, and by defining your actual service area, you are actually making life a bit easier for you to actually position and actually rank well in that area. Right, so multiple locations, because there's going to be a ton of it. People, but be aware of guidelines. You can't use employees' addresses anymore within the guidelines. Yes, I know you're going to say everybody does, but this is something that's Ben will jump in later on this. I think it was the last couple of months that this got changed and updated. And virtual offices you shouldn't be using, you can't use. Those have been around for a little while. You can, however, expand multiple locations if you look sort of within a franchise model. And we can expand on that, and I guess there's going to be a load of questions on that. Your short name. Yes, so many people, a new client, and they've been around for ages. They're quite good. They're quite hot on their on their GMB. But all of a sudden, it's like, why haven't you done the short name? So look, your short name is not what you're going to be ranking for or anything like this. So forget trying to overly get creative with these things, which I see all the time. It's the business name, but it's also a really handy quick link that you can send to your customers, and you can send in customer emails, and you can actually be putting that in your build up, asking for reviews, etc., etc. So definitely get your short name sorted. Too many people are still ignoring the short name. Products and services. Now, so use what's appropriate depending on your business type. Services, certainly fill them in. You're a service area business. You are offering services. Definitely fill in your services. Products, that's a little bit more, that's a you decide. Because if you are a service type business that doesn't actually offer set kind of different products, it may be a little weird having, having something like boiler repair, heating repair, boiler replacement. It could, but there's no actual right or wrong here at the minute, but they are highly visible. And they are very clickable for users if you are in that kind of particular service industry. Attributes. Now, you've definitely got to look after your attributes, especially like we've had now in this whole, in fact, it was 1 year today that, the UK went into lockdown. So these are particularly relevant, and happy, happy lockdown anniversary, if you're going to call it that. I don't know what, but yeah, you've got to get these right. Especially your health and safety. You are going into people's homes. Get your health and safety right, especially now. Look, COVID's going to be around for, quite a bit of a while, and even the after effects, people are going to be conscious on that. So certainly get your attributes sorted. On-site services, your estimates. Guys, if you are doing, if you, especially now, if you've pivoted with online estimates, online quotes, things like that, because of COVID, and you're doing a lot more online, make sure you select that attribute. And health and safety is crucial, and I think it will play a big part even in the years to come, as as people, I had COVID. I don't let anyone just into the house anymore. So yeah, you've got to be on this. These are what your customers are looking for. And of course, Google's always playing around with different things, especially in the image they're available online. These things will be surfaced. Google will test them. What people are wanting, they will use and display. Photos. Too many people ignore their photos, and oh my lord, some of the atrocious things that the local electrician or the local plumber, end up having on there is terrible. Photos add credibility, and photos are viewed. They really are viewed. You are going into someone's home. The only actual, apart from the reviews and obviously looking on your website, they may have asked around different things. Before someone makes a decision, they're going to want to look at the quality of your jobs. So if you finished a job, take a photo. Preferably high quality, high resolution. Yes, if you're stuck in an attic that's got low light or whatever the case, yes, sometimes I understand that can be bad. But customers literally want to see what you can do. You're a service area business, you're coming into the homes, they want to kind of see sort of the quality, at a quick spec on what you're doing, rather than going to your website. This is the first entrance gateway. Just so, start ramping up your photos, start putting, better quality images online. Posts. Now, posts, you may or may not have noticed, but posts appear in search results. And posts can and do influence your longer tail search queries. So yes, we've all done our quick, our keyword research, but these longer tails, people are searching for them. They may not be showing up in your insights straight away. They may not be showing up in your, your search console, things like this. But literally, you've got to get these right. They are an influence. Right, so we've done GMB. We're going to let's flip on the flip side onto your actual site. Too many people on their service area business focus on a particular keyword across the site, and then they have sort of service area pages or actual pages like this. Reevaluate what you're actually targeting. So target your main category for your actual site, and then let your service pages actually do the heavy lifting, and then you have your location pages, and we want to look at updating your structured data. Too many people forget about this. So there's a local SEO checklist. It's an ebook which you can grab. It's free. So what are you targeting? What is your site actually targeting? I would specifically target kind of your ideal service area. And then, use your service area pages or location pages, whichever whichever you prefer to call it, to actually then branch out into niche or other areas within your actual main targeted service area. Don't scattergun it. Look at your site. Don't be creating pages just for the sake of creating pages. Look at your site, understand it, understand the area or the region that you're actually wanting to mainly target, and then redefine everything. So here's a way which we can add value to your service area pages or your location area pages. So what I'm calling them now is, add value to these. Too many people use boilerplate stuff. Yes, they do work, but only if there's 10 guys working in the area. Your location area page or your service area page, has a high probability of popping in there in the organic. But we actually want you to be found. We want people to click on. So start adding value to these things. So if you've got a service area or, call it a location area page, then start adding value to it. Start, actually creating things and adding value with the work or jobs page. Maybe you want to call them projects if you're, if you're landscape, but, whatever you want to call them, start adding value. And again, these are longer tail queries which people search for. So oh my gosh, I called it a walk. Anyway, your walk jobs. Okay. So, standardize them. So although you're adding these to your actual service area pages, they need to add value. And remember, these are longer tail queries. And just think about it. People don't think, they just think, oh, boiler replacement, that's what I do. But no, most people will go upstairs, and if it's not broken today, or they know that it's going to need to be repaired. Typically, 9 times out of 10, people are going to actually see the boiler make that they, and then actually search for that make plus boiler repair or replacement, etc. You know, these also will provide you with natural language, which, you know, and just by describing it properly will create, you know, will just actually create a naturally well-structured, long content, and you will actually start working it out from boiler repair. And don't forget to start interlinking. So your location pages interlink, your work or similar area work replacement or job or project pages actually, you know, build on this. I don't have these kind of job types. Yes, not everyone's going to have them. And in this instance, you can have those, you know, you can have those sort of stylized pages which are standardized. I still would, yes, they are going to be highly boilerplate-ish, but try and move away. You know, try and actually create some different type of value on each particular page, but they do still work. And surprise, surprise, they actually do benefit and actually will influence the local pack. Update your structured data for a local business. Too many service area businesses don't actually look in at GeoCircle or GeoMidpoints. Remember, you're a service area business. You can set the actual, you know, your locality and your region, and that's about it. You don't really have an address to play with there. You know, you're not sitting at that. You don't really have geo coordinates to play with. So, you know, you can add to this by using your GeoCircle and targeting your actual main coordinate as your GeoMidpoint. Tackling spam. Now, depending on what kind of area or industry you're in, spam is going to be, you know, can be a problem. So tackling spammy competitors can lead to big gains. You know, they are quite easy to find, sometimes not so easy, but they can lead to big gains depending on who's doing what. And you can use some, you know, telltale signs. And as you get into it, you start getting a bit better at identifying them. You know, name and spam keywords, all to the same TLD, call center, home addresses, virtual addresses, things like this. Oh, hang on. And report spam. Top tip on reporting spam. Do not continually suggest edit within your same category from your GMB account, right? Do use the spam report, reach out to the GMB forums. You know, Jason loves having a crack at spam. Yes. So look, you know, there's a whole breadth of avenues to crack on with. And yeah, and then use the spam report. Definitely do that. And thanks for watching. Oh, and by the way, the whole Wowzers thing is because SEMrush actually rebranded a little while back, and the logo is pretty cool. So yeah, we're here for your questions now.
Wow, amazing. And you know what? The chat was full of incredible questions. Thank you so much. Okay, so we don't have a ton of time, so I want to jump right in. So there was a lot of questions about categories. So can you explain, let me see here. We had Stephen Christopher. He asked, for Google My Business Services, does Google place more weight on its own auto-suggested services based on your categories versus writing your own and descriptions? So probably like the auto pick, or if you like auto complete your own, or, you know, that doesn't pop up suggested, but you put your own in there. How does that work?
The short answer is no.
No.
Basically, it's nice. The auto pick feature is there because people weren't really filling out the services, and so that's just a nice way of Google basically getting them populated. Like a couple weeks ago, we saw where GMB was populating up to like 100 new services out of the blue, and so, you know, what most people don't know is that, okay, that's just a suggestion, and as long as if you remove them, then Google's not going to re-add them back. So.
Right. So would you probably not suggest using one of those that you've created yourself for the primary, but keep those as secondary?
anything that Google suggests is a good idea usually. But again, this is kind of more of a nudge update than anything else. So I would say that just do what's going to be good for basically the consumer.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. All right. So Laura Cooper asked if your service areas are far from your business address. Her example was, my client is a middleman connecting suppliers with customers. Can anything be done with local SEO, or are paid ads to the website the only way to go?
I would go with, I'm going to say paid ads is probably going to be your best bang for the buck. It doesn't sound like this is really going to be one of those areas where local SEO is really going to be, beneficial. Remember, in order to qualify for a Google My Business listing, you actually have to have face-to-face customer interaction, whether you go to your clients or they come to you. So if you are not doing that and you are online only, then no, you don't qualify for a GMB.
Good.
There's a secondary piece to that too, by the way. Even if they were qualified for GMB, and that is there's a very specific rule in the guidelines that states that a service area can actually not be more than 2 hours regular driving distance. So like that big old cone that Tim was showing, that's absolutely against the guidelines.
So Turgut actually asked a good one that was interesting. Is the services section in Google My Business only for service-based businesses, or can any business use the services section in GMB?
Yes, no.
Most businesses will have it. There are a few which don't provide it in the actual GMB category, but yes, you can use them. But be realistic, as with everything. Be realistic.
It has no basis on ranking, so you're going to rank based off where you're located. But if you were a hybrid where people can actually come to you and you can go to them, say like a pizza shop, then it makes sense. But yeah, if you're a lawyer, then don't worry about filling out those service areas. It has zero benefit to your GMB whatsoever.
Yeah.
So we're talking about products and services though, real quick. So want to give some benefits real fast. So when you have a product post, okay, that's going to show up very high on your knowledge panel. But also, if you do have services available to you, while they're mostly visible on mobile, they do show up what's called as justifications, which just like you were showing with the post sim. So they will show up as justifications on your knowledge, on your entry as far as GMB goes in like the local finder, etc. So it's good from a visibility standpoint.
Nice. Okay, thank you. That was really helpful. All right, so Diana Richardson said GMB has obviously been a reoccurring theme today, but how do GMB strategies differ for SABs and other businesses?
Well, your other business, that's going to be location based. Everything's tied to that location, so you can really optimize, especially on your sites, as well as things like this, specifically to a location and for a location and the surrounding, areas, direction requests, things like this is all going to be unique to a set location. A service area business doesn't have a set location, and you essentially travel to the customer's location. So you can't necessarily be using that location kind of information across the site. You need to create those locations in the sense for organic on where you are going to be servicing or where you prepared to service.
Okay, so Jeffrey Kunstron said, Tim Capper, how do you create a review short link?
It's in your listing. It literally says in the info page, it says short link. Just go in. It auto suggests based upon your business name and just accept it.
I believe you had a slide that showed a picture for creating the short link as well. So later on, rewind and you'll be able to pull that up for sure.
I just wanted to add one thing to that, Shelly, and that is that so when you create your short name, by the way, dashes don't matter in the short name, just so you know, they're escaped out immediately. So a lot of people don't know that. So, but after you've created your short name, you do /review at the end, and that'll actually automatically bring somebody right to the review lightbox.
Handy. That is incredible. Fantastic. So Ben, you mentioned something about expanding a GMB footprint with more location rules. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, we don't have a ton of time, so I'll try and make it really quick. And that is, so Tim was alluding to the fact that, if you have a franchise model, it's very easy to kind of, well, I wouldn't say easy, but it's easier to expand your footprint within the guidelines. That's because they're individual business entities and they can actually be owned by multiple people, right? So when you have that, you have control over your location, you've got the business documents to back it up. And so it's an individual entity. The hard thing that I see is, or a lot of questions that I get is, I'm a service-based business and I service this area, this area, this area, and they're all unique techs. How can I show up in those areas? Because you might have a lot of competition. If you're thinking that the answer is, I'm just going to go get a bunch of virtual offices or co-working spaces, then you are completely wrong. And Jason, me, or Tim will come and we will find you and we will take you down. So there's that. And if you think that you can use an employee's home, also, you are incorrect and you will end up getting removed eventually. We see it all the time with spam. And we also fight with Google on it. That's a whole nother story. So, but the right way to do it, and the way I like to suggest is that, look, this is a capital business expense, and that's how you need to look at it. If I'm going to put down a new location somewhere, that's going to say be like an hour away, then it needs to basically earn more money than I'm going to spend to keep it going. That includes having a body in there, by the way, to take appointments, even if it's a service area-based business. At least that's what the guidelines state. Mm-hmm. And so, so basically, yeah, if you're doing it that way, then that's a different story. And one other little tip I give is look, use Google Ad Planner, use the incognito mode. Look at the area that you're going to be in, the keywords that you're going to be using. If there's enough CPC in that area, then you could pretty much make a guesstimate as to what the volume probably is. And then you can go ahead, get a month-to-month lease on like a little broom closet, basically, and test that area. And if in 3 months it's pulling in more revenue than it costs, boom, you have a new location.
Fantastic insight. Thank you for that tip. You guys, so much great information. I appreciate you joining me today. Follow these guys all on Twitter. If you have additional questions, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer them for you. But I have an incredible panel coming up for the next presentation about link building. Thank you guys for joining me today.
Bye. Thanks, Shelly.
Bye.
Cheers. Thanks for having us.
Greg.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
And ladies. Hi.
Ben, where are the swords? Oh, he's gone.
Oh, yes. I am beyond excited. First of all, Greg is always one of my favorite person to listen to presentations because you're so awesome. But touching on link building, which is a subject that I kind of suck at. So I have no doubt that I'm going to learn a ton today, but I'm going to hand it over to you guys. I would love for you to give us a little bit of an intro. I'm going to start with Alicia. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm working with lead generation projects in the US, and some of them are local. I'm always looking for quick wins and easy link building solutions, which are usually harder for me as no one likes lead gens, actually.
Fantastic. So Arnaud, welcome. Can you give us a little background on yourself?
Yeah, I'm Arnaud Tillemans. I'm basically a freelance SEO consultant and done a ton in local for big corporations, but also for small businesses. And I'm based in Amsterdam, and I'm looking forward to this. Thanks.
Me too. And the man of the hour, Mr. Greg Gifford. Tell us about you. Where are you located at these days?
So I'm just outside of Dallas. I work for a boutique agency called Search Lab. We do local SEO and PPC for people all over. And usually I'm on the road speaking at conferences, but thanks to COVID, we get to do lots of virtual stuff like this instead.
Yay. I know. Honestly, it's awesome because I get a chance to connect with so many people that I never have gotten a chance to before. So I'm not complaining. I'm enjoying it. So Greg has an incredible presentation. I'm going to let you jump in, and you guys, if you didn't know it, you can please submit your questions in the chat. I will be watching, and we will be gearing up once Greg is done with his presentation. So keep them coming.
All right.
Take it away, Greg.
Let's share the screen. And play the slides. All right. So this is Ricky Bobby's guide to winning at local link building in 2021 and beyond. And we kind of already did the intro to me, and here's me speaking at MozCon. It's a cool picture, so I like to share it. The important thing I always like to mention is I do a weekly video series called Local Search Tuesdays. It's short 3 to 5 minute clips of helpful information about local search. You can catch them on our blog every Tuesday, so go check those out. And, outside of the COVID thing, I did typically speak at a ton of conferences all over the world. And, a lot of times you see conference presentations where the presenters aren't really that engaging. They may have some really awesome information, but they're not great at public speaking. And there'll be a podium, and the speaker just stands stiffly behind the podium. And most of the time, they kind of have their back to the crowd, and they're just reading their own slides behind them. And even worse, a lot of times the background of the slide is just plain white, and it's black Arial font with lots and lots of bullet points, and they're just reading bullet points. And that's super not engaging. And I firmly believe that bullet points kill kittens. So today's presentation will be entirely kitty safe. And you saw the Ricky Bobby reference there at the beginning. I was a film major in college. I have a full sleeve of movie portrait tattoos on my right arm, and my right leg is completely sleeved up with stuff from the Goonies. I'm about to start on my left arm. So I love movies. I love to share my love of movies when I talk about SEO. So there's always a movie theme. So today's theme is comedy movies. And one of the things that I do is I go back and include at least one movie for every year in the last 50 years. So today we've got 90 references to go through in the next half hour here. 21 of those references are from 1985, which is the high point of American film comedy. Now, I know some of these movies will be a bit more obscure, especially if you're a bit younger. So there is attribution over to the side. So not only will you learn some cool stuff about link building, you'll have some cool movies to go and watch later. So let's kick this off. Why the long face? Are you spending too much time looking up at competitors that rank higher than you in local searches? It's really frustrating, isn't it? I know that link building can be really difficult, and a lot of times people that do SEO feel pretty clueless about how to build links. Now, I don't want to seem like I've got a huge head with its own gravity system, but I do know a lot about local link building, and I'm here to share some awesome tips with you today. And unlike some speakers that you may have seen in other webinar presentations in the past, or even at conferences, I'm not going to talk out of my ass. I'm going to give you actionable tips that you can really use to make a difference. But keep in mind, when it comes to local SEO in general, and specifically local link building, there is no miracle pill. You have to put in the hard work. You have to put in the time to get these things to fall in your favor in the future. But if you follow all the tips that I share with you today, your sites are going to benefit, and they'll be as visible and as awesome as the Flying Elvises. So just like a fat guy in a little coat, I'm going to squeeze in a ton of information. I've got like almost 100 slides to do today. So today's presentation is the link building presentation you've been missing. I need somebody doing like on the side. I hope you guys are laughing at my cheesy movie jokes, because nobody ever really talks about how local link building is different. And everybody that's seen Encino Man or outside of the US, California Man, hopefully you're laughing at my joke that I've got link on a link building slide. But let's be honest, most of the presentations that you're going to see at conferences or in webinars, or even read things about link building online, they all really suck. Because it's all like, let's build a cool infographic and then go do some outreach and get that infographic in the Guardian. You know what? Fuck infographics. That is not a legitimate link building strategy that most of the world can use. Because those presentations, it's always somebody up on stage, and they're really just there to try to get more business, either for themselves or for their agency. Because it's mostly a brag piece. They're up there talking about this $1 million link building budget, and we put all this effort of 45 people and 15 people writing the content doing this, and then we use 32.5 PR agencies to do outreach, and we got 5,332,123.5 links. It's realistic for no one. In fact, I would go so far as to say it's total bullshit, because those presentations don't apply to most of the businesses out there. We don't have massive sites with millions of pages and thousands and thousands and thousands of inbound links. And we don't have these massive budgets. And in fact, when we're talking local SEO, it's SMBs. And most small businesses, maybe at most, have a few hundred unique linking domains. So these huge campaigns to get thousands of links just don't really apply to us. So you have to change the way that you think about link building if you do local SEO. Because in local SEO, you should have a completely different perspective on links and why they matter and how to evaluate those links and how to acquire those links. Google's local algorithm looks at links differently. There's a difference in the way that the local algorithm weights links and evaluates links and provides some association of value with those links compared to what the traditional Google algorithm does. So in local SEO, we have to look at links differently as well. But even if you're out there and you're watching this and you've got clients that aren't local businesses and you don't really do local SEO, the shift in perspective of how to think about real world link building should be able to help you get better links and not waste a lot of money and effort. So in local SEO, one of the important things that I want to point out, we don't give a shit if a link is a no-follow link. Followed links, no-followed links. Also, by the way, if I ever catch you tweeting and calling it a do-follow link, I'm going to unfollow you and I'm going to publicly ridicule you. They're not do-follow links, they're follow links. But anyway, follow versus no-follow. Big deal in regular link building circles, because you don't want to go get a no-follow link because it doesn't pass any link juice, man. But in local SEO, it doesn't matter. No-follow links still work. They still carry value. And I strongly suspect that it's because Google understands that the scale is different and that small businesses don't have lots and lots of links. And small businesses naturally are going to get links from no-follow sources, and those should still matter. So we don't really care. It's just not even in our mindset when we're doing link building, whether that link is a follow link or a no-follow link. Also, I don't give a shit about authority metrics. If you're Moz, it's domain authority, and everybody else has a different name for it. But we don't really care about the authority metrics, the domain authority, the trust flow, whatever that might be. Because typically in local, you're going to get links from local businesses, which I'll talk a bit more about in a second. But those local businesses probably aren't huge authoritative sites, and they're not going to have a massive authority metric. And traditional link builders are going to avoid that because they only want links from the really authoritative sites. But with local SEO, we actually want to get links from low authority sites because those are the local links that the algorithm really values. And we don't use bullshit tactics. We use real world tactics. In fact, marketing has kind of come full circle. Because in local SEO, we're doing all of those old school marketing techniques that businesses used to do 50 years ago before the internet existed. We're out there trying to get exposure in the local community with these old school tactics because it matters in the real world. And it's just an extra bonus. It's a killer strategy to get awesome local links too. So we build links based on relationships that have a real world value outside of digital marketing. Again, you've got to break that mindset of everything is about Google and think more about what's good for customers in the real world. And that's a generalized great way to think about local SEO. Get out of the box, think about real world value, but especially when it comes to local links. Those local links with real world value are awesome for multiple reasons, not just for Google. And local links are awesome because most of your competitors aren't doing local SEO or even probably don't even know what local SEO is, which means it's going to be really hard for them to reverse engineer why you're outranking them. And for everybody that's fans of A Christmas Story, check it out. I've got him on my arm. But it's really hard for them to reverse engineer those links because think about what you do if you have a competitor that's outranking you, what's the first thing you do when it comes to links? You're going to go pull their links using your link tool of choice and check out those links. Well, when your competitors do that to you, they're going to run your links through a tool and they're going to think that they're shitty links. In fact, I've always for years said that kind of the goal for local link building is you want to get shitty church links, because church links are awesome. They're not as easy to get, but if you can get a link from a church, that's really relevant down to like a neighborhood level. It's a super powerful local link to get, but church websites have no authority. And typically some of them are kind of ugly. You run them through a link building tool, your competitors are going to be like, oh, it's clearly not those crappy links that they're getting, so it must be something else. And they move on. The other thing that makes them hard to reverse engineer is a lot of times your links are going to be based on relationships that you have, and your competitors won't have those same relationships, so they won't be able to utilize those relationships to get links. And another cool thing is local links require a whole lot less effort to acquire. You don't have to put in all of that effort with all of that budget and go after all of those things. And in fact, you can build a whole crap ton of local links for less effort than one of those link building presentation strategies where you're going after one traditional link with a massive infographic or big piece of content and a lot of effort and a lot of PR outreach. And you can spend a minimal amount of effort compared to that and get a lot of local links. There's 5 basic ways that you can get local links. Number 1, easiest one, pay for sponsorships. And sure, Google's not okay with you buying links, but Google's totally okay with you buying a sponsorship that results in a link. So it's great. Now, keep in mind, too, you want to have an even profile. Google is pattern detection, so you don't want to just say, oh, that's an easy one. I saw Greg say that. Let's go do just that one thing, because then it doesn't look natural in the real world. So make sure you have a pretty even mix, but paying for sponsorships, great way to get links. And then donate time or volunteer in the local community. Join a local group or local organization and just get involved in the community so that your business name is out there. And you can also just share awesome, truly helpful, relevant, awesome information. And then if you really want to kind of go towards the edge, if you're a little bit wackier, you could be really creative and get random mentions and links just because you stand out from all of the other competition because you're a little bit of an odd duck. So like I mentioned earlier, a lot of things we do are based on relationships. That's one of the first things that I always talk about when I'm talking about local link building. Take advantage of the relationships that you've already built. A lot of times you're going to have relationships because that business has been there for years in that community and that location for years. You're going to have relationships with other local businesses and other local entities. Take advantage of those and get links, because you can get those links that your competitors may not be able to get. And take advantage of things that you're already doing in the community. A lot of businesses are already community minded. They're, doing highway cleanup. They're donating time at local organizations. They're sponsoring events. They're doing all these things in the community. Again, old school marketing tactics. Take advantage of that. Make sure you're following through and getting the link that you can get, because you're doing all of those things. So I'm going to run through a couple of ideas here, a little bit more specifically, straight up tactics for local links that any business that's a local business can use. Like I just mentioned, sponsorships are great. Find any type of local event. 5Ks are awesome. Now, obviously, this is a little bit more focused on a post-COVID world. Local link buildings have been a bit harder during COVID with the social distancing and no public events, but keep in mind, this is focused on the future. So local sponsorships like golf tournaments, 5Ks, marathons, any kind of local community event that you can sponsor, jump on those. They're always awesome. Local charities, look for especially locally based charities or local charity events. Be a part of those events, be a part of those charities. It's great ways to get links. Local volunteer opportunities. Let's say your entire staff donates time to do highway cleanup, or your staff goes to work at the soup kitchen downtown or anything like that. Any type of volunteer opportunity is always good for link building. Local meetups are great. This is another one I really like because there's a couple of strategies that you can do here. You can go to a site like meetup.com and look for local meetings that are happening in your area. And first strategy, if you've got a space that you can offer to a group that doesn't have a permanent meeting space, like a conference room, Or we do this a lot with car dealerships that we work with, where their service department closes at 7, but the dealership's open until 9. So there's 2 hours where that nice service lounge waiting area is just sitting there not being used, where you could offer that to a local organization that's a smaller group. They've got a great place to sit with comfy chairs and included Wi-Fi and a screen on the TV that they can attach their computer to and do their presentations. So that's great, because you're going to get a killer link from meetup.com and from that group's website. Or if you don't have a space, just look for local groups that are looking for meeting sponsors, and you can throw in 50, 60 bucks a month to buy their pizza and their Cokes, and you get a killer couple of links out of it. So it's awesome. Find any local based blogger and figure out a way to get them to write about you. Even if that blogger's post says, this is a sponsored post, who cares? You still get an awesome local link out of it. And because it's locally based, local customers are going to be reading that and potentially become customers. This is a little bit of a different take. It's not what your business does in the community, but talk to ownership, management staff, and even employees, depending on the size of your business, and see what people do in their free time. Because if somebody's passionate about something and it's one of their hobbies and they're involved in a local club or a local organization, chances are you can probably get a link because that person is involved with that organization. So if somebody's really involved in their church, or they've got a kid on a club soccer team that travels around a lot, or maybe they're the president of the local Corvette car club, anything like that, great opportunities, especially if that person is on the leadership group of that organization or club, because typically they're going to have a leadership page on their site and get linked there. Join all the local business associations that you can, Better Business Bureau, Chamber of Commerce, and then anything specific to your local area. They're really great. It's totally worth the money to get a killer, really relevant local link. Look for local business directories. And a lot of times this might be like your local TV station, local newspaper. Churches will have business directories. City websites will have business directories. Find all the places you can be listed in these business directories and go after those as well. And then this one's a little bit tougher to broach the subject with your clients, but every ethnic group or every nationality will have people in that community that will have a website that will be, for instance, all of the Australian-owned businesses in Dallas, or all of the Iranian-owned businesses in Dallas, or whatever it might be. There's probably a Austin, Texas, Irish Dry Cleaners Association or something like that. But I'm spitballing here, obviously, but every nationality or ethnic group will have a website of businesses that are owned, or suggestions for people of that group to patronize those businesses. So that's really killer if you can get into those lists, because again, your competitors probably can't. LGBTQ is another huge one here too. So any of these specific groups that you can get mentioned on, it's great, because those are real world users that are going to click through and patronize your business because of the fact that you're there. So it's real world benefit again, besides just being a benefit for SEO. Here's another one that we kind of stumbled across a few years ago that's been a golden opportunity. Is a lot of neighborhood watches will have their own websites for the neighborhoods now, typically because some dude in the neighborhood is like, dude, I can do WordPress. Let's throw up a WordPress site. And then they need content for that site. So if you can give them anything to write about there, you're going to get a killer link. Now, we started off just giving them tchotchkes, like, oh, here's some crap from the business, coasters, pens, hats, t-shirts, whatever, and get a link out of it. Now we've even figured out you don't even have to do that. You can give some sort of a neighborhood specific special. So like as a car dealer, hey, if you live in this neighborhood, you get an extra $5 off of an oil change, and it's secretly stackable. So even if another special comes out and says can't be combined with other offers, guess what? This neighborhood gets another $5 off. We started doing this for SEO because it's great, because it's a link that's relevant down to a really concise neighborhood area. But we end up doing it now because these links are pure gold. You get tons and tons of click-throughs and conversions off of this, because these people are on these neighborhood sites all the time, gossiping about their neighbors and talking about what's going on in the next neighborhood over. So you'll end up getting a lot of real world traffic and business off of getting these links as well. Again, double it. Go for SEO, go for real world. And then use Google. Come up with a list of the keywords that you're going after and just insert your city name. So look for Austin church event, Austin school awards, Austin golf tournaments, and you can find all of these opportunities based on whichever vertical you're going after. And make sure you use the search operators of in URL. For those of you that don't know, if you were to do, for example, Dallas, in URL sponsorships, that's going to look for Dallas-based digital entities that have the word sponsorships in the actual URL for a page, because typically if they're going to have sponsors, they're going to have sponsor or sponsor us or sponsors or sponsorships in that URL, and that lets you find sponsorship opportunities. It can be really cool. Now, everybody's watching this going, okay, these are some cool tactical things, but you know, I've heard stuff like this before, but what do we actually do for link building? Because another thing that I've noticed in seeing lots and lots of stuff about link building over the years is nobody ever really talks about, here's the actual day-to-day of what to do. Not just here's tactics to get links, but how do we get links? What do we do on a day-to-day basis? So I'm going to talk a little bit about the actual process of what to do for local link building. One of the most important things to start off with is asking the right questions when you onboard a new client. So I've included a link here. If you're going to write this down, make sure you're writing it in all lowercase because it's case sensitive, but that will take you to our link building questionnaire. That's one of the onboarding documents that we give to every new client that we work with. And it's 2 or 3 or 4 pages. I don't remember exactly, but it's a bunch of questions that will ask that business, hey, what have you done in the past? What have you done for community stuff? Run through a lot of the tactics I just used. It asks about what do your, ownership and management staff do in their free time and what organizations and all that sort of stuff. So it gives you a lot of low-hanging fruit. So you can just come in and kind of mop up those opportunities, because a lot of times businesses will sponsor something and not even ask for a link or think to ask for a link. But you can come in and be Superman and be like, oh, you've done all of these things in the last 2 years, and you can go clean up those opportunities and knock out 10, 15, 20 local links really quickly and make a big impact very quickly for that business. So that questionnaire is really awesome. Make sure you check it out. And then you want to dive into the actual research phase. Now, I'm going to mention this in a minute, but with us, the way that we run our local link building campaigns, we run on a quarterly basis. So we're typically going to spend about 8 to 10 weeks doing research, and then the final 2 to 4 weeks doing acquisition and outreach. So you kind of want to think of it like that. If you have a set start and end date to a link building campaign, then you can rinse and repeat and refresh. And it's easier than kind of not really having a focus and trying to go for forever. Research phase is the first bit. When you're pulling links, it's important to not use a single tool. Each tool is giving you the inbound links that point to your site based on that tool's individual recreation of Google's index. So you should hopefully know enough about SEO to understand that Google spiders go out and crawl sites and store copies so that the algorithm can reference that index to return search results. So all of these link tools and SEO tools are creating their own link index that's trying to approximate what that tool set thinks Google is doing, so that then you can see what works. But here's the thing. If I was to look at a link list for your site on Moz, Majestic, Ahrefs, and SEMrush, and yes, I will still call it SEMrush forever. You look at the 4 combined, and there's going to be anywhere from a 10 to 15, maybe even 20 to 25% difference between each individual link export. Because again, it's based on what that tool's spiders go out and crawl and which links they follow. And you'll notice that sometimes these tools will tell you, oh, you lost 100 links since last month. It doesn't necessarily mean that those went away. It could just be that the tool crawled the sites differently and didn't crawl in the same direction. So we always like to combine multiple tools so that we can get a better picture of the true link profile for the business. Then you want to drop all of those into Excel and then dedupe so that you have a list of unique links to get the best picture of what's going on. Then once you've pulled your links, you want to pull your competitors' links as well. And you want to look for easy opportunities of the things that your competitors have links from that you don't have links from. But keep in mind, you've got to get unique links to win. Google wants to see that you've got links that your competitors don't have. So this shouldn't be your only strategy. And this is where I see a lot of people failing, is they're just going to say, oh, let's just go for the easy stuff that my competitors have and I don't have, and that's what I'm going to do for a year. You don't want to do that, but it's a really good initial strategy Because if somebody's linking to your competitor, it's probably going to be really easy for you to get a link from the same website. So A, it's an easy link to acquire quickly. And B, remember, I said you need unique links to win, which means right now, if a competitor has a link from this site and you don't, your competitor is benefiting from that link. So if you get a link from the same site, it doesn't do a whole lot for you. It'll help a little. But more importantly, it's going to devalue that link for your competitor because it's no longer unique for your competitor. So anybody that's seen me present before knows that I kind of like to go off on these tangents and talk about cool anecdotes and stories, especially if you've ever hung out with me at a pub. You know that I kind of really go off down story rabbit holes. So I do have a fun story to share today. This was probably 4 or 5 years ago. I spoke at a conference, and afterwards, someone contacted me and said, I need some help. And it was an attorney. And he said, I can't figure out why this other law firm in town is consistently outranking me on every single possible search phrase. I don't get it. And then he continued on to say, well, I know a lot about SEO. I understand SEO. I go to all these conferences. Like, I know how this stuff works. And I should be number one because I've got 3 times as many links as he does. Which clearly not the case, because it's not just about how many you have. It's about the relevancy of your links. So I said, okay, cool. I'll take a look. So I thought, first things first, let's do something easy. Let's graph the links out between the 2 law firms based on the domain authority, because we were using Moz at the time, because that's the tool that the attorney also used internally. So it was the easiest one-to-one match for what he was looking at. So I graphed out their link profiles based on domain authority. So not looking at how many links they had, but just looking at where those links fell on the authority scale. So it looked like this. The first set there is a domain authority of above 50. The second set, domain authority of 11 to 50. The bottom is domain authority of 0 to 10. Now keep in mind, the guy that was red had 3 times as many links as the guy that was blue, but I'm not looking at link count. I'm looking at where the authority fell. And I noticed here, wow, the guy in blue has almost 2/3 of his links, or actually more than 2/3 of his links, are above 50 domain authority. So they're more powerful links. So then I broke it down even further, and you can see that, 60% of his links are above domain authority of 7. And then on the flip side, almost 60% of the other guy's links were below domain authority of 50. And in fact, almost 30% were below 25. So even though the guy in red had way more links, the guy in blue had better links. Now, this isn't a perfect example for this presentation because I told you earlier we don't care about authority. Here's why it's important. The guy in red, all of his links were from SEOdirectory.com and XYZ PDQ SEO results.com and these crappy directory sites that he was just going and filling out forms and getting links from. So they were all low authority. If the guy in red had instead gotten a lot of local links from local entities, this graph would look the same. The guy in blue would still skew towards the really high end of domain authority above 70. The guy with 3 times as many links would skew towards the low end of below domain authority of 25. But the guy in red would have been winning every single time because all of those low authority links would have been local links. The reason he wasn't winning is because none of his links were local. They were all just shitty, regular, crappy links. If you'd like to do the same thing, I'm going to share that sheet with you. So it's my super badass link worksheet. You can download it right there. Again, make sure you put it in all lowercase, bit.ly/gifts-bad-ass-link-sheet. It lets you put in your link profile, your competitor's link profile, graphs everything out for you. Also tells you what links your competitors have that you don't have. Also tells you what links you've lost since the last time you've run the tool. It's a really cool little tool. Also, when you're doing your link research, don't get stuck in your own competitive bubble. Pull links from similar businesses in other cities. You're not trying to compete with them, but a lot of times you can pull stuff up from other cities and get really unique ideas you never would have thought of if you stayed in your own competitive bubble. Also, check other verticals. It doesn't matter. You're not trying to compete with them, but you might see cool patterns or cool ideas you never would have come up with. So then as you're doing all of this research, you want to create a spreadsheet to list out all of your link opportunities. And when you're creating this spreadsheet, you want to list out every possible detail. What's the originating site? What's the cost? Is it going to cost me money for a sponsorship? Do I have to create a piece of content to fill a content gap hole? Do I have to do something else? Is there time involved because it's a volunteer opportunity? What's the time frame? This is a 5K that's not happening until August, or this is something I can get immediately, or this is a link that's only going to exist for 6 months. What's the contact info? Who do I have to talk to get this handled? Put all of that in the sheet. And yes, you do want to go ahead and dig up that contact info before you get to the outreach phase. Because what you want to do is get everything aligned on this spreadsheet so you can make your decisions. And then when you choose which ones to go after, you don't then have to do additional research to figure out who the right person to talk to is. Because a lot of times you're going to have to jump through hoops and send multiple emails or make multiple phone calls to different people to find out the right person to talk to. Then also on that sheet, decide which page on your site you're going to link to, because depending on what you're trying to do with your link building strategy, you may want to deep link to pages further inside the site, or you may want to put them to the homepage or a major product page. If there's an opportunity to get a link that you don't have to put any effort into and you can just get automatically, get that link as you go. But otherwise, when you're done, you've got to decide which links you're going to go after. So you're either going to go to your boss or to your client with that sheet of all the opportunities, explain the value and cost of each of those, and let them choose. Unless maybe you're in-house and you're doing it for your own business, then you can just make the call yourself if you've got a budget that you can play within. Once you've decided which ones you're going to go after, then it's time to lock those down with link outreach. Now, you've already done all the research, so it's going to be pretty easy to just pick up the phone and get a link. And yes, you should always call whenever you have the opportunity. It's much easier to do this through a phone call or even through a Zoom than it is to try to send an email. If you are going to try to do an email, make sure you keep it simple. Here's where a lot of people fail. They get really complex and explain the value of the link and why you should be linking to me because I need links and blah, blah, blah. No, because you don't want to mention getting a link right away, because most of the time the people that you're talking to have no idea what SEO is or how the internet works. They are not web savvy people. And even if they've got an IT guy or a website guy, those people are not as web savvy as we are. So they're not going to understand it if you get right into the weeds. So you want to focus on the relationship that you have with that business first, and then point out why their users, why their traffic will benefit from having a link to your site on their site. So that's the whole process. And then, like I said, you rinse and repeat and do that same process every 2 to 3 months, basically once a quarter. And keep in mind, it's okay to not get links every month. If you're going to do the process this way, you're typically going to go a couple of months without getting a whole lot of links. Then you're going to get a lot of links when you do that acquisition phase at the end. Then you're going to have a couple without. So it's going to kind of go up and down. That's okay. It's perfectly natural. So if you change the way that you think about building links, you can totally rock some local links and win big for either yourself or your clients. Now, I know I went through a lot. Hopefully that wasn't too painful. And now when you look at local search results, you're not just going to stare and drool, because you'll actually understand how to get some powerful local links that will make a difference. And maybe, just maybe, you'll be really, really excited about building some local links. So peace. I'm out of here. That was Ricky Bobby's guide to local link building in 2021 and beyond. There's my Twitter handle. If you're wanting to tweet about how this was the most amazing link building presentation you've ever seen, please make sure you include my name on that. But also you can follow me on Twitter. That's my social platform of choice. I like to tweet a lot of goofy stuff about movies, like a whole lot of stuff lately about Justice League. And also I tweet a lot about local SEO and SEO in general. And I live tweet conferences when I'm attending conferences. Also, if you have any questions, you can email me right there. And that's the presentation, folks. So I will stop sharing the screen and we can start chatting. Whew.
Wow.
Boom.
As always, not surprising. Of course, we got lots of questions. Holy cow. Great job, Greg. Incredible presentation. All right, so I'm going to jump right in. Wit Digital, he asked,
thanks,
what tools? Yeah, he said, thank you. You see, everyone's all about the compliments today. What tools do you recommend for link building and content optimization? He said he's familiar with Yoast, but he's always looking for new tools and alternatives.
So I wouldn't, Yoast is an element of your tool belt, but I wouldn't really count that as a content optimization tool. It is a basic guideline. Now, don't get me wrong. Yoast is awesome. We use it on all of our sites, but I wouldn't count that as a content optimization tool. For content optimization, it's really more understanding how SEO works and knowing what matters for that particular vertical. And, that's going to come down to doing the right keyword research in the first place. I don't really feel like you need a tool for content optimization. When it comes to link building, I mean, for sure, you want to have SEMrush, Ahrefs at a bare minimum. And then, you can always drop in Majestic, Moz. There's other stuff out there too.
That's a good point. You know what? We do actually here at SEMrush.
I'm never going to do it.
We do actually have a really great WordPress plugin for optimizing your content on your site. So if you haven't played with that, it's a little interesting and it can be helpful. So I recommend testing that out for sure. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Oh, go
Can
ahead.
I add one, Shelley? The one I was really amazed about, and everybody overlooks this, is the revamped Bing Webmaster Tools.
Yeah.
And this is really weird, but like 2 weeks ago, I even discovered you can put your competitors in there, and Bing will give you all their backlinks, and actually the landing pages, the anchor text, everything. So even for competitors, I was blown away. And since I believe they have the second biggest index of all of them, it's actually quite a good one, and it's free.
Wow, that was an incredible tip. I did not realize that. I cannot wait to go play.
And the really cool thing is you can now log in with your GSC account, so your Google account, and it will import all of your sites with one click.
That is handy for sure. Any tips that you have for tools, Alicia?
I think that SEMrush. SEMrush has a very good content tool. They are you can see a quick analysis of the local listings and the local websites and the number of words they have and their titles and their descriptions. And they even show some words that you can use in your content too. So sometimes I do use that.
Right.
It's a very nice one.
I agree. I'm partial. Elizabeth asks if no follow links are good for local, does that mean social media links are important and good to go after for local SEO benefits?
No, easy answer. Social media links don't matter for SEO, period.
That's a
agreed
good question though. So Orion Martin, if I said that right, does a site build in React hurt SEO? Our local SEO has suffered since we switched sites. Ooh.
No, lots of sites are built with React. It's more likely that when you switched, whoever was coding the new site probably changed page URLs, architecture, content, lots of things on the site that could have changed. If it was a complete mirror where everything is exactly the same, you probably wouldn't have seen a drop. And if you did, there's still got to be something there because just the technology of React wouldn't be enough to cause a rankings drop. It would have to be something related to your content or your architecture.
Right. Possibly a rendering issue.
Could be.
Yeah, definitely test that. A really good way to do that is just go to a page and take like a little block of text in the middle of your page and go to Google, put it in quotes, and make sure that content is actually indexed in there. If you see your page pop up, it should show. If not, you likely have a rendering problem and Google is not able to crawl your content.
Yep.
So
you can also try.
Yes.
You can also try rich snippets testing tool and see how Google sees your HTML code there and see maybe there's some problem.
Perfect options. All right. So how about client happiness wants to know? I love that client happiness. Very cute. How I might hire you just because of that. How about news releases targeted on your own city?
Yeah, press release SEO died about 5 years ago. Not to say you shouldn't do news releases or press releases if you've got something worthwhile that should be in the news and you did something groundbreaking, but you're doing that because you've got something groundbreaking and newsworthy, not because you're trying to do SEO. So press release SEO, don't do it. It's bad. It's not going to work. And at best and at worst could potentially get you into penalty territory. So just stay away from it for SEO purposes.
Right. So, okay, I got a question for you guys. So occasionally I'm in these SEO groups and you definitely have a bunch of people. It's kind of mixed. You got some white hat and then you have some people that are clearly those spammers creating those listings in GMB. And I hear them talk about how they build backlinks, not just to their website, but their GMB profile. And that is supposed to help them rank in Google My Business. Is that a thing? What do you think? Is that useful?
I mean, people have talked about it over the years. I would not put any link building effort into linking to my Google My Business because there's not, I mean, just because some black hat dude said he did it and it worked, I mean, don't listen to black hatters anyway, because you should always do stuff that's sustainable, that's not going to get you in trouble in the future. But if you're going through the effort of all the stuff that I just went through to build links, why wouldn't you point it at your site and get the clear proven value of getting your site more visibility?
Right. I like that answer. Very good.
Well, on the other hand, like sometimes things get mentioned, like those things get shared. It's perfectly natural that this happens, right? So people put it in email, people link to it on web pages. So it does happen. I've not seen an impact, but it's not like pure spamming. It's also naturally happening. I've seen it happen.
Well, I mean, that's the difference, though. If it's happening naturally, who cares? You don't want to do it if you're actively trying to build links to the profile. If it happens in the wild, who cares?
Yeah. I think a really big one for me was for certain things, talk about what you actually offer on the page you link to, because this is often overlooked. So you put it to a homepage where you don't really describe what you actually offer. So those are things when optimizing content, especially if you have multiple locations, it's quite a big thing.
Interesting. So Pablo actually asked, is it better that my links, he beat me to it. Same question I had.
I thought you were just being cool and like phrasing it into a cool segue.
No, I promise I didn't mean to steal your question, Pablo. You get full credit. Sorry. So Donna Donahue asks, hi, Donna. Do those local business directories now become citations we've got to monitor?
Nope, because here's a news flash. I've been busy today. I don't know if somebody already mentioned this earlier on the mega webinar today, but citations don't really matter for SEO anymore. It's the same sort of thing. You read tons of stuff out there. I mean, you can look at a presentation or a recording of a presentation I did 5 years ago where I'm like, get all the citations. And now they just don't really matter. Google's algorithm's gotten smarter. So your citations don't have to match character for character everywhere that your name is mentioned. It's more on the citation side. Just make sure that customer touch points are correct, because you don't want some older generation person going to Yellow Pages and your phone number doesn't work there. They're not going to go Google it. They're going to go to the next business. But other than that, like, go get these local directories because you want some of those local links. Don't worry about it. I mean, if something changes over time, who cares?
I agree partially, Greg, because I've also seen stuff happening where I'd update all the Google My Business listings for like a massive company, doing a test, and then periodically it would just override it with all the old details.
Yep.
And that is definitely citations or feeds from chambers of commerce. And so I think it's not the single thing, but the majority of the ones people go to, it should be updated with the right right
exactly.
URL, the right opening hours, and all of those things. Because otherwise, any change you make to GMB just gets overwritten at some point.
Well, and it's important. We work with a lot of car dealerships, and car dealerships will get purchased by larger dealer groups, and then the name changes. I'm not saying don't worry about citations. Like, clearly, if your name changes or you change call tracking providers, you got a different phone number, or like you said, your hours have to match. Like, that important stuff, for sure, you need to make sure that's updated everywhere. But even in the example that Arno just gave, it's really, sure, Google My Business may change because it matches that info, but you should really do your due diligence and go out and update those things. If you're changing it on Google My Business, because you don't want Google My Business to not match the majority of information out there, because that confuses customers. Who cares what it matters for search engines? You don't want customers to be confused.
Agreed.
I also suggest adding your major citations to the same as schema in local business on About Us.
I'll be interested. We have Darren Shaw on later on, so I'm going to ask him the same question. We'll see what he says about citations, because I know
he thinks they matter more. Spoiler alert: he'll probably. I don't know what his presentation is, but he and I were talking about the other day, and he thinks that it's a really slow burn on citations, and that they matter more over time. But I don't know. I disagree.
That's all right. That's the best thing about this industry is we all have different.
We agree to disagree.
Yeah, we agree to disagree. Exactly. So Jonathan Bullock, he says, are we not allowed to point our GMB to a co-working space, even if we have staff working full-time in that location?
You can. You're just not going to show up well in searches, because basically all of the personal injury attorneys out there who cheated with this tactic. It's totally possible. Like, I'm in a Regis type office right now. It's called Spaces. It's like the upscale Regis, but we have a GMB here at this, but I don't really care if my GMB shows up, because that's not how I get business. If you're really trying to show up well in map hack searches or in Google Maps, you've got to understand that you have to meet the guidelines of it has to have permanent signage. You have to have your staff there full time, which it sounds like Jonathan is saying that they do. Even if you meet all of those guidelines and do everything else correct, you have to understand you're probably going to have diminished visibility because of the fact that Google just doesn't like co-working spaces and those office rental type places.
I also feel this might have something to do with where you are, because I see a lot of them pumping up in, say, the Netherlands, for instance. But maybe not so much in where there's even more spam, like in the US. So, I regularly am in multiple of those co-working spaces, and they have plenty of businesses. So in this building located, and the whole list comes up. It's almost like a mall. In the way they show it. So,
well, effectively, it's the same thing as a big office building that has 25 different law firms in it. They're all at one basic address. It's just that so many people have abused the co-working space and the Regis type model that Google's basically kind of come to a point that said, hey, don't use these places. Now, it doesn't mean you can't. We've got people that have used those in the past, and they still show up pretty well. But I'll tell you for sure, if you're looking at, you really want to put your best foot forward and have the best chance of showing up in searches, I would not suggest being in a Regis.
Yeah. I think it depends. It is location dependent. If there's other professionals that has a listing that does the exact same thing that you do and targets the same category, you're more likely to have issues. But all those people that went and got those just mailboxes at co-working spaces, not even, they kind of ruined it for everyone, to be quite honest.
It happens all the time.
It does. Darn these SEOs. We're going to end up putting just co-working in general out of business when people, which is kind of sad. But maybe COVID did that anyways. But Accelerator Dental says, awesome talk, by the way. as well as the local link building focus you just spoke about, should you also focus on the odd higher DA link, domain authority link, or is this not needed?
Back to what I said in the presentation, I don't give a squat if it's follow or no follow, and I don't give a squat if it's high authority or low authority. If it's a link that's relevant to my business, I'm going to get it. Most of the time, that's going to mean it's a low authority, but hey, man, if there's a high authority link that's also a local link, well, then get it. Or if it's a high authority link that's industry relevant, you know, it's not just about only getting local links. You want to get links from sites that are relevant to the vertical that you're in, and those won't be local, but those are still relevant. So, you know, it's not completely ignore everything and just get low authority links. It's get the links that are relevant to your business. Most of the time, that's going to be locally relevant links. Those are the easier ones to get. But hey, if you can get a better link, go get it. Sure.
Right. Honestly, like you mentioned the church links, and I love that. Actually have a friend that does videography for real estate, and every other Sunday he goes and helps video service at our church. I'm like, go after him for a link. You're donating all that time.
Right.
Imagine how valuable that would be.
But it's everywhere. Like one that often works is if you have a service that works for foreign students. Most unis, they have a page that help people around and help them get settled, find housing and all of that. So simply just giving them a huge discount on, say, a tour through Amsterdam or this, like, it's right there. Like, and the opportunities are everywhere. You just have to think about what kind of business you are, and then think from the perspective, like, who can I offer this to? Same like if a band wants a boat tour through Amsterdam, and I know that they're very popular, they've got tons of links and everything, or it's a company that wants to take their employees on a boat trip, you can have the boat trip for free. I just want you to write something about the blog, about the trip on the blog. We'd love a little bit of exposure. Done.
Yep.
Right.
It's like, it's everywhere.
Would you recommend, so the university example, say you're a local clothing store, would you give a discount and say, refer your friends?
Well, you could do that, but I mean, it's a little more far-fetched. But if it's very closely related to what those students get here, so what do they need to explore the city? They need to find housing. They need to know the public transport. Like, if there's anything there that really helps, it's like a win-win. And if you then give them 20 or 40% off, you're done.
Pizza delivery. I mean,
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Interesting concept. That's a really good question. So so we've heard lots of Greg's tips. Alicia, what would you say? What would you recommend is like your go-to tip for local link building, or your favorite?
I did like for the previous question, I never pursue those high authority links because they take too much time and too many of my resources, unless they happen naturally and I exactly know that I should go there and take those. Somehow I try to follow Greg's strategy more. Low-hanging fruits and some easy opportunities, and whatever he mentioned in his presentation, I find this awesome.
He about covers them all, right? What about you, Arne?
Well, the simple thing is a lot of the answers are in front of your eyes in Google. So if you start searching your street, where you're located as a local business, if you start using those kind of things, or area or whatever, there's so many websites that actually pop up, where you can easily just, you'll find your way around them. But there's a lot of people that own businesses, they talk to other businesses. They all have websites, Why don't they just link together? Like, it's so easy. Yep. They talk to each other. So whenever I have a client like that, I basically go in and saying, so who do you know in this street, in this area? And he goes, yeah, this one. And that's my supplier for my bread. And he does the greens and everything. There you go. The relationship is already there. Just ask for the link. Give them a call or give them a bottle of wine and said, I just like working together. It's like,
I'm now that totally is like a light bulb, because I am a member. So I live in a community called Creekside within a bigger area called the Woodlands, but we have a Real Housewives of Creekside Facebook group. And these are all the wives. Yeah. So I'm just going to ask, like, go to Facebook. If you have these groups right there, you're right. Like, it's a lot easier than I think we realize. We make it more difficult. We get in our heads about it. You got to get out and look around and utilize the resources you have. So
yeah, and this also makes it easier. Like, if you are actually the owner of a business, it's way easier to do because you have the relationship. Don't outsource it to me or somebody else to outreach or do cold calling or whatever. I don't want to do that. And the chances of me succeeding are this compared to you with this, because there is a personal relationship.
Yep.
Wow. Yes. Such great points. You guys were amazing co-hosts. Thank you for being here with me. We actually have Darren Shaw up next, and he is waiting to come up and blow our minds and totally talk crap about Greg's citations.
Okay.
I only have good things
to say
about
guys.
Greg.
Bye, guys. Hi, how are you guys?
Hey, doing well, thanks. How are you, Shelly?
Great. Honestly, we've had some incredible presentations today. I can't wait for yours. If anyone has never come across Darren, he's incredible. His company, he's a founder of WhiteSpark. WhiteSpark, if you don't already know, this is a company that specializes in local search software and services. It's highly respected and very cited all over in the SEO industry. He's been working online for 19 years, which you don't look nearly old enough to have been working.
How is that possible?
For 19 years. And he also, not only that, leads research initiatives at the local search ranking factor survey that we all love and read every year, and the local search ecosystem in general. He's also a regular contributor to search marketing publications, as well as speaking at conferences all over the globe. So welcome, Darren. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, thanks a lot for that nice intro. I actually was going to say all those things on my About Me slide, but I'm going to skip over that slide now.
Too late. You'll just have to skip past that one. No, just
yeah,
kidding.
I'm just going to, boom, more time for content. Sounds good.
Fantastic. So next up, we have Haley Sontag. Did I say that right?
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Good. Haley has worked in many different areas in digital marketing, including just general marketing with demand generation, market research, and communications. She also works with hundreds of local businesses on their online conversions, increasing lead generation, and as well as creating a convenient customer journey, which is really, really important, especially at every step. She received her bachelor's in marketing from Brigham Young University. So welcome, Haley. I appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here. I'm excited for this.
Me too. So last up, we have Leah Scudamore. Did I say that right?
You got it.
Yes. All right. So Leah is the lead SEO at AimClear. Leah, she's a skilled digital marketer. She focuses largely on SEO and user experience, digital accessibility, which is so important, and organic content strategies. Her primary primary responsibilities include forming deep SEO strategies and technical website optimizations for local as well as global brands. So I'd say you got some incredible experience under your belt in specialties. Welcome, Leah.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here with everybody. It's going to be fun.
Me too. Me too. All right, Darren, we're going to let you take it away, and we're just going to sit back and just absorb all this wealth of knowledge. So I am going to say to everyone who's listening in live, please submit your questions in the chat. We will bring them up at the end and discuss. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, I'm sharing my screen. Do you see it? Is it happening?
Not yet. Now it is. Perfect. Thank you.
Now it is? Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen and go through my slides. And I'm going to talk to you about a bunch of really dumb SEO myths that people seem to still believe. So it'll be fun to debunk these. Let me, there we go. All right, so quick about me. Well, hey, Shelly already said everything. So yeah, I'm not going to say anything about that. Okay, so the first myth I want to talk about today is setting a service area in GMB will impact your rankings. A lot of people seem to think that this thing in Google My Business, you can go in there, like let's say you're a plumber or an electrician and you service this whole city. You're like, well, I want to rank around the whole city because if I want people to call me from the north side, the south side, whatever. Well, thank you, Google. You gave me this great little area called service area in GMB. I can just tell you all the places I service. And of course, that's going to help me rank in those areas. Well, it doesn't. It doesn't help you rank at all. Your ranking is still completely based on your physical location, your actual address. And so the only thing that setting these service areas does is it actually draws that little red outline. So go ahead, add whatever you want in there. It's not going to help you rank. It's just going to draw a pretty picture on your map. That's about it. So that's it's a myth that people think that helps your rankings. It does not. All right, number 2 is keywords in the Google My Business description. People seem to think that if you add a whole bunch of keywords to your description, that's going to definitely help you rank. So you see people stuff their descriptions all the time. They're like, oh yes, we include plumbing services like drain cleaning, leak detection, water heaters, gas and drain cleaning, emergency plumbers 24-hour a day, licensed plumbers, plum, 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 plum. So don't do that. That is a total waste of time. You will not improve your rankings at all. You will just look dumb, and people will think, why did he put all these weird keywords in here? So don't do that. Write your description as though you're writing ad copy in a way that you're trying to sell your business and explain to people why you're really good at what you do and why they should pick up the phone and call you instead of a competitor. Keywords in the GMB description don't have any impact on rankings. Funny thing happened actually back in, I don't know what the date was here. Brody tweeted this. This is February 2020. That Google had actually added a little blurb to their help doc saying it'd be easier for the customer to find your listing on Google if your description included Harry's NY Pizza in Dublin, CA, instead of only Harry's Pizza in CA. And so when Google actually put that in their help docs, all the SEOs were like, what the heck? Google, what are you telling people to put keywords in their description for? And so Joy Hawkins, Ben Fisher, a bunch of the Google My Business product experts yelled at Google and said, what are you doing? And they like rolled it back the next day. So yeah, basically it's been tested to death. It has no impact on rankings. Google might tell you, their tech support people or whoever writes these help docs, they may tell you sometimes that it has an impact, but it doesn't. So just don't listen to them. This is an interesting one. Keywords in the owner responses to reviews might impact ranking. So I've heard this, a lot of people have this theory that, well, hey, we know keywords in the reviews will have an impact on ranking, so why don't we just put keywords in my responses? Look at this great response here from this guy here, Mini Digger Hire Board. Nice keyword stuff name too. But oh wait, I mean that's the person who left the reviews name. Anyway, the response, he's like added like 1 million keywords to his response. And so that also just looks stupid and it doesn't help your rankings. So don't do that either. There's no value in adding owner response or keywords to your owner response. I actually tried it because I heard this. I think it was Noah Lerner. He told me this at like MozCon 2016 or something. He's like, it's a cool idea. You can just put keywords in the owner responses. Like he had heard this as a tip. And I was like, oh my God, that would be so great. So I tried it. I tested it on a whole bunch of different listings. No impact. So don't do it. Waste of time. Myth number 4, people seem to think that adding a call tracking number will have a negative impact on your Google rankings. And I guess in some way it can if you don't do it right. So the way to do it right and to make it so it doesn't hurt your rankings is to add the call tracking number as your primary. That's the number that'll actually show on the listing. But you help Google stay connected to the rest of your local search ecosystem by adding your real number as the secondary number into the additional field. So as long as you do that, it's no problem. And so it's not, adding the call tracking is not going to negatively impact your rankings as long as you do it right, like this. Myth number 5, if you pay for Google Ads, your organic rankings will also increase. People seem to think that that is true, and that has been tested to death. There is no direct relation between paying for ads and your organic ranking. So you might see it once in a while in the search results. Like, look at this result here. We got Crowell Law Offices has an ad, and look, they rank number 2. Must be because they're paying Google. No, it's not the case. It's just coincidence, and buying ads doesn't help you rank in the organic results. It definitely helps you rank though. Like, you want to rank number 1, you can buy an ad, but it's not the organic rankings, it's just in the ads. And so the two are not connected. Google even says so themselves. They say, tip, there's no way to request or pay for better local rankings on Google. We do our best to keep the search algorithm details confidential to make the ranking system as fair as possible for everyone. Buying ads doesn't impact organic rankings. A lot of people think that, oh, they're just so focused on ranking number 1. I got to rank number 1 or 2 or 3, whatever, however high you can get. There is value, of course, in ranking because there's great visibility there, but it's not all that matters. Like, this is a really good example. All About Drain Cleaning is ranking number 1 for the term drain cleaning Edmonton. But look at this stupid listing. It's got like one dubious Google review. It's located at a PO box. It has no photos. It's like a street view picture of some industrial complex. There's basically nothing on this. It doesn't have business hours listed. So this listing is ranking number 1. But as if I'm going to call that business. If I'm looking for drain cleaning, they have not sold me. I have no interest in giving them a call. As a consumer, I keep looking through the results. Oh, look at this. Ranking number 4, we have Mr. Rooter Plumbing of Edmonton. 628 reviews. They've got this awesome related to your search Google posts thing that gets pulled in. If you have a lot of posts that are related to the actual search query, that can get pulled in, which is another benefit of doing Google posts. They've got, great photos. They've got question and answers. They've got Google posts, products, all that stuff. This is great. This listing here, I looked at it. I read a few reviews. I was like, yeah, this is a legit business. I'm calling it. So I actually called it. This was a real example that came up in my own Googling for an actual local business. And so I ended up calling a Roto-Rooter, Mr. Rooter. They came over, they did a good job. So anyways, ranking number 1 isn't always what matters. Having a really well optimized, conversion rate optimized listing can be very beneficial, even if you don't rank number 1. Myth number 7, it takes a while to rank in local results. How long does it take? Does it take 3 months, 6 months? You hear this all the time. Like, how long does it take to rank a local result? Well, in this example, it took approximately 20 minutes. So I registered the listing. We got the postcard. The day that I verified the postcard, I probably actually took like 30 seconds. The day that the postcard was verified and the listing went live on Google, it was ranking number 1 for home builders in Glenora, Edmonton. Now, caveat here, number 1, only in an extremely tight proximity radius. Like, they didn't rank across the whole city. I basically live like next door to these people. So the ranking is like right there. And so where I was searching from, yes, they were like, this is the closest home builder to you, here it is. And so proximity plays such a big role that they were able to rank in their immediate proximity instantly. And so you can rank instantly. And then the goal over the long term is to continue to expand your radius with all of the classic local search tactics that you're learning about today in your 5 hours of local SEO webinar. So, but you can rank immediately. So getting that listing up and running is your first go at it, and you'll rank somewhere, but you're going to rank wider over time. Oh my God, this one. Geotagging images. You hear this one all the time too. There's like prominent software companies that are actually pitching this as a thing you got to do. I won't name any names, but this has no impact on ranking. So geotagging images. And what is geotagging image? It means like going into the image metadata. Like you open up the image in a software system like Gifford, and you add metadata to the actual image itself. And then you upload that to Google My Business. That's what people think, right? So I'm going to stuff keywords and my coordinates into my images, and then upload those images to Google, and that's somehow going to help me rank better. It doesn't help. It's been tested to death. Here's a recent test by Tim Callert. He tested this, and what he found was, like, some keywords improved, some keywords dropped. Keywords didn't change at all. Basically, what you'd expect from any set of keywords that you're tracking. So basically, the conclusion was that there was no impact with all of these keywords he added to images and uploaded. Now, it's important for me to clarify that while the geotagging has no impact on ranking, in the traditional SEO sense of you adding alt attributes to your images in the HTML code, there is definitely still some SEO benefit to that. And we're not talking about alt attributes. We're talking about adding geotag content into the metadata of images. Not a thing. Don't do it. Don't waste your time with that. All right. Embedding a Google map on your website impacts ranking. So some people think that if you just the act of embedding the Google map on your contact page or whatever, that's an SEO signal that's going to help you rank better. It actually has no impact on its own. This isn't going to directly impact your rankings. There's no value in the act of placing the map as for an SEO signal. But there actually is a lot of benefits to putting it in terms of conversions, making it easier for people to get driving directions, all that kind of stuff. There's great reasons to do it. Brian Barwood wrote an excellent post about that. I encourage you to check that out. So you shouldn't do it, but just know that the act of doing it isn't a direct ranking factor on its own. Oh, I love this one. Look at that cool picture. It's like Google Maps citations will impact ranking. So these are getting sold all over Fiverr. I don't know how many hundreds of dollars have been made of people selling these crazy My Maps things. But yeah, so I was like, come on, that's not a thing. That's not going to help ranking. So I decided to test it. And so I ordered this thing here, 28,000. I figured I'm going for all of them. I'm getting as many of these map pins as I can get and see how my rankings skyrocket. I'm going to get #1 ranking. So I ordered it for Shaw Electrical. This is my secret fake listing. Please don't report it. It's important for research purposes. So yeah, I ordered that for Shaw Electrical, and then the job was done in like 3 days, like 8th to the 11th. Here you go. Here's your 28,000 map pins. And what kind of impact on rankings did it have? Well, this is the day I ordered on December 7th here. And yeah, nothing. Totally sad trombone. Nothing's going on there. So I wasn't surprised, of course. I kind of knew that this wasn't going to do anything. But it sure made a cool picture. Look at these cool pictures. So if you want that cool picture, you could definitely order that. It's almost worth it for the cool picture. And you can even put it up in your office, and you can show customers when they come in. But it's not going to help your rankings, but it does make a cool picture. So it actually may be worth it because they're not very expensive. Just for the cool picture alone, worth doing, but don't do it for SEO rankings. Myth number 11. Oh, this is a hot topic lately. Citations don't matter anymore. You don't even need to worry about citations. So in the latest edition of the local search ranking factors, what are you focusing on less? That was one of the questions I asked the experts. And wow, a lot of citation-related things came up. Consistency of citations, quantity of citations, enhancement, completeness of citations, getting BBB accredited. So like, it was a really strong voice this year from all the experts saying, yeah, citations, not even bothering anymore. And it even came up in the comments a lot, people saying, on the decline, I'm not building citations anymore. You know, I asked like what's some strategies that used to work but don't seem to work anymore. Dan Leibson, he's pretty harsh. He says, Can't believe people are still talking about citations. Rank them at the bottom. This is all the effort I can even devote to them. Greg Gifford, who was just on here, maybe he's still listening. He said, citations, they're almost a non-factor. The only times we even worry about them are when it's a brand new business or business that moved recently. All right, so there's a lot of sentiment out there that citations don't matter anymore. But I'm going to call it a myth. I think they do matter. They still have some benefit. I think it's small. Like, I don't want to overstate this. It's not like, citation. They actually used to be amazing. Like back 10 years ago, oh, you want to rank really well? Build out 200 citations. You'd like, say goodbye to all your competitors, leave them in the dust. Citations were the bee's knees. They really had an impact. These days, they don't really have an impact anymore. But there are still lots of signs out there that there is some benefit to doing them. So like, for example, we're still getting reports of people reviewing our service at WhiteSpark saying, you know, hey, I ordered citations and rankings went up. I hear it all the time. It's still a thing. People are like, yeah, awesome. We love the work that you did. I also did this awesome case study from MozCon where that business FC development, the one that I showed earlier, that there was a ranking basically instantly. So I did all this work for them to present a case study of taking a business with no online presence whatsoever. And I stepped through all the different things. So I put up a Google listing, I did Google posts, I got them some reviews, and I deliberately spaced out each activity so I could see what was the impact of each of those things. I built them citations, I built them some links, I built them a website. So when I built the citations, I gave it like 2 months to simmer. I'm like, oh yeah, I built a bunch of citations, it simmered for 2 months. We really didn't see much impact. And so you can actually see this in the chart here. This is from our local rank tracking software. We started in February, and then this is how rankings actually went up over the course of the case study. And I presented at MozCon on July 8th. So this is actually when we stopped. I was like, all right, I'm not doing any more free SEO work for you. I did my presentation. And so I stopped doing any SEO work. They didn't touch their SEO after that point. They did no new citations. They got no new reviews. They got no more links. They didn't even touch their website. It just all sat stagnant. But look what happened to their rankings. Their rankings continued to climb. Over, like, they actually tripled their ranking. They went from basically in like 125 to like over 300 terms ranking. So their rankings continue to grow. And now, I'm not going to pin it all on citations, but there is something interesting with citations. This is how long it takes for citations to actually go live. People don't think about this. Like, okay, yeah, I built 200 citations for this business, but it takes a really long time for those to actually have the full impact. Basically, you know, when you build citations, maybe within 1 week, about 40 of them are going to go live. About a month later, 50 of them are live. 3 months later, 65 of them are live. It takes a bit of time because all of these sites, when you make the submissions, they have to get moderated by the people that are moderating all the submissions coming. So they actually don't go live on the website for a long time. And then there's even another factor beyond that, because yes, okay, this listing might have gone live 3 months after I submitted it, but Google doesn't find it for another 6 months, because we're talking about websites that are really deep. They're massive sites, millions of pages with kind of low domain authority. So their crawl budget is low. Google's not crawling deep into these sites. And so it takes a long time for Google to even find and index those citations. The actual typical timeline, I'm guessing, is around 1.5 years from the date you build them all until the dust has settled and Google has found all your citations. So if you think about that timeline, you can almost correlate what's happening here in terms of the timeline. So like all the SEO work stopped, we didn't do anything else, but the citations continue to trickle in and their rankings continue to go up. Now, it's definitely, this is not like a clear-cut case where like, oh, well, it was definitely the citations. It is one potential thought where it's like, do the citations actually have bigger impact? You can't measure them on the small time scale of 2 months. You have to measure them on a larger time scale. Now, of course, the age of the website, the age of the Google My Business listing, the age of other things definitely comes into play here, which is all giving this extra lift. But it's very interesting to think about citations and their impact over a longer time scale. And then my final thing about the benefit of citations still actually mattering is coming up next. I really encourage you to watch Greg Sterling's talk. Greg from Uberall, they've done a really good study. I've seen the data. It's fascinating. It basically shows that, you know, businesses that have more citations are generally ranking better than businesses that just have the basics. I'm not going to give more spoilers than that, I encourage you to stick around until the end of this and watch Greg's talk. So that's all I have for the miss. I'm sure you got lots of questions. Love to talk to you about it. Please connect with me on Twitter. I'm at Darren Shaw _ I gotta add the underscore. You can check out our products and services at whitespark.ca, all kinds of stuff to help you with ranking and local search. And we have a fantastic newsletter at sprk.it/newsletter. Sign up for that and you'll get all my videos and all of our content at Whitespark. So that's my presentation.
Fantastic. Wow, thank you. If you want to stop sharing your screen, I have questions from the chat. So we're going to try to answer as many as we can. So we had Alice Huffmaster. She asked, how do you deal with the name change in Google My Business? Same business, new name, old name has reviews.
Old name what?
Has reviews.
You just change the name. Just go into your listing, change your name. Hey, and if you really want to rank well, stuff it with keywords. I'm joking. I'm half joking because, honest to God, it works crazy. And Google's not really policing it, but you run the risk of getting suspended. So don't stuff with keywords if you don't want to get suspended. But generally, it's pretty straightforward. Just go into GMB, change your business name, click save. It'll say under review for about 2 minutes, and then it goes live, and you're like, cool, change my name. That's all it takes. Now, you may want to update the primary data sources as well. So the data aggregators, you probably, Bing and Apple, like Google doesn't crawl them, but it's good to update those anyways. Facebook, Yelp, the kind of the primary sites. You don't really have to worry about citation consistency. So it's like, oh no, my name is wrong on myhuckleberry.com. Nobody cares about that, not even Google. So yeah, it's not going to have any impact on your SEO. You don't have to worry about an extensive cleanup. But to change your name in Google, you just do it overnight. Just change the name. Usually has no impact.
Right. I mean, if you're changing your business name, I mean, wink, wink, add some keywords in there.
Yeah.
Well, and you can put like used to be, business A in a post or in the about, so that it's still showing in there that's like, yeah, we're same great place, just a different name.
Good tip.
Right. All right. So Antonio asked, does hiding your address negatively affect your rankings for SBA businesses?
I want to say no, but I've seen a lot of evidence suggesting yes, which is unfortunate. So it's like I hear a lot of stories of people that are like, well, I had my address visible, but I'm a SAB, I'm a service area business, so I don't care to have my address visible. They go and hide it, and the rankings tank. And I'm like, what the heck? And so you see it on the forums quite a bit. People complaining about this exact thing. And so it's a delicate issue. If you don't have a real reason to hide your address, I advise not messing with it. Of course, I've seen examples. In fact, Shaw Electrical, my electrician business, I recently hid my address on there just to test it. And I only did it like 2 days ago. So I'm waiting to see if it has a negative impact on my rankings. But I've heard many stories that it does have a negative impact. It's not supposed to, but there are concerns around it. So it's delicate. If you can just leave your no one's going to show up at your door. It's like, oh, I heard there's a plumbing service in this residential area. I'm just going to go knock on the door. No, they're going to call you. So you don't really have to worry about people showing up at your door.
I will tell you, I was like, being in Houston, I'm sure y'all heard about our freeze we had here. My plumbing client, no joke, like had thousands and thousands. We had to shut everything off, like no more calls, no more. Yeah, people were showing up at the location. You almost wish
yeah. Okay, barring blizzards, no one's going to show up at your door.
Certain situations.
They can. I have a furnace customer that they had somebody show up looking for filters. So it's, it
does happen.
It happens. So I can understand why they'd want to do it.
I definitely agree, though. If you have a physical location, don't hide. The only reason I feel like you need to hide it is if you're working from your home and you don't actually have an actual physical brick and mortar location. Even if you don't get people that come to your location, having it there like that. So girls, I'm going to ask you some questions here. So Elizabeth wants to know, what are your thoughts on the major data aggregators, especially Foursquare? Do you have any opinions on Foursquare? Do people still use Foursquare?
Haley, you want to take it
I'm
first?
I'm actually not familiar with Foursquare, so I can't speak to that one so much. I don't know if you have anything to
I
say
was
there.
the mayor of my Starbucks for a while. This was like 6-7 years ago. I don't know if we use it anymore. I know it's usually included in those citations, but I couldn't tell you whether it's important or matters. I wouldn't think so.
I haven't seen it come up for about 5-6 years now too. It was something that you had to do back then, but yeah, I think everybody's kind of moved on from there.
Definitely. It was exhausting. I mean,
it was.
have that many coffees in a day just to keep my mayorship, it's exhausting. So curious, and this is a good one. So does embedding a Google map improve your page quality for search results?
No. I was going to say no. No, it doesn't at all. I just didn't want to talk over anybody, but no, it doesn't at all. But it is helpful for users. So it's helpful because everything's right there for them. Your address, your phone number, everything's right there. If they're on their phone, they can click it and get directions right away. It just makes things really simple and like very simplistic for the end user. And that's who you're trying to please. So,
right.
I don't know what happened to my internet. Sorry. Cut out.
We thought you disagreed with us and just went away. You're just like, peace out. I'm done.
Like, I'm out of here.
All right. So if you're moving to a different location in the same city, you need to change your address. Will that require additional verification, including maybe a postcard?
Usually, yeah. If you change your address, Google's going to ask you to re-verify.
But do that. Don't delete and start over. Please,
yes.
update. Please update.
Do that. You don't want to lose. Age is a thing. I swear, that's a ranking signal. The longer your listing's been around, generally the better it tends to rank. And so you definitely want to keep that. Plus, of course, all the reviews, right? Don't want to lose those.
Right. So that's a good point. So if you're buying a business that maybe has a random listing, have them transfer ownership to you. Even if there's no reviews, it might have value because it's old.
Yes.
Yes, and it's a little 2-week window, right? It's a little 2-week window where you have to go through the verification steps, but it's worth it to keep that stuff instead of trying to build history and lose what you had.
Yep.
That is
I've seen in the past the postcard usually takes about 5 days. It doesn't take very long, but yes, keep the listing, get that postcard and verify it again.
Awesome. Yeah, you guys, thank you so much. Darren, amazing presentation. Leah and Haley, you guys had so much insight. I was so appreciative to have you here with me today. If you have not followed everyone here on social, please do. Shoot these people questions. They are so smart. They can help you with anything we did not get to. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you guys coming today.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nice to see you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hey, Shelley.
How are
and
you?
Amanda. Look at Amanda with her
Hi.
totally professional setup.
Right. I love it. Love it. I know you got to. Come on. You got to step it up. It's nice. If you're doing a lot of these, it just makes sense. It's definitely handy. And I try not to let my boys steal my microphone all the time because they love it with gaming. But anyways, are we still waiting on Matt? Matt.
There he is.
There we are. Hi, Matt. Welcome.
Hey,
Thank
good
you
afternoon.
for joining us. Fantastic. So I wanted to actually introduce Greg Sterling. He is actually the VP of Marketing for Uberall.
Actually, the VP of Market Insights. I'm not the VP of Marketing.
Insights.
Yes, Insights.
Even better.
Which
Even
I'll be delivering today, hopefully.
Well, of course. But Craig, you've been tracking location-based businesses offline to online with marketing since 1999. That's insane.
Yes, you can tell by the color of my beard.
It's been a long and stressful time. 20 years, 20 plus, 20, actually now 20, whatever, 22 almost years. Location-based marketing, small business marketing, digital influence on consumer behavior. Yeah, it's a long time.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. Okay. So you have a lot to teach us today for sure. We have Amanda. Hi, Amanda. How are you?
Good.
I would love for you to give us a little background on yourself. Can you fill us in on your bio, where you work, where you're from?
Sure. I am the director of local search at Locomotive Agency located in Raleigh, North Carolina. We are a technical SEO agency, and we mostly do consulting, but I am the local specialist. I started in local SEO in 2012. I worked with a lot of attorneys and personal injury, one of the most competitive places where you could be in local for like Atlanta, Charlotte, all of those huge cities. And now I help all kinds of businesses with local, from credit unions to energy companies to 1 to 2 location small businesses as well.
Well, I bow down because I know I worked with criminal lawyers in Houston for the first 8 years of my career. It is very competitive. So you learn so much. Matt, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I'm really excited. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, and your specialties?
Yeah. So my name is Matt LaQuesta, and I'm the director of Earned and Owned Media at Location 3. I've been doing SEO for, I guess we're going to 13 years now. And main focus the past several years and at Location 3 is multi-unit location type businesses. So enterprise level strategy with local market activation. So most of our clients are in the multi-unit location or franchise type systems. So whether you've got 50 locations or 10,000 locations, we're kind of doing local at scale. So that's been a main focus for the better part of 6 or 7 years now.
I like that. Local at scale. It's perfect. Fantastic. Well, Greg has an amazing presentation. I'm going to let you take it away. But I have one reminder for everyone listening at home. Please submit your questions. We will, if you were here before, we'll go over and ask as many of them to our panel as we can possibly squeeze in.
And I'm going to try and do this in a measured yet efficient way so that we have plenty of time for questions. So bear with me while I share my screen here. Okay. And hopefully you guys can see my screen.
Fantastic. Thank
Okay,
you. Perfect.
great. Yes. And in case you didn't notice, that picture of me is about 20 years old in the lower right corner. I always used to scoff at people who used really old headshots in their conference profile pictures, and now I am one of them. Haha, the joke's on me. All right, so Darren teed this up a little bit. I didn't anticipate that he was going to do that, but he did say some interesting stuff and said some nice things about this study that we've done. I'm not going to give the full study in all its detail, but I'm going to go over the high-level findings. So why listings management still matters. And you first need to know, if you're not familiar with Uberall, that Uberall is a company that does manage directly and indirectly, manages business listings and review data, landing pages, and other things for well over 1 million locations. So, I just want to disclaim that and be upfront about that. Shelley already said a bunch of stuff about me, so I won't go through that again. The only thing that wasn't mentioned was that I used to be a contributing editor for Search Engine Land for about 14 years, and then I left in December. So just some quick definitions. And there's in the local space, definitions are kind of elusive. We talk about a lot of different things, and sometimes people use terms in a loose way. Citations and business listings are often used interchangeably, but arguably citations is a broader category. Any mention of a business doesn't have to be name, address, and phone number or other profile data. Listings management is the active management or syndication of listings across the web and mobile apps. And there are a lot of companies that do that, obviously. SEMrush, I think, has a service as well. And then NAP consistency, which people used to talk about a lot and don't talk about so much anymore. And Darren also said, didn't think it mattered.
is just ensuring that the name, address, and phone number of the business and other elements, other variables are consistent across sites. So most of the people probably watching this, wherever they are in the world, have seen this or a similar graphic in the past. And this was created originally by David Mim, and is now kind of a little bit outdated because some of the sites on here are really no longer very active or very prominent. But the idea is that there's this convoluted ecosystem of data that's going here and there and everywhere, and you need to sort of tame it to benefit from it. And way back when, listings management was a kind of foundational SEO tactic. It was something that was regarded as really something you just needed to do. It was essential. You needed to maintain name, address, and phone number consistency, and that this was one of the signals that Google used to verify the existence and legitimacy of businesses. And some people even referred to this as backlinks for local. And so it was really an important SEO tactic in the past. And there's another consideration here, which is the customer experience. You didn't want customers to show up at different places where they were looking for business information and find incorrect information, because obviously that results in lost sales and creates a bad user experience. And Bright Local has data on how consumers don't like to see inconsistent business information. So this is circa 19, there we go, back into the last century. This is circa 2014. Bright Local, Miles Anderson saying, this is the most important local ranking factor, citation consistency. And David Mim, who at that time was running the local ranking factors survey, said that this was the chief finding of the 2014 survey. And there are a lot of articles that reflect the headline that I've got here posted at the bottom. The secret to high rankings is citation consistency. But in the intervening 6 or 7 years, a couple of things have happened, and I'm sure Matt and Amanda could speak to this in more detail than I. Google went from really relying on third parties and third-party information very heavily to relying more and more on Google My Business direct data ingestion and de-emphasizing third parties in this larger sort of ecosystem. And many of the sites, as I just mentioned a moment ago, declined in visibility and importance. So there were a lot of very prominent sites. There was a lot of local destinations, internet yellow pages sites, city search, MapQuest, and on and on. And these are either not used at all or very, very rarely used and have much less value to consumers. So cut to Darren, who you just saw, and the 2020 local ranking factors survey, and Matt and Amanda are both participants in this. And it's really, you guys might characterize it differently, but it's really an SEO consensus. It's sort of the informed opinion of people on a lot of different topics and variables, and what makes profiles and sites rank and contributes to conversions and so on and so forth. And I'm not going to do the full summary of this. I assume that Darren, I didn't see all of Darren's presentation. I assume he presented some information from this. But basically, citations fell from the #1 tactic in 2014-ish to the 6th or 7th tactic, depending on whether we're talking about the local pack or organic results. So it's not lost all its importance, but it's substantially, in the minds of local SEOs, lost most of its importance. And here's another version of that showing the decline over time. Well, I wrote an article, actually numerous articles at Search Engine Land about whether citations and listings management were important anymore. What did people think? And this was sort of a survey of several people, and people come down in different places now. I'm not going to read you their statements, but some people place more value on it, some people less value. And so there's a kind of continuum of what I'm calling the citations matter opinion spectrum. On the one hand, it's a meaningful tactic. It has an impact. On the other hand, no impact. And in the industry, perception is definitely trending in the less and less impact direction. Although I thought Darren's point about the impact over time was really interesting. So what does Google say about all this? What does Google say about ranking? You know, they counsel, complete your profile, give us accurate information, manage and respond to reviews. This has to be stressed again and again. We're not talking about reviews, but it's really important. Photos also increasingly important. And then they have this discussion of relevance, distance, and prominence. And relevance is relevance, distance is proximity, and prominence is a kind of kitchen sink category, if you've read their discussion of it, that refers to a lot of things. And I've bolded the relevant portion of the discussion. It's based on information that Google has about a business from across the web, links, articles, and directories. So essentially citations, right? So they're saying it still matters, and we're still going to factor this into ranking, although you never know what the weighting is going to be. So I think most SEOs can agree, most local SEOs can agree that there are a cluster of really important sites that you need to be on if you're a local business. And, you know, those are basically here. And then we get into verticals. You know, both Shelley and Amanda worked with lawyers. I was a lawyer, in fact, for almost 10 years. That's a fun fact about me. And there's a lot of different vertical sites that have weight and are really important, and they're consumer destinations, so you need to be there. But what about the aggregators, and what about this sort of long tail of directories that you may not ever have heard of or never used? So given this controversy, we decided at Uberall to initiate a study. We wanted to look at what was really going on. What is actually happening with the data and with what we can see among our customers. Do listings, consistency, and long tail distribution matter? And is there any impact on local visibility? And so this little graphic in the right is from a company called Vendasta, and they have 100 directories listed and the rationale for each of them about why you should be included in each of these directories. So this is a lot of directories. Does this kind of thing matter? So very quickly, this is what the study looked like. 115 locations split between enterprises and small businesses in the US and Europe, customers in both locations. And I've got the breakdown there. The data comes from the period of January 2019 through October of last year. And there are two groups, basically. There's a group that features inclusion in Google My Business, Facebook, Apple Maps, and Bing. They happen to be distributed in these directories, these sites. And then on the other hand is the variable or experimental group that features much broader syndication, and it varied somewhat by market. So there was inclusion. There was about 70 directories, sort of in total, across these different regions that are part of the extended network. So what did we find? So the blue group is the core, smaller distribution group, and the red bars represent the broader extended network. So we found that in all of these cases, and there are 3,000 locations in these buckets, with 4 directories and then at least 10 directories. We found in each of these cases that visibility, and this is Google visibility was better for the extended distribution group in each case. So search, maps, branded search, unbranded. Engagement here is defined as clicks, calls, and directions requests. Same kind of result. So it didn't have as much of an impact on phone calls, but it had a bigger impact on driving directions and clicks to websites. So the extended network outperformed the smaller distribution group. This may be a little challenging to see, but basically it's dividing the two groups of businesses, enterprises and small businesses, into clusters of directory distribution. So fewer than 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, and so on. And what we find, I mean, there's some quirky stuff in here a little bit, but basically what we find is the same kind of trend. So inclusion in a broader distribution of directories is better in terms of visibility for both small businesses and enterprises. The 31 to 40 group has a little bit of anomalous results there, and I don't have an explanation for that, but I just wanted to point that out. This slide reflects accuracy and completeness. So for profiles that have, this is a different point, but it's related. So GMB profiles that have 90+% completeness, name, address, and phone number, categories, photos, that kind of thing, will show a better outcome, better engagement, calls, clicks, directions in both jurisdictions, both regions, than those that are incomplete. This is not about citation or listings management. This is really about the GMB profile completeness, but it's a related point and part of what we found in this study. This slide reflects a separate, smaller study that I wanted to include because the results are consistent, but it was a different study than the one I was showing you before. This is a mix of European and American business locations. The control group had 7 sites in it, and you can see those in the second bullet. And then the extended directory distribution had the original 7 plus 30 additional publisher sites. And we compared Q1 and Q2 performance in 2019 and 2020. And we found in terms of search visibility with the same number of locations, actually slightly fewer locations over time, we found that visibility was improved. Now, I don't know if Joy presented this earlier because I didn't see her presentation, but Joy Hawkins recently did a study with a single account. I understand it was a single account where they stopped paying one of the data aggregators. I think it was Axiom. I'm not sure about that, to do business listing syndication. And what they found was they wanted to see if it would have an impact on rankings and other things. What they found is that a lot of the garbage data came back. So after that subscription was done, then their accounts were overwritten. This is one of the other arguments for managing your own listings across the web, is that somebody else is going to do it for you if you don't. But she also found significantly that there was no impact on ranking and no impact on backlinks. And so this would lead a single location business to conclude like this, that you didn't necessarily need to do this. It wasn't going to affect you on Google. So this is my final slide. And who should be doing this is really the question. I think, in the abstract, we can say, if you had all the money in the world, you absolutely should do this because there are still many good reasons to do it. We've seen with our data, and Darren suggested this, and there's other data. I think Matt also had some data that says that if you are actively doing listings management for large enterprises, retailers, franchises with many locations, there's a very tangible benefit, a ranking benefit, and then in our data, an engagement benefit also. But where the question mark comes in really is very small businesses, single location businesses, or where budgets are very, very tight, and you're focused much more on something just like Google My Business. That's a much tougher question, and many SEOs would recommend against it, as Joy did in that particular study. So with that, and there's my contact information, I'll turn it back over to you, Shelley, and we can go to questions.
Thank you, Greg. That was very insightful, and we have a ton of questions, so I'm excited to hear from Matt and Amanda on some of these as well. Tracy Blake asks, what are a couple of top factors, in addition to citations, that you would recommend businesses focus on to rank higher in Google?
Since I did all the talking, you guys get to say some stuff.
I'll hop into this one. I'd say number one, when we're talking about ranking in Google, we're going to be talking about where our listings rank and then also where our website ranks. So from a listing standpoint, obviously Google My Business, make sure that one's squared away. Greg mentioned having your profile filled out to be 90%. You're going to be better off there. And then from a website perspective, I would say just making sure that you have your location information for each location. Having their own page is very helpful, as well as I like local business schema markup to really clearly and succinctly tell the search engines the basic information so they know that your business is where they say it is.
Right. Good one. So Grand Dental Group asks, Our local offices are all listed and signed Grand Dental / city name. My SEO team is saying that using the dash, oh, sorry, not slash, it's dash, city name, that using the dash will actually hurt our rankings. Is this true?
No. I would be careful about having the city in your business name, though, because if you have a competitor there that reports you for that, there's a very good chance that Google will remove that from your business name, and that will negatively impact your ranking because you no longer have the city in your business name.
Yeah, so she said local offices, so I'd be curious if they have multiple local offices. What would be your thoughts if they do, say in a metro area?
I actually looked up one of their locations just so I'd be able to answer this question. Use whatever is on your signage outside as your business name. So if your signage specifies the city or the name or some geographical information, then go for it. That's a lot less risky, because if Google pulls up your Google Street View, they can see that the sign is correct and it says the same thing. And that is one of the methods they use to verify your information. In fact, if you do get questioned by Google or suspended, that's one of the things they will ask for is, show me the Street View. What does it look like on Street View? So that's something that you can use to your advantage if that is on the name. And the one that I looked up, I think it was in Aurora, Illinois. It did have Fox Valley in the signage outside of the location. So if that's the case, fine, that's 100% okay. Because Google does not necessarily say use your license or legal business name. They say use the name that customers know you by. That's what's actually on the support page. So if they know you by Fox, whatever, I forgot, Fox Valley, because that's what's on your sign, then that's perfectly fine. If it's not on your sign, that's a bit different though. So I would just be careful about adding a city or any geographical information to your Google My Business name unless you have some justification for it, because SEOs like us, who do a lot of spam fighting, will catch you eventually, and that could be a very not good thing for you. And that may be what your SEO team was actually hinting at.
I had a quick interjection. Just what do you guys think about local landing pages for those offices?
Oh, 100%. Definitely. I totally agree. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I think each location should have its own landing page, just because the staff and the team, the ownership might be different. The people, the community that they service is very different. So you want to take advantage of that space to actually talk about, how your business fits within the area that you're serving and the team that's working there. So I think that's just kind of a basic thing that should always be in place for any kind of location type page.
Right.
With unique content.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, there's a whole webinar on local landing pages that we could do about best practices, but not in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Do you link your individual Google locations in GMB to that specific landing page? And does that ever have any, and say something with listing management or citation management tools? Do you ever have any issues with that? Anyone?
I haven't had any issues with that. I would say there can be a little bit of an adjustment period if you are going from having no location landing pages and linking from the home page and then creating one. It may take a little bit of an adjustment in that case for rankings for some specific non-branded keywords. But overall, in the long run, it's going to benefit you significantly more than it hinders you maybe temporarily. And I haven't seen that happen a lot. That's mostly if it's like your homepage has the most authority as far as from a page authority and a domain authority perspective. So a new page that has not existed before is going to may have some stumbling blocks, especially if you haven't perfected the content on that page as well.
Good points. So Elizabeth asked, what about other major data aggregators like Infogroup or Data Axle or any other, are data aggregators not a thing anymore, she asked. What about Yext? Or basically, do I need to put my focus in with regards to data aggregation?
So I can't say anything about Yext because Yext is an Uberall competitor. So that's a little bit of a conflict of interest with me. But I mean, I would say there are a lot of good services that will do listings management, listing syndication. I don't want to endorse anybody, but Matt or Amanda can do that if they want. Can feel free to do that.
I'm going to answer all the Yext questions right now. Do not use it. It's expensive, and if you leave Yext, you are likely going to see a lot of issues pop up with your listings, like he showed in the he mentioned in the presentation, about just leaving a service in general. And I have not seen for any clients that it's been worth it. And it is very expensive compared to just competitors in general. It's very expensive in comparison to manually going to aggregators and doing it yourself. Is expensive compared to the other just citation services in general.
I will actually say that SEMrush has a listing management built in that does integrate with Yext. I believe you get it at a discount. Versus going straight to Yext. So that's always an option if you have used Yext in the past and you're paying for SEMrush and you want a discount. That's something to keep in mind. But it is tricky for sure. And there's definitely consequences if you leave. So it might not make sense for every business.
Just like for the amount that you're paying, there's so much you could be doing with your SEO outside of Yext. That would be my opinion, is that you're missing out on a lot of things that you could be doing instead, especially since we know that citations are important, but they're not the end all be all of local SEO. There's things that you're missing, like backlinks in general. If you have lots of duplicate content, that money could be very well spent on other elements of your local SEO.
Right.
I think that question about Yext upset Matt very much.
I know, right? He just had enough. Well, you know what? It's one of those things where a lot of Yext questions on here. But what would be some other best options as an alternative to Yext for large scale listing management, especially for countrywide franchises, dozens of locations? So that's a common question.
Yeah. There are a lot of folks that do this. Moz does it. Bright Local does it. Darren has a service that does it, although I don't know if he deals with franchises. What other recommendations do you have, Amanda?
Those are the exact ones that I would say is Bright Local, Moz, Whitespark, and it's significantly more affordable to do if you're just looking for management.
There's also Sochi, which does it, and some others that will do it too.
So does Uberall for listings management?
We work with partners in North America and in Europe and elsewhere in the world. We have direct sales, but chiefly through partners.
Fantastic. Well, you guys, amazing discussion. I appreciate it. Lots of insight. Today has just been incredible. If you have not followed these wonderful, brilliant marketers, please do on Twitter. We'd love to pop up. Can you pop up their Twitter handles so you guys do not miss out following? I know it's been up there a couple times. There we go. Make sure you go and follow our panelists. I appreciate it, you guys. It's been an incredible day. I hope you all took some value away like I did. I love these long days of SEO. You just absorb so much information. You stay up to date with the latest changes. With local, it's constantly in the move. So you guys, I appreciate you having me as always as your host. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Shelley, and thanks SEMrush and Amanda. It was great, brief but great.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt, as well.
Yeah, sorry about that connection.
Oh, that's all right. All right. Thank you, guys. We will see you next time.